And we are live for week 10. We are on Germany time today. We got a game kicking off in just about 1 hour between the Indianapolis Colts and the Atlanta Falcons. Week 10, man. Let's go. Year 5, week 10 of the Sunday morning lives. I'm as excited as ever to talk through the slate today. Seriously grateful for every single one of you, especially you guys already in the live stream right now on Germany time with me this morning. We are just getting started, man. This is probably going to be the longest live of the season. We're going to have Samps joining later. I'm going to talk game by game. We're going to get to tons of start sits. Honestly, I don't think I've gotten to enough start sits in the lives recently. I'm going to try to do my best to get to even more today. So seriously, shout out to all of you guys who are already tuned in. Shout out to the WalterPicks subscriber as well. All right, let's get into the Germany time game week 10, everyone. It is going to be a fantastic Sunday today. We're going to have to start with this Colts Falcons game. And there's some interesting stuff to talk through in this game for sure. Let's start with the Colts side of this game. Right now, the Colts are leading the NFL in passing. Daniel Jones leads the NFL in passing, and Jonathan Taylor leads the NFL in rushing. We almost never see this happen in the NFL. The Colts are 6.5 point favorites in Germany this morning. The first time since 2000. And that was Peyton Manning and Edgar James back in 2000. This game also is one of the first games in the Super Bowl era, only the 9th time ever, that we have two teams facing off in week 10 or earlier that have over 1,000 total scrimmage yards. The last time we saw two teams week 10 or earlier with running backs with over 1,000 total scrimmage yards play each other, it was 2002. Marshall Faulk versus LaDainian Tomlinson. We're seeing an all-time running back season right now across the NFL. Two of the best in this Germany time game, the Falcons versus the Colts, Bijan versus Jonathan Taylor. The Colts are also coming off just an absolutely brutal game against the Steelers last week. Let me pull up the QB ranks here on live. We can see where Daniel Jones ranks. Daniel Jones ranked as QB1 last week against the Steelers. Did not come to fruition. Really face planted last week. I would argue it was his worst game of the season. Still finished with 342 passing yards, which was actually his most passing yards of the season. If you were riding with the WalterPicks player props last week, this prop actually cashed. It was a rough week for the props last week, but still good to have some big hits in there. Daniel Jones was one of those. Yeah, but he threw 3 picks and lost 2 fumbles, got sacked 5 times. I do expect the Colts offense to bounce back a bit here. I also think my favorite player prop in this game, I sent that in the WalterPicks Discord this morning, is the Daniel Jones under pass attempts line in this game. This line's set at 32.5 for Daniel Jones. We've only seen one quarterback go over 32.5 passing attempts against the Falcons all season, and that was Baker Mayfield in week 1. He actually only had 32. He actually didn't even clear this line. He had 32. He's the only quarterback that's gone past 30 pass attempts, though, against the Falcons. The Falcons' defense is a run funnel defense. Their secondary is really good. Not many people have been able to pass successfully on the Falcons all season, and that's led to people leaning into the run. I think we will see the Colts really lean on the run today after turning the ball over. I think it was 6 times. 6 turnovers, I believe, for the Colts last week, at least 5. I mean, Daniel Jones alone had 5. 3 picks and 2 fumbles. I think there was one other one in the game as well. So I expect Jonathan Taylor to be leaned on heavily in this game. I like his overs in this game. Expect him to score. Expect him to go over 100 total rushing yards in this one. He's the running back 1 on the week. Let me hop over to the running back ranks. Shout out to every single one of you already in the live stream on Germany time with me this morning. So Jonathan Taylor, he ranks as running back 1 this week. Tyler Warren is really in bench territory here in week 10 for the first time all season. And I'm not going to call him a must bench. I'm scared to call him a must bench. But I do think he's bench worthy. The Falcons have been the best defense versus tight ends this season. And they haven't played like amazing tight ends. They haven't played amazing quarterbacks either, to be fair to the Falcons in the matchups. But guys, I mean, it is hard to be better versus tight ends than they have been. Last week, Hunter Henry's 4 catches for 51 yards. Those were both season highs for tight ends. They're averaging 2 catches for 22 yards per game against tight ends. It is hard to be better than this, even despite the tight ends that they've played. So a little bit worried for Tyler Bourne. He doesn't play a traditional tight end role, so I got some hope for him. But he ranks much lower than he does usually. This is the stone cold worst matchup for tight ends here so far this season in terms of fantasy points allowed. Hop over to the tight end ranks here for a second. There's not very many tight ends you can confidently play over Tyler Warren. We got Dallas Goedert, Kyle Pitts, Cade Otton, George Kittle, Gadsden, and McBride over him here in week 10. Laporta and Kincaid, I would probably strongly consider over him too. Kincaid's got a great matchup today. I do like Kincaid a decent amount. But yeah, I don't think I'd play Schultz or Hawkinson or Loveland over Tyler Warren. Michael Pittman Jr., I also feel is a bit of a trap this week. I know Seth is very bullish on Michael Pittman Jr., was arguing he's a buy high. I actually think he's a little bit more of a sell high than a buy high right now for Michael Pittman. 3 straight games over 20 points. He's been balling almost every single week. He's had at least 14 points in 6 of his last 7 games. But now he gets the Falcons by Chiefs, Texans. I mean, a really brutal stretch coming up here for Michael Pittman. This is a very difficult matchup for him. I get it with the buys. There is a lot of buys this week for some really good receivers. I mean, the receiver rankings this week are pretty disgusting, guys. It's a pretty disgusting wide receiver week. I'll pull up the wide receiver rankings. So I get you can't really bench Michael Pittman. I am a little nervous for him, though, in his spot versus the Falcons. 12 targets. A season-high 12 targets for Michael Pittman last week against the Steelers. Went 9 for 115, no touchdown. But yeah, much different matchup for him here today. Similar with Alec Pierce. This is not a good matchup for Michael Pittman or Alec Pierce. I think I had a start sit in the Discord this morning. I actually think I pulled up a screenshot of it for the TikTok live. That was, Tez Johnson versus Alec Pierce. Tez Johnson versus Darius Slayton. I'm going Tez Johnson there. We're going to get to that game coming up here in a second. But I would go Tez Johnson over Alec Pierce and Darius Slayton. This is the WalterPicks app, by the way. If you're watching live on both TikTok and YouTube, free app. Spent the last 5 years of my life helping build this app. Definitely check it out for free in the App Store if you haven't yet. It's going to help you a ton with fantasy and props. So I'm nervous for Michael Pittman, but you can't really bench him with how well he's been playing and with all the buys this week. Josh Downs is really not a start in this game. He's had also 4 good games in his last 5. Really 4 good games in his last 4. He's been at least 12.5 points, at least 11.5 points, basically in 4 of his last 4 games. 3 straight games for the touchdown for Josh Downs. I do think he's got the easiest matchup of all the wide receivers in this matchup. But again, I think the Colts lean pretty heavily on the run in this one. I don't think you need to force Josh Downs. I don't think you need to force Alec Pierce. So Alec Pierce has also been balling. Got to give some respect to Alec Pierce. Over 65 yards in each of his last 3 games. Now there's no Adonai Mitchell in the mix. He got traded to the Jets. But yeah, in this matchup versus the Falcons, this is not the spot I want to be playing Alec Pierce. On the Falcons side of this game, Bijan ranks as a top 3 running back. JT ranks as the number 1 running back. Bijan ranks as the 3rd running back. Sandwiched in between them is none other than Christian McCaffrey. There's like such an elite tier of running backs this season. I'm putting James Cook in that tier, and man, Rico Barry Sanders Dowdle is really close to that tier here as well in week 10. We're going to talk about him, of course. We're going to get to, by the way, we're going to prioritize the Germany time start sits. This is why we're up. Now, I've been up for 4 hours. I've been ready. I'm locked in, and we're going to get to a ton of Germany time specific questions over the next 40 minutes. I'm going to try to answer every single start sit with a player in this upcoming game that starts very soon. But yeah, we're starting Bijan. We're starting Drake London. We're starting Kyle Pitts. All 3 of these guys are smash starts. Really don't need to think about it. Kyle Pitts right now, guys, needs to be started. He's having a really good season. He ranks 12th in points per game, but he's 3rd among tight ends in catches per game this season. He really hasn't been able to score very often. Look at Albert O. Look where Albert O ranks here. And obviously a small sample size there. Yeah, but only Trey McBride and Jake Ferguson have more catches per game than Kyle Pitts at the tight end position this season. We're looking at that on the YouTube live right now, by the way. If you're watching live on TikTok, I'm telling you, the YouTube live is a better viewing experience. Link is right in the TikTok bio. I can share screen to all the advanced stats we're actually talking about and looking through. I can pull up comments on screen when we get to the start sit segment here momentarily as well. We had not very many tight ends I'm starting over Kyle Pitts. Cade Otton is right in that same tier with Kyle Pitts. George Kittle, I'm starting over Kyle Pitts. Gadsden, McBride, I'm starting over Kyle Pitts. That's it. End of list. I'm not starting Dallas Goedert over Kyle Pitts. I'm not starting Tyler Warren over Kyle Pitts. Most weeks I would start Tyler Warren, but again, the Falcons have been so good versus tight ends. They are the number one defense versus tight ends. I agree, but YouTube has lost ESPN. Yeah, this has nothing to do with YouTube losing ESPN, though I know that's brutal. You were not finding this live stream on ESPN either way. Kyle Pitts has one touchdown this season. He's continued to be allergic to the end zone like we've seen in the past. Pretty frustrating for how well his peripherals look. But yeah, the Colts have not been good versus tight ends. Kyle Pitts is a start this week. Gadsden went for almost 30 points. McBride went over 20. We saw the Titans tight ends combined for over 20 points. The Steelers tight ends combined for over 20 points. I mean, they're averaging 17.8 points per game allowed to tight ends this season. That's third worst in the entire NFL. They're allowing 75 yards per game to tight ends. That's third worst in the entire NFL. So yeah, we're starting Kyle Pitts today. In almost all situations, I think we got to start Kyle Pitts. Let me pull the wide receiver ranks up again because I know it is a brutal wide receiver week. We're starting London, obviously, against the Colts. They are 6.5-point underdogs, too, in this game, the Atlanta Falcons. Michael Penix not really on the radar start-sit-wise. Did have 22.7 last week, was a top 12 QB, threw 3 touchdowns. Like, so much of Michael Penix's production last week came on just ridiculously talented plays from Drake London. I mean, had Drake London not been on the Falcons last week, they would not have scored a single touchdown, I don't think. It's like half their production on offense came from just Drake London mossing players. And absolutely, like really one of the most impressive games I think I've seen from a receiver all season. Last week from Drake London. Put up 38.8 points, 9 catches, 118, scored all 3 of the team's touchdowns. All 3 of these touchdowns were contested catches that the vast majority of NFL receivers would not have made. I mean, the degree of difficulty on the production last week for Drake London was truly insane. 41.2% target share in this one. Drake London was playing in this game. Darnell Mooney was playing in this game. Kyle Pitts was also healthy in this game. And still over 40% target share for Drake London. I mean, really looking like a top 5 wide receiver in fantasy right now. Projects ahead of Justin Jefferson today in our projections. That's really it here for the Falcons. You start these top 3 guys. You really can't start anyone else. I continue to feel like Darnell Mooney is being underrated in fantasy football, but man, we have not seen it. He's under 10 points every single game that he's played in this season. He had 100% snap percentage last week, only a 6% target share, 2 targets for Darnell Mooney. He was just running wind sprints out there last week. It's another good matchup for him, though. I do think we see him go over 10 points sometime soon. Wouldn't be surprising to see it be this game in about an hour here on Germany time. And again, in case you missed it, I think the stat is just really, really wild. The last time we saw 2 running backs play each other that had over 1,000 scrimmage yards in week 10 or earlier was the year 2002, 23 years ago, between Marshall Faulk and LaDainian Tomlinson. We're having like a running back renaissance right now. And we get 2 of the best in this game here on Germany time. All right, that's the Germany time game. I do think Colts win this game. Falcons cover, though. At 6.5 spread feels like a lot here. Falcons definitely capable of winning this game. And again, I like the Daniel Jones pass attempt under as my favorite prop in the game. I also think Jonathan Taylor goes over 100 rushing yards in this game. And we really see them lean on the run, the Colts, after turning the ball over 6 times last week. RB list. Yeah, I got you the running back list. All right, we're going to get to some Germany time start sits here. Shout out to every one of you on Germany time with me this morning. It is week 10, the best day of the week, man. It's going to be a fantastic Sunday. All right, I'm going to prioritize, guys, if you have a start sit that is relevant to the game that starts in 45 minutes in Germany between the Falcons and the Colts, you send those in. I'm going to prioritize answering those questions. We got a Tyler Warren, Hunter Henry, or Cade Otton question here. And yeah, I think I alluded to this earlier when I was talking through the tight ends. I agree with how we have this ranked. I would be playing Cade Otton over Tyler Warren today. The Patriots have not been good versus tight ends. Meanwhile, the Falcons have been the number one defense versus tight ends. I also expect the Colts to lean a little more run heavy than usual in this spot, given the matchup against the Falcons. K. Dotton's actually had a really strong floor. He has not scored a touchdown all season, but he still had 4 straight games with at least 8 points. 4 straight games finishing as a top 18 tight end. 4 straight games with at least 4 catches and 40 yards. And now he gets the Patriots, who have a bottom half team against tight end so far this season. The Buccaneers are 2.5-point favorites in this game. Yeah, Kyle Pitts, he had 4 for 38 last week. The 2 Browns tight ends both did really well. There's no Mike Evans. There's no Chris Godwin. I do like K. Dotton this week. Yeah, I think I would go K. Dotton over Tyler Warren. We'll go back over to the tight end ranks here. Alec Pierce or Jameson Williams. Oh man, this is a tough one. Similar archetype of player. Our rankings are really, really low on Jameson Williams. This week I was in on JMO last week and he boomed. We hit the JMO boom last week. He has not had 2 booms in a row all season. Bless you. Thank you. I do think we could see the first back-to-back boom game here, though, against the Commanders. I honestly think I lean JMO over Alec Pierce personally. I don't think that's how we have projected in the WalterPicks app. Let me pull this up. The matchup is so much better for Jameson Williams than Alec Pierce. Yeah, we have Alec Pierce like a point ahead. It's pretty close. Let me go to the wide receiver ranks here. I don't want to force Alec Pierce in. Yeah, we have Jameson Williams, the higher boom. Like if you're playing Jameson Williams or Alec Pierce, you're going for the boom upside for both guys. Both guys have a very similar floor. And we do have Jameson Williams with the higher ceiling here. He has a way better matchup. The Commander secondary is really, really rough. And I don't know how much the Lions are really going to need to pass in this game. The Commanders' run defense has also been really bad. The Lions are huge favorites in that spot. Lions are 7.5-point favorites in Washington today. I honestly think they should probably be favored by a little bit more than that. But yeah, we've seen some really big games. Trey Tucker had that 41-point game. Drake London went for 25. CeeDee Lamb had 22. Rashee Rice had 25. JSN and Torrey Horton both went over 20 last week. I mean, they did not stop Sam Darnold at all last week. I lean Jameson Williams here personally over Alec Pierce. Definitely close. Similar options. But yeah, I would personally be playing JMO in the better matchup. Goddard or Kittle. Why do you have Olave so low? Yeah, I actually think Olave moved up a little bit in the ranks between when I took that screenshot. But he still ranks kind of low. The matchup is not great for Olave. Yeah, he gets the Panthers. He ranks his wide receiver 30. We got him at, wide receiver 30. He actually hasn't moved. I see this here. Yeah, we have him for a 30% target share, but the Panthers have been really good against receivers. And Tyler Shuck is really lowering the floor of this whole offense. We'll get to that game coming up, but not a guy you can have a ton of faith in. I definitely have a ton of confidence in the target share for Olave. He's been kind of a PPR scam all season. I think he's top 5 in targets this season. He's got the 7th most catches and the 5th most targets among receivers. Only 4 targets last week. Yeah, with no Shaheed now, I mean, certainly the floor is high. I think that the ceiling is pretty low still for Olave, though, this week at least, versus the Panthers. Pitts over Slayton for flex. Oh, God, that's gross. And there is some weather to report in this game. Let me just hop to it. Weatherman Sam's got you all season, guys. And since there's a start sit here on Germany time related to that Giants game, we're going to just jump to the Weatherman Sam report really, really quick. I'll hop to my must starts, must benches here on TikTok as well. There is weather to be moderately concerned about in this Giants at Bears game. There's going to be 20-mile-an-hour sustained winds. There's going to be 30-mile-an-hour wind gusts. 25 miles an hour, by the way, is that threshold of concern for me. So we're below it in the sustained wind. We're above it, though, in the wind gusts. But there's also going to be it's going to be a little wet in this game. There's going to be snow, likely, pre-game. It's not supposed to snow during the game, but it will be wet with the pregame snow. It's like a snow-rain mix happening before the game. And there's going to be wind in this game that is moderately concerning. And it's really specifically Darius Slayton, I think, is hurt maybe the most of this, of all the players in this game. Darius Slayton might be impacted the most here in terms of the deep passing and just the total pass volume. I feel like on both sides of this game, you got to reduce it a little bit. I was pretty in on Jackson Dart for DFS here in week 10. I'm not nearly as excited about him for DFS purposes. Still ranks as a pretty high QB ranking. Still should get some work on the ground. Has a pretty high floor. I just think the ceiling is a little dampened here for the passing attack for the Giants. So yeah, Kyle Pitts versus Darius Slayton, it's close. All those other games, by the way, I'm not really concerned about. We'll get to those later, but really not that concerned about it. Let's get to this specific start sit, Slayton versus Pitts. I think it's going to be Pitts. Yeah, it's Kyle Pitts over Darius Slayton. Schultz or Loveland, not a Germany time question there. Pull the tight end ranks, though, for you. Downs or Gainwell at flex in a PPR league. I think this one's got to be Downs. I don't know how we trot out Kenneth Gainwell with any amount of confidence right now with how much more work Jaylen Warren is getting. Yeah, it's got to be Downs. It's got to be Downs. Downs does have the better matchup of all the Colts receivers today, too. Cade Otton or Kyle Pitts. Yeah, I do lean Otton over Pitts. Tuning in from Brazil. Wow, shout out to you, man. Start 2, half PPR. Manungai, Juwan, Keenan, Pitts. I have London. Walter says Swift and Manungai. Wow, yeah, it's an interesting way to go about it here. Just play both the Bears running backs. I know we're going to get a ton of Bears running backs questions today. I don't hate this approach here at all. Just play both Bears running backs. A really good matchup for the Bears rushing attack today. That weather is probably good news for the running backs, at least getting more carries, maybe a little less targets. Betting lineup for Germany game. Yeah, so I talked through my favorite props in the game. I think the Colts win. I think the Falcons cover. I like Daniel Jones under 32.5 pass attempts. We have not seen a single quarterback go over 32.5 pass attempts against the Falcons all season. Baker Mayfield has the most at 32 in week 1. The Colts turned the ball over 6 times last week. I do think they're going to lean more on the run because of that in this game, and I think Jonathan Taylor will have success against the Falcons' run funnel defense. I also like Jonathan Taylor over 100 total rushing yards as well. Germany time flex question. Pittman, Marvin Harrison Jr., or Manungai in half PPR. Yeah, wow, this is definitely a close call on this one. Let me switch it over to half PPR ranks. My mind always is working in PPR rankings. I'm definitely playing Gatson over Tyler Warren like pretty easily, honestly. Gatson has an amazing matchup versus the Steelers, and Warren has the stone cold worst matchup versus the Falcons. All right, we're going to half PPR. We got Pittman versus Marvin Harrison Jr. and Manungai. I'm definitely pretty skeptical of the Cardinals offense here in week 10. Seems like everyone is super excited suddenly about this Cardinals offense because Jacoby Brissett's playing better. Marvin Harrison Jr. broke out a bit last week, but guys, they played the Cowboys last week. The Cardinals would have popped off with Kyler Murray too against the Cowboys. Every single offense has destroyed the Cowboys defense. If you have played the quarterback playing the Dallas Cowboys this season, you have the number 1 quarterback in fantasy football, averaging more points per game than Lamar, Josh Allen, everybody. And now they get the Seahawks, a much more difficult matchup here for the Cardinals offense. I'm definitely not jumping to, you got to start Marvin Harrison Jr. You have to start and trust this Cardinals offense. I do want to see it against a non-Cowboys defense. That being said, here in week 10, with all the buys, Marvin Harrison Jr. is not a guy many people are going to be benching. Ranks as wide receiver 15 for us on the week. But yeah, half PPR, you're going Manungai here. You're going Manungai and Marv over Pittman. I think I would go Marv over Pittman. This is half PPR too. In PPR, we have it Pittman over Marv. In half PPR, we have it Marv over Pittman. This is why scoring settings matter. This is why the WalterPicks app is a cheat code. Because it adjusts for your settings. Why is everyone saying sit Pittman? I'm not saying a blanket statement. You have to sit Pittman. I think he's bench worthy though in some of these start sits. In a half PPR league where you really need a touchdown, I'm okay going Marv over Pittman. Pittman has been absolutely balling. He ranks as the wide receiver 10 in points per game this season. He has not had a game under 12 half PPR points since week 2, other than his game in week 6. 3 straight games with at least 9 targets. All of this bodes really, really well. But this is a very difficult matchup for Pittman against the Falcons. Their outside receiver defense is really strong. We've seen them shut down a ton of outside receivers this season. Last week, only Demario Douglas really did well. Steph Diggs, both these guys playing out of the slot. Jalen Waddle did fine against the Falcons. He had 18.4. That's some hope for Michael Pittman. He did score in that game. Falcons are allowing the 7th fewest points per game to receivers, the 3rd fewest catches, and the 3rd fewest yards per game to receivers allowed. The Atlanta Falcons defense this season. They are a run funnel defense, and I do think the Colts lean on the run in this game. So yeah, I'm okay going Kyle Pitts over Tyler Warren. Shout out to every single one of you guys, by the way, on Germany time with me this morning. If you're watching live on YouTube, guys, smash the like button. Let's get to 100 likes on this YouTube live. If everyone hits the like button right now, we can get to 100 likes. Didn't even hit 100 likes last week. We can do it. Take 2 seconds, smash the like button. Do appreciate it. If you're watching live on TikTok, guys, smash the follow button. We're posting daily content, sometimes multiple times a day on the TikTok feed, helping you guys win fantasy championships. Germany time question here. We are in Germany time this morning here in week 10. Woody, Fannin, Alec Pierce, PPR. Wow, very interesting one here. It's hard to be super excited about Fannin. He came into this game questionable, and he is going to play. The Browns defense, the Browns offense has a very interesting matchup against this gutted Jets defense. The Jets just lost their 2 best defenders, and they were already not playing well defensively this season. Then you got Woody Marks in a game that I think the game script probably should benefit Marks more than Chubb this week. And then you have Alec Pierce in a tough matchup here versus the Falcons. Let me switch back to PPR here. Yeah, this is definitely a close call. Yeah, it's Woody Marks. It's Woody Marks over Fannin. It's Woody Marks over Alec Pierce. I do not mind Woody Marks here in week 10. I do think the Jaguars should be leading in this game. The Jaguars are 1.5 point favorites in Houston. Texans opened as 1.5 point favorites, has moved to 1.5 towards the Jags now. As long as the Jaguars, as long as the Texans aren't crushing the Jags, it should be a good environment for Woody Marks. Alec Pierce, Aaron Jones, Downs, PPR flex. Lots of players, not enough spots. That's always a good problem to have. Downs, Olave, or Dobbs. I'm not starting Downs over Olave or Dobbs. I don't think I'd go Downs over Olave or Dobbs. Dobbs has also been balling, guys. Dobbs actually has a pretty high ceiling, though I do think that Eagles-Packers game could be a defensive battle. Let's get to this one. Alec Pierce, Aaron Jones, and Josh Downs. Aaron Jones, I do believe, is pretty underrated here heading into week 10. He got hurt a couple of weeks ago, missed last week. I think he got hurt in week 9. Yeah, only played 31% of the snaps. So not missing a game with a shoulder injury. The role actually wasn't bad for him, though, when he was out there. He's getting the receiving role in this running back room over Jordan Mason. Now they are big underdogs versus the Ravens. 4.5 point underdogs at home against the Ravens, the Minnesota Vikings today. Ravens have not been good versus running backs this season. They're the 4th worst defense versus running backs this whole season. I think it's Aaron Jones over Alec Pierce and over Josh Downs. And I would go Josh Downs over Alec Pierce. The Falcons are really strong at defending outside receivers. Pitts, Washington, and Kyron start 1. You got to go Kyron Williams here, yeah. Has to be Kyron Williams. Go to the running backs. Yeah, I got you with the running backs. Why is Tet so low on the projections? Yeah, actually, I don't mind Tet. The matchup is actually good for Tet this week against the Saints. They play a lot of man coverage, and Tet McMillan has been very strong against man coverage this season. He was questionable coming into this game, though, and the Panthers have just become a really run-heavy team. It's hard not to expect them to be pretty run-heavy here against the Saints. The Carolina Panthers are 5.5 point favorites. I mean, this is going to be the game that they're favored by the most all season heading into a game. And then they have Rico, Barry Sanders, Dowdle. So why would they throw when you got Barry Sanders back there? And we're going to talk about Rico Dowdle here. Once the Germany time game starts, we'll talk about this game. But I mean, some truly wild stuff from Rico Dowdle this season. There's just not a ton of pass volume going on for Carolina. I think that's why Tet McMillan ranks as low as he does. But I still don't mind the matchup for it. Go to QB. I got you with the QBs. Don't think I pulled the QBs up much here so far on the live. Yeah, but this one's easily starting Kyron over Pitts. Alec Pierce, George Kittle, or Tez Johnson in the flex. I'm not going Alec Pierce here. I'm not forcing Alec Pierce, guys, in a matchup against the Atlanta Falcons, who rank top 3 against receivers. I think they're 7th, actually, toughest against receivers, but they're specifically good against outside boundary receivers. That's the exact role Alec Pierce plays. Kittle versus Tez Johnson's an interesting one. I do like Tez Johnson. Tez Johnson's probably my favorite. We'll call him a sleeper this week. I'm not sure how much of a sleeper he truly is, but I do think he's getting pretty underrated here in week 10. There's a lot of guys I would start Tez Johnson over. I think the matchup here is pretty strong for Tez Johnson, with Emeka Egbuka getting a lot of the attention for the Pats. But yeah, it's still George Kittle. I'm still pretty high on Kittle. The 49ers are 5.5-point underdogs at home against the Rams. Should be a good game environment for George Kittle. We've still yet to see George Kittle, I believe, still yet to see him go over 10. Yeah, still hasn't had a game over 45 yards. He does have 2 games over 10 points. He scored a couple touchdowns. But he doesn't have a 50-yard receiving yard. He doesn't have a 50 receiving yard game yet this whole season. All right, lots of players, not enough spots. I need 2 wide receivers, like Egbuka, Pittman, Debo, Shakir. Also got Monungai in flex if I should switch him. I would go Monungai over Pittman in the flex. I think I would play Monungai over Pittman. I know that DeAndre Swift's going to be back. I know that Pittman's been balling. But the matchup here is very, very good for Monungai. The Giants have been one of the worst defenses against running backs all season. And Monungai clearly earned a bigger role last week with how well he played. Plus, that game has wind and potentially snow. I do think we see Monungai score here in week 10. I think he's got a really good chance at a touchdown. I think a much better chance at a touchdown than Michael Pittman has against the Atlanta Falcons. And you're not benching Egbuka. No Emeka Egbuka questions here on the week 10 live. We're setting that rule here up front. Absolutely no Emeka Egbuka start sits. This is not a need 2. This is a need 1 between Pittman, Debo, and Shakir. And Debo's an interesting one here. We got Mariota starting for the Commanders. No Terry McLaurin again. They're playing the Lions, a really good matchup where they're huge underdogs. The Detroit Lions are 7.5-point favorites in Washington. A lot of road favorites today. So the ceiling is really high for Debo. I do think he's an interesting DFS play. Man, Pittman versus Debo is a close call. Let me go back over to the wide receiver ranks. I think I have them. Yeah, they're both in the top of tier 4 for me, like really close. I think the ceiling is higher for Debo, but I do agree with projecting Pittman above Debo. Man, tough call here. The game environment projection is just so different here too, right? The Colts are like 6.5-point favorites. The Commanders are 6.5-point underdogs, 7.5-point underdogs. I really think there's a good outcome here for the Colts where they are very run heavy. There's not a ton of pass volume to go around. And the Commanders are going to be losing in this game. There's no hope for the Commanders to win this game. I would play Monungai over both guys. Why does Parker Washington rank so high this week? Seeing some questions about him. And yeah, we talked about him last week as a good sleeper. Last week, scored 17 points, 8 catches, 90 yards. Now Jacoby Myers is on the Jags, but he just joined the team. And Jacoby Myers is going to be playing on the outside. I think if I had to go Debo versus Pittman, I think I would lean Pittman there, but Debo does have a higher ceiling if you need a ceiling. Parker Washington is going to be the primary slot receiver for the Jags in a game that's projected to be pretty close. It's not a great matchup versus the Texans, but the Texans are very, very good, similar to the Falcons, at defending outside wide receivers. They're not quite as good at defending slot receivers. That's the role Parker Washington is going to play. He had 8 catches last week. A 27% target share on 9 targets. I mean, that is a very strong role. I think we're going to see a similar role again. And Brian Thomas Jr. played in some of that game, and he's out. We could see a pretty strong target share once again here. I think we're projecting, 28% target share we're projecting. Could easily go over that. That's his median projection, is a 28% target share for Parker Washington. That's a receiver you start most weeks in fantasy, especially here in week 10 with all the wide receiver buys. Debo or Dunze. I think I would probably go Debo. Germany time question here. Alec Pierce or Parker Washington or Breece Hall? Thank you. God, the Breece Hall questions are going to be so tough today. He gets the Browns. I mean, this is a really, really rough spot for the Jets. I'm expecting a pretty tough game for the Jets here. Like if you said what's the probability Justin Fields is playing the entire fourth quarter today, man, like 50-50, like 75% chance maybe he plays the whole fourth quarter. I mean, this is a really tough spot for Justin Fields and the entire Jets team. The Jets are a run-first team against the number one run defense. The number two run defense, technically. The Rams, I think, actually ranked number one. The Rams still, I don't think, have allowed a rushing touchdown this season. And Breece Hall is coming off his best game, but it was against the Bengals. They get their first win. The Jets get their first win against the Cincinnati Bengals before the bye, and kind of a crazy game there in Week 8. Bengals have been just ideal for these wild shootout games. Then they get the bye. They trade their two best defenders away, and now they get the Browns. Just a really rough spot, I think, for the Jets today. Really tough to be too excited about them. Breece Hall ranks as running back 18. He does project better than Parker Washington, though, and Alec Pierce. And I would play Parker Washington over Alec Pierce. I would. Man. It is really tough for me to get too excited about Breece Hall against the Browns. I wouldn't knock you for going Parker Washington here. The best game we've seen all season against the Browns, we've talked about this on the live in the past, it was Jahmyr Gibbs at 17.7. That's the ceiling for Breece in this spot. Every other running back's been at 13 points or below. Chase Brown, Derrick Henry, Josh Jacobs, Jordan Mason with no Aaron Jones, Jalen Warren, Devon Achane. It's not like they haven't played good running backs. All of these guys went under 13 points. I'm okay going Parker Washington here. I don't think there's a real ceiling for Breece against the Browns. Definitely a close call, though. But yeah, I'm not playing Alec Pierce. I'm not forcing Alec Pierce here on Germany time this morning. Good morning, Sam. Should I play Garrett Wilson, DK Metcalf, or Alec Pierce? PPR Sunday morning question. Yeah, how we doing, everyone, on this great Germany time Sunday morning? We got a game kicking off in like 20 minutes. And I feel like I'm telling a lot of people to bench Alec Pierce, who's a pretty boom-bust play. I lean toward Jameson Williams over Alec Pierce earlier in the start sit. I'm definitely playing both Garrett Wilson and DK Metcalf over Alec Pierce. And yeah, I think it's Garrett Wilson. Yeah, Garrett Wilson over DK Metcalf as well. With the weather for Chicago, is Monangai a start over Henderson? Yeah, Brian, good to see you back in the live, man. Weatherman Sam did report on this earlier. And I'll pull it up again because, you know, Weatherman Sam's here all season. And I know there's some start sits. I've already seen them with some of these Giants-Bears players against some of these Falcons-Colts players. In the Falcons-Colts game, I think it's like 40 degrees out. There's an open dome sort of setup here in Germany. But yeah, it's not, you know, nothing to be concerned about weather-wise in this early morning game. The only game I have moderate concern about today is the Giants at Bears game. There's going to be 20-mile-an-hour sustained winds and 30-mile-an-hour wind gusts. There's going to be snow pregame as well. I do think this does make for a pretty interesting overreaction spot for DFS purposes because people are going to see on their TV screens, on their Twitter feeds before this game, oh, it's snowing. First snow game, everyone always overreacts. It's not even supposed to snow in the game. Right now, it is not expected that we will see snow in the game. It's possible. It's probably still going to be a little wet. But the snow is not what I'm concerned about in this game really at all. It's the wind. There is legit wind concern in this game. And I do think that benefits Monangai. And it hurts the receivers. I think Monangai has a very good chance to score today. I actually like his TD odds. But make sure you're getting the best odds, guys. We were looking at this before the live started. And on FanDuel, you were getting plus 140. And on Hard Rock, it was minus 160. I mean, just crazy difference there across the books. But yeah, this is definitely concerning for the deep passing. I honestly think Darius Slayton, among all the players in this game, is probably impacted the worst here, where he really is playing that deep route role. Zach, how we doing in the YouTube live? Guys, shout out to every single one of you on Germany time with me this morning. We've got game kicking off here in 20 minutes, and I am prioritizing the Germany time start sits. We got a lot of Germany time start sits. Can you switch to running back rankings? Yeah, I got you. On the YouTube live, I'll switch to the wide receiver rankings. Judy or Zacchaeus, full PPR. Walter likes Judy, but it's close. Love the Walter Picks update. Thanks, Zach. Yeah, we got a ton of updates coming still as well. But yeah, tons of Walter Picks updates that we released the world's best trade finder a couple of weeks ago. I've been making some consistent improvements to that. We're going to add some tags to the trade finder to make it more clear which trades are, you're trying to fleece people versus what is actually a realistic win-win trade, because that seems to not be clear to everyone. We got a new My Team update out this week. So yeah, I appreciate it, Zach. If you guys haven't tried the WalterPicks app yet, I do not know what you're waiting for. If you guys are watching live on TikTok, let me just show you a quick snapshot of the type of tools you get access to in the WalterPicks app. You got to see it up on screen, of course, on the YouTube live. But everything for fantasy, everything for props. If you're serious about winning fantasy or props, you got to download the app. Use code SAM when you sign up to get a 14-day free trial. I think it's Judy, man. I really think this is a good spot for Jerry Judy this week. And I understand the risk in saying to play Jerry Judy any given week. This has been as bad of a season as it could have possibly been for Jerry Judy. When you really think about how much he has played, I believe before the bye, at least, he was number 1 in routes. Jerry Judy is number 2 among receivers this NFL season in routes run. There's only one receiver that's ran more routes per game than Judy, and it's Jamar Chase. Last year, Jerry Judy led the NFL in routes run. Like, this is a stat I want my receivers at the top of the list in. And still, we have seen almost nothing from Jerry Judy this whole season. He's been over 10 points one time. That came in week 1 against the Bengals. He only has one other game with more than 4 catches, despite, again, being second in the NFL in routes run. In his last game against the Pats, put up a donut, 83% snap share, only 2 targets, 6% target share. Now Cedric Tillman is back. And Cedric Tillman was really leading this team in receiving, at least in the wide receiver room. Before his injuries, Tillman's going to be back in this game. All that being said, the Jets just shipped off Sauce Gardner. They lost their best defensive tackle. Jerry Judy's prop line's at 34.5 this week. I do like that prop. And with the weather in the Bears game, Luther Burden is back for the Bears as well. I still think his role is likely to expand as the season goes on. I think I would go Judy. And I think we do see Judy go over 10 points for the first time today since week 1. The Jets also, so far this season, they played a lot of man coverage, and Judy has done a lot better versus man than versus zone this season. So yeah, I'm in on Judy more than usual this week, and I agree with him over Zacchaeus. It's pretty gross, though, to feel in on Judy. I'm definitely anxious to be this in on Judy based on how the season has gone. All right, this is a good London time question here. Sorry, not London time. We're on Germany time here this morning. I think the same time zone, but we're on Germany time, not London time. And then the NFL's really scaled up these early morning games, by the way. We got Sam Darnold versus Daniel Jones. Let me hop over to the QB ranks here. Daniel Jones ranked as our QB1 in the WalterPicks app last week. That did not go well. He turned the ball over 5 times. He had 3 interceptions and 2 fumbles against the Steelers. Steelers just got constant pressure against Daniel Jones last week. Now he gets the Falcons, who have been one of the better secondaries in the NFL this season. They rank really well against really every position. 6th fewest points allowed to quarterbacks, 7th fewest points allowed to receivers, the fewest points allowed to tight ends. They are a run funnel defense, allowing 174 passing yards per game. That's the fewest in the NFL. Drake May is the only QB to go over 205 passing yards against the Falcons all season. They haven't played the best teams. They did play Josh Allen, but they played Tua, Mac Jones, Mariota, Bryce Young, J.J. McCarthy in his second game. Really only Baker and Tua and Drake May have had good games. Mariota had 17 points as well. So yeah, this one's close, but I like Darnold a lot, honestly, this week. I think Rashid Shaheed fits really well in this offense. I think he's going to have a role immediately. The Arizona Cardinals are not a bad secondary. They actually have one of the better cornerbacks in the league against top receivers, but that's probably not going to matter versus JSN. Dak had 16 points. Daniel Jones, when he played the Arizona Cardinals, he had 23.5. Bryce Young went for 22. Sam Darnold had already played this team. He had 16 points in that game. Definitely a close one. A lot more rushing upside for Daniel Jones. We have his floor higher for that reason, but the ceiling's higher for Sam Darnold. I'm okay going Darnold here over Daniel Jones. Certainly really close. They're both in tier 3 for me. Really, really close. We're prioritizing, guys, the Germany time start sits right now. Put the little Germany flag emoji. If you got a Germany time start sit, I will try to prioritize these ones because they're 15 minutes away. If you don't have a Germany time start sit, I'll get to a ton of start sits, I promise, throughout the whole live. I actually am going to try to break the record so far this season in terms of total start sits answered on the live today. I think I can do better than what I've been doing in the past few lives in terms of start sits answered. Warren or Loveland? And I'll get this comment up on the YouTube live too in a second. Let me go to the tight end ranks here. I'm pretty down on Tyler Warren. I still think I'd play him over Loveland, though. And we were in on Loveland last week. That was one of the biggest hits of the week for me, was Colston Loveland. Absolutely smashed. I mean, a lot of that production came on the last play of the game, just a broken play from the Bengals. But even without that play, he had a top 5 tight end week. Finishes at the tight end 2 last week. His back, Brock Bowers, went absolutely nuts last week after doing almost nothing on Thursday night. This week, 6 for 118 and 2. He played 81% of the snaps, but Cole Kmet was out for most of this game. And Cole Kmet is back in the lineup today. The question is, how much does Cole Kmet actually play after how well Colston Loveland has looked, how good he's played in the last couple of games? You spent a top 12 pick on Colston Loveland. You drafted him over Tyler Warren, who's absolutely smashed this season and looked like the better of the 2 tight ends, at least so far this year. But you start to see a lot of success from Loveland in his 2 games with over an 80% snap share. Do you really want to reduce his role for Cole Kmet? I mean, probably not. I really think Loveland probably sticks in this role or close to this role. It's not a bad matchup here versus the Giants, but there is some scary wind in the game. Probably going to be a bit of a wet game as well. I still wouldn't start him over Tyler Warren. I wouldn't do it. And getting to this question here in the YouTube live, Pittman, Garrett Wilson, Jennings, Monangai, also Otten or Pitts. Yeah, I do. I'm going Otten over Pitts, just slightly. They're both in the same tier for me as well. Both tier 2 guys, just behind George Kittle. I only have 3 tight ends in tier 2. After McBride and Gadsden in tier 1, it's Kittle, Otten, Pitts in tier 2 for me. I played all those guys over Tyler Warren here on this Germany time game. And the Tyler Warren stuff, by the way, guys, really nothing to do with Tyler Warren, everything to do with the matchup here versus the Falcons. I know he doesn't play a super traditional tight end role, but this is one of the best defenses versus tight ends we've seen in the last many years. They're allowing 5 total points per game to tight ends, 2 catches, 22 yards. They've allowed only 1 touchdown to tight ends all season. They haven't played the best tight ends, but still pretty wild how good the Falcons have been versus tight ends this season. So you're starting Garrett Wilson here. You're starting Monangai here. And then it's really Jennings versus Pittman. Yeah, that's Pittman. It's Pittman over Jennings. I do like the ceiling for Jennings today versus the Rams. They are underdogs, 5.5 point underdogs at home versus the Rams today. The Rams' run defense has been really good. They're going to have to throw the ball. I think one of Kittle or Jennings will have a really, really good boom game this week. But I still think Pittman's a better play. Yeah, I'm okay going Pittman there. Put that Germany flag emoji, guys, in if you have a specific question for this Germany time game. Daniel Jones or Trevor Lawrence? We trusting Fanny's hammy. Let me get to this Daniel Jones. Fanny's hammy. I am a little nervous for Harold Fannin with Njoku back and the hamstring. Daniel Jones versus Trevor Lawrence, I do think is Daniel Jones. Yeah, you got to go Daniel Jones. The Texans are the #1 defense versus quarterback so far this season. Pitts or Warren, I'm going Pitts over Warren. Otten or Warren, I'm going Otten over Warren too. Daniel Jones or Dart? Thinking Dart. Yeah, I do think it's Dart also. And the weather is not good for Dart. But the main reason you're starting Dart to begin with is the rushing. This is why Dart continues to rank really well in the WalterPicks App projections. By the way, if I don't get to your start sit or there's other questions you have or research you want to do for fantasy guys, you've got to download the WalterPicks app. It is a free app. I've spent the last 5 years of my life helping personally build this app for all of you. And if you're serious about trying to win your league down the stretch, you've got to download the WalterPicks app. Use code SAM when you sign up. You'll get a 14-day free trial, all the premium features, which are super, super powerful. But Jackson Dart, guys, he has not been under 17.5 points in a single start all season. I mean, that is what an elite floor looks like at QB. And yeah, there's going to be some snow before the game today for the Giants. There's going to be 20-mile-an-hour sustained winds, 30-mile-an-hour wind gusts. That's not great news for any quarterback. But we still have a pretty good rushing ceiling here for Jackson Dart. And Joe Flacco just ripped this Bears defense to shreds last week. I mean, this Bears defense is not good. I think I got to this one already. Pick one flex, Germany question. Downs, Rachaad White, Monangai. Or could go 2 tight ends between Kittle or Gadsden at tight end, then flex the other. What do you think? You cannot play Josh Downs over Rachaad White. You cannot play Josh Downs over Kyle Monangai. Both these running backs are in like multiple tiers, I think, above Josh Downs. And Josh Downs, I do think, has the best spot of all of the Colts receivers, but he's also not playing an every down role. Like, he has the best matchup versus the Falcons compared to Michael Pittman and Alec Pierce, but Michael Pittman and Alec Pierce are still in arguably better roles than Josh Downs. So it really evens out, puts them all pretty bunched together, I'd say, in terms of fantasy projections here in week 10 against the Falcons. And none of them are really in a great matchup. Like, even though Josh Downs' matchup is better than Pittman and Pierce, doesn't mean it's a great one. Meanwhile, Rachaad White, he's got a tough matchup versus the Pats. The Patriots have not allowed a running back over 50 rushing yards in 9 straight games. But Rachaad White's going to have a good receiving role too. Superfan Evan, how we doing? So yeah, I still think Rachaad White's a start, but the Pats have been a really tough matchup. I think I would probably still go White over Monangai, but I'm playing both these guys over Downs like pretty easily. Yeah, I think I'm okay going White over Monangai if it's PPR. I do think Monangai has a better chance at a touchdown than Rachaad White, but the receiving role, the role in general for White, I think is stronger here. And I do want to start Gadsden and Kittle. Let me actually add Kittle to this. Let's do Kittle versus Rachaad White. I think it's still probably White. Yeah, it is. And I'm playing Gadsden over Kittle. I'm not benching Gadsden versus the Steelers. Absolutely not. Daniel Jones or Trev, we got to this one. Pittman, Jennings, or DJ Moore? Pittman versus Jennings. Wow. We got Jennings in tier 4. I got Pittman in tier 4 as well, I think. Yeah. I have Pittman at the top of tier 4, Jennings at the bottom of tier 4 of receivers. I'm going Pittman. I'm going Pittman over Jennings. Prioritizing these Germany time start sits, guys. Shout out to every one of you in the live right now, by the way. Seriously, guys. I look forward to these lives all week long. It is the best day of the week. Love hopping on these lives, talking to every single angle of the slate. If you are just tuning in, if you're watching live on YouTube, guys, smash the like button. Let's get over 100 likes on the live stream right now. We got over 100 people in the YouTube live. Smash the like button. If you're watching live on TikTok, hit the follow button. All right, we got Alec Pierce, Keenan Allen, DJ Moore, Parker Washington. Also, Otten or Loveland. Yeah, I'm fine arguing that Loveland has a higher ceiling than Otten. We saw the ceiling last week. I don't think Otten has that type of ceiling any given week that we saw from Loveland last week. But I do think Otten's situation this week is a decent amount better. The Pats matchup is better. The weather is better. I think the projected role is better. So yeah, I'm going Otten over Loveland still. Alec Pierce. I'm not playing Alec Pierce over Parker Washington. I'm not playing Alec Pierce over DJ Moore. I'm not playing Alec Pierce over Keenan Allen either. Alec Pierce is dead last year, in my opinion, among these 4 receivers. I think Parker Washington's probably first. DJ Moore versus Keenan Allen's a tough call. Without the weather in that Giants game, that Giants-Bears game, again, 30-mile-an-hour wind gust, 20-mile-an-hour sustained wind. It's going to be snowing before the game. So it's going to be a wet game too. But without that weather report, I mean, the Bears passing attack was set up to smash. The Giants secondary is really, really bad right now. Really banged up defense. They're really bad against the run also. I mean, the Giants are definitely a defensive attack in fantasy right now. Keenan Allen's going to, I believe, set the all-time Chargers receptions record in this game. I think he needs 2 catches this week to do that. He's going to pass Antonio Gates, the all-time most catches ever for the Chargers. That'll be a cool moment. Here in week 10, I still think I'd probably go DJ Moore. I think, yeah, over Keenan Allen. All right, any other Germany time games here? This game kicks off in 5 minutes. Goddard or Pitts? Let's hop back over the tight end ranks here. Bannon or Pitts? Yeah, I see some people worry about the Fanny Hammy. The Fanny Hammy in the YouTube live was getting some love. And I definitely understand the concern over the Fanny Hammy. We got Pitts one spot ahead of Goddard. I think I actually have Pitts in a different tier than Goddard, though. I'm pretty sure I have Pitts. Yeah, I got Pitts at the bottom of tier 2. Goddard's at the top of tier 3. I think I agree with this. This is a good matchup for Pitts, guys. Pitts has yet to score a touchdown. This season, he has 1 touchdown. The one game with a touchdown, Pitts, the one game with a touchdown for Pitts this season, top 3 tight end, over 15 points. He's been allergic to the end zone like his whole career, really. But really good matchup here versus the Colts. They're 4th worst against tight ends this season. They're 3rd worst in terms of, I think, catches and yards to tight end. I'm going Pitts over Fannin like pretty easily. And I'm also a little nervous about the Fanny Hammy. I'm with you guys on this. We have Fannin below Njoku this week. Usually it's Fannin above Njoku. We have Fannin below Mark Andrews, who I have as a bench this week, but he's been a touchdown machine. 15.4% touchdown rate this season for Mark Andrews. 2 catches last week, 2 touchdowns. Yeah, I would play Njoku over Fannin. In the Browns, they have a very good matchup versus this Jets defense. The Jets defense was already bad this year. They just lost their 2 best defenders during their bye week. I'd start Juwan Johnson over Fannin. And yeah, I'd start both tight ends in this Germany time game over Fannin. Otten versus Warren versus Andrews. Yeah, we got Otten ahead of Warren, and I agree with it. The matchups are polar opposites here for Otten versus Warren. And I get being nervous to bench Warren. It's very rare. This has got to be the only week all season that I would argue to start Cade Otten over Tyler Warren. But the Falcons are the number 1 defense versus tight ends. Flex downs, Wandale Olave, game in 4 minutes. Yeah, we're in crunch time here in Germany time. And I promise you, we see this every single week. We're going to see people hop on this live stream an hour from now, 30 minutes from now, asking questions about Downs and Pittman and Warren. And they just weren't up on Germany time like us. You know, this is why we get an edge in our leagues. All right, let's go to Downs. Wandale. I think I would probably go Wandale over Downs. And then Olave ranks like oddly low here for us in week 10. Because what is the real chance Olave scores a touchdown here in week 10? Like, there's such low touchdown possibility for this whole Saints offense with Chuck starting at QB. He has looked worse than Spencer Rattler, and it's not like Spencer Rattler looked great. Chris Olave is locked into a 30% target share. We're projecting him for 30% of the Saints targets today as his median projection, and he still projects worse than Wandale Robinson in a windy game. Man, yeah, I'm going Wandale here. I'm going Wandale over Olave. I'm going Wandale over Downs. I don't hate the floor for Olave, but just what is the ceiling on the Saints offense right now? It's just not a huge ceiling. See, any other Germany time start sits here. Algier over Merritt. Wow. Oh, gosh. That is just a disgusting Germany time start sit here on the live. I love the disgusting ones, though, to be fair. I don't think either of those guys are even in the ranks, like the top 40 ranks. Let's see. Let's go to running back. Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt is. Yeah, I'd go Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt. I'd go Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt over Algier in this game. Marv, Etienne, Moore, or Otten sending much love from Africa. Wow, we got people tuning in from Africa, Brazil, Australia, Germany on the Germany time week 10 live stream today, man. Shout out to all of you all across the world, man, tuning into this week 10 live. It is such a great time to be alive, man. We got tons of football on our TV screens coming up in just a minute here. Love these early time games. Marv, Etienne, Moore, or Otten. God, I don't think you can bench Marv, Etienne for Otten. I don't think. Let's see. They actually probably project pretty close. Otten projects better than Marv. He's not going to project better than Etienne. Yeah, it's going to be Etienne. I think I would go Etienne, then Marv, then Otten personally. Again, I'm a little skeptical about the Cardinals offense still. I feel much more skeptical still about the Cardinals offense. I also think I'm more skeptical about Jacoby Brissett just being better than Kyler Murray for the Cardinals. Then it feels like most other people are fully in that camp at this point. I know most of our projections team on the WalterPicks team is pretty in that camp. They played the Cowboys, guys. Like, there's really not much to learn when you play the Cowboys. But yeah, I think I would go ETN, then Marv, then Otten, then DJ Moore. I think that's how I would do it. JMO over Alec Pierce. It's JMO over Alec Pierce. They're in very similar roles. Pierce projects a tiny bit better, but better game environment for JMO. Way better matchup for JMO. And Monungai easily, I'm starting over both these guys. Yeah. All right, that is it, guys, for Germany time. This game kicks off in like 10 seconds. So we're going to wrap the Germany time start sits there. And we're going to head to the game-by-game segment of the live stream. Tons to get through here on the live today. I'm going to move pretty fast through the game-by-game this week because, again, I mentioned it earlier in the live. I'm going to try to break the record this week for the most start sits answered on the live. This week, I think we've already gotten to probably 40 to 50 start sit questions on the live so far. So yeah, lock the lineups in. It's time to lock it in. Hopefully you guys have heard my takes on most of the important players in this game. And we ride on Germany time this morning. All right. Let's get to, I think I'm going to jump to, let's jump to the Jets-Browns game first. Then we'll go to the Pats game next. All right, so the Jets go into Cleveland. No, the Cleveland Browns are going into New York. This game has a 37.5 point over-under. The Jets are 2.5 point underdogs at home. I think the Browns should be favored by more in this game. This is, to me, maybe the worst possible matchup for the Jets across the league. There is some weather in a lot of the games today. I will get to that a bit later. Not this Jets game, though. The Jets are a run-only team. Like, they have not been able to pass all season. The Browns are an elite run defense that generates a ton of pressure on the quarterback, which Justin Fields has not been able to deal with all season. Bless you. Thank you. I think this could be a really ugly one here for the Jets. I do think you got to start Garrett Wilson if you have him. The Browns do play a decent amount of man coverage. That's usually good news for Garrett Wilson. Breece Hall is a really, really tough start sit. The only defense that's been better against running backs this season than the Browns has been the Rams, who I don't think have allowed a single touchdown to running back still this whole season. The best game we've seen at running back against the Browns for fantasy was Jahmyr Gibbs, who scored 17.7 points. That's the ceiling here for Breece Hall, who we saw a really high ceiling for before the bye, had 31 points against the Bengals, but polar opposite matchup here. I think like best case scenario here, he hits this projection at 13.2. That'd be like a good outcome. Best case, he scores a touchdown, gets to 17 points. The receiving role should still be okay, but Isaiah Davis has been playing a real role too. He had 18 points in the last game too. He played 45% of the snaps. Back-to-back weeks with 45, 47% of the snaps for Isaiah Davis. That's not good news for Breece Hall. I think Breece Hall's benched this week, guys. The more I look into this, the more I want to be benching Breece Hall here in week 10. And again, I think there's a real good chance we see Tyrod Taylor come into this game. If it plays out like I expect, this is maybe the worst possible matchup for Justin Fields across the entire NFL. Across all the possible matchups they could have here. I have no faith in the Jets today. And then on the Brown side of this game, I actually have a decent amount of hope for the ceiling here. We have a Jets defense that's already bottom 10 versus running backs this season, and they lost their star defensive tackle, and they lost their star corner. Quinshon Judkins, he was banged up going into their bye. He's fully healthy now, not even on the injury report. And in the positive matchups we've seen for him, that last one against the Dolphins, 26.4 points, scored 3 times. I mean, he's a really high ceiling on the ground in this game. Not a huge receiving role that we've seen from Judkins. He actually, I think, had a larger receiving role than usual in that last game where he didn't do well versus the Pats. Yeah, he did have 3 catches, went for -2 yards on those 3 catches. But yeah, 9% target share. He still only has 1 game over a 10% target share. Not a legit receiving role here for Judkins. The other 2 running backs are better receiving backs. And Njoku is back in this game. Fannin is dealing with a hammy. He was a true questionable, but he is expected to play. It was reported, I think, late last night. I do think there's a real ceiling for the tight ends here too, though. The Jets have not been great versus tight ends this season. They're middle of the pack. Again, they just lost two of their best defenders. Jake Ferguson had 24 points. Evan Ingram and Nate Adkins, they combined for over 20 points. The Seahawks tight ends, so the Bengals tight ends, they went over 12 points. At least one of Njoku or Fan is going over 12 points today. And they could probably combine over 20 points. But the fact that they're both playing just makes them both pretty sketchy starts. They both rank outside the top 15 tight ends because of that. And then Jerry Jeudy. I mentioned in the start sit about him earlier. I forget who I said I was starting Jerry Jeudy over. I like Jerry Jeudy this week. There's no way around it. I'd like Jeudy this week more than I've liked him all season because of the Jets losing Sauce Gardner in the secondary, because the Jets play so much man coverage and Jeudy has been better in man coverage. My fear here, though, is how bad Judy's been all season. He has one game over 10 points. That game came in week 1. Cedric Tillman is also back, and Cedric Tillman was outproducing him in the games that he was in. In that week 1 game where Jeudy had his best game, Cedric Tillman had an even better game. He had a better game in week 2 than Jeudy as well. And then he gets hurt in week 4. We haven't seen him since week 4. So that gives me some concern for Jeudy. But yeah, I do think there's a higher ceiling than usual here for Jeudy. And I will jump to it. He is one of the free player props of the day for me. I do like his receiving line over 34.5. I think he can beat that in a single play in this game versus the Jets today. All right, that's the Browns-Jets game. Do you like the Browns to win this one and cover the 2.5? I like Judkins to score, and I like Judy's receiving line as well. And I think Breece Hall's a bench. Looking at this deeper here on the live, I think Breece Hall's a bench. If you can bench him, I would bench him. I know it's tough with some of the buys here in week 10, but I'm okay benching Breece Hall. All right, let's go to this Patriots game next because I'm very excited about this Pats game. This is one of the games I'll be stacking a decent amount this week. When we get to the DraftKings lineup, you'll see that. Pull up the QB ranks here. We do have Drake May projected the same amount of points as Josh Allen. Just behind him in the ranks is QB2. This is a pretty good matchup here versus the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. There's a possibility of rain showers in this game. Both the games in Miami today, not Miami, in Florida. We got the Bills, Dolphins, and then we got the Pats, Buccaneers. Both those games are in Florida. Both have the potential for rain showers because that's just how Florida works. That's the Florida weather. And it's hard to pin down. So there's a chance there's rain showers. There's a chance there's no rain at all. Yeah, you got to feel really good about Drake May in this spot. The Patriots have won 6 straight games. I believe 6 straight wins for the Pats. Yeah, they lost to the Steelers. Yeah, 6 straight wins. And they're underdogs here in Tampa Bay, which I do think the Pats win this game versus Tampa Bay. Trevion Henderson, I also like him a little bit more than where we have him ranked in the WalterPicks App rankings this week. I don't know how we're benching Trevion Henderson, guys. I really don't. We talk about Trevion Henderson probably more in this live than any other live that you'll find because I was so high on Trevion Henderson before the season. Finally, guys, last week we finally saw it. We saw not even a huge game, not even that many big plays. The thing that I'm most excited about here, though, we finally saw the target share for Trevion Henderson, the target share that I was so excited about heading into the season, 21.4% target share for Hendo last week. First game over a 13.3% target share all season, had 6 targets. He caught 4 of those for 32 yards. Now he gets the Bucs, who have not been good versus running backs. The Patriots have such a beautiful rest of season schedule against running backs. They do not have a single matchup outside the top 12 for running backs the whole rest of the season. And the Bucs have not been good versus running backs this season. The Pats are underdogs. Should have a really good receiving role today. Should lead the backfield in carries too. Terrell Jennings did come in and vulture the touchdown last week, which was rough for fantasy, but 75% snap share. He just stepped into the Mondre role. It was like a Mondre plus role for Trevion Henderson last week, where he had a better receiving role, but the same base carry role. There's no Kayshon Boutte in this game, which is going to be big for Kyle Williams or Mac Hollins. One of Kyle Williams or Mac Hollins is going to smash this week. And it's going to be a huge value, I think, in DFS. There's been a lot of hype around Kyle Williams getting a bigger role. Kyle Williams actually played more snaps last week than Demario Douglas, who had the big game out of the slot last week. Kyle Williams played 45% snap share last week. That was the most of his career, most of his season. And he's probably going to top that here in week 10. Kyle Williams was a rookie I did like, a prospect I did like. We haven't really seen it. I comped him to Darnell Mooney before the season. Still think that comp is like the ceiling here for Kyle Williams, which would be a pretty exciting outcome, I think, for the Pats. So yeah, I'm starting Steph Diggs, though, in this matchup, this game environment. Hunter Henry, he ranks in the back end of the top 10 of the tight end ranks. I don't want to start Demario Douglas, even though he did really well last week. Still not really playing enough. He only played 23% of the snaps. He had 6 targets, 20% target share, but yeah, just not a huge snap share here for Demario Douglas, I think, to trust him. And I'm not shoving Kyle Williams or Matt Collins into my fantasy lineups, but I am shoving them into DFS lineups because they're minimum priced. I think the ownership will be low enough. The ownership is going to be higher for Kyle Williams because that's where the reporting's been. But Matt Collins has a real ceiling too in the Kayshon Boutte role. Drake May said one of the best deep balls in the league. I think the Pats win this game. On the Buccaneers side of this game, they're at home. They're favored by 2.5. Kate Otten is a definite start at tight end. Ranks as tight end 4 this week. I told a bunch of people I'd start him over Tyler Warren and Kyle Pitts in this Germany time game going on right now. The Buccaneers defense is a bit sneaky too. As much as I like Drake May and the Pats offense is allowing, I think, the second most sacks per game in the NFL, and the Bucs are getting a lot of sacks. They have the 6th most sacks per game. So they could get a lot of pressure on Drake May and get some sacks in this game. Rachaad White, there's no Bucky Irving still. It's still unclear when Bucky Irving's even coming back. I've been talking about him as a trade for since he got injured because the schedule for him in the fantasy playoffs is really, really strong. But it's definitely starting to get a little nervous about how serious this Bucky Irving injury is. Sounds like we might not see him till like week 13, week 14. That gets really close to the fantasy playoff territory. Tez Johnson is my favorite sleeper of the week. I do like him as a start here versus the Pats. Emeka Egbuka is going to get a ton of attention. He's had at least 9 points in 4 straight games. There's no Mike Evans. There's no Chris Godwin. He's going to play 70% plus of the snaps in a game that I think could end up being pretty pass heavy. The Pats are a pass funnel defense right now because their run defense is so good. Rachaad White has not been great either on the ground, like more of a receiving back. We'll see how much Sean Tucker mixes in. He did mix in more, I believe, in that last game. Yeah, 10 points. He played 34% of the snaps as most of the season. But yeah, I do like Tez Johnson a decent bit. Ranks as a top 24 wide receiver, solid wide receiver 2 here in week 10. Any starts it specific to those first 2 questions. This is a Bucs question. How good was Gonzalez been this year? I might trade Egbuka depending on how he does against that. Also, May or Goff. The Bucs defense seems scarier than the Commanders. Yeah, the Bucs defense, like I was just saying, they have gotten a lot of sacks this season, the 6th most sacks per game in the NFL. And the Pats, I believe, are allowing the 2nd most sacks per game. I think only behind Cam Ward. Like they're in the bottom 5 in terms of sacks allowed, Pats. But yeah, Christian Gonzalez, he's been good this season. I still think he's one of the top corners in the NFL. He got mossed by Drake London at least once last week. Like basically every corner on the Pats last week got mossed by Drake London at least once. I talked about it earlier before this Germany time game. That was one of the most impressive wide receiver games I've seen all season. Might have been the most. We've seen some impressive wide receiver games. The degree of difficulty on all those catches last week for Drake London was absolutely ridiculous. He scored all 3 of those touchdowns were contested catches, had multiple deep catches that were contested as well. But yeah, Gonzalez is still good. I still think Egbuka is a smash start in this spot, though. He still ranks as wide receiver 6. It's not like it's impossible. This isn't a Pat Surtain situation where you just have to bench guys going up against the corner. Yeah, I would go May over Goff, even with the tougher matchup. There's a much bigger risk, I think, for Goff in that Lions offense to just skew pretty run heavy today against the Commanders. Ladd, Wilson, Waddle, Flowers. Yeah, so I talked about that Jets game. I do like Waddle a decent amount as well. Let me hop over to the wide receiver ranks here. Yeah, it's Ladd. You got to go Ladd here. I think it's Ladd, then Garrett. It's Ladd, then Waddle, then Garrett Wilson. No, Garrett Wilson's, I think, behind Flowers too. Ladd, Waddle, Flowers, Wilson. I think that makes sense. Yeah, I'd go Ladd, then Waddle, then Flowers, then Wilson. I do like Jalen Waddle a decent amount here today as well. Baker Mayfield still startable, by the way, at QB7 in this spot as well. All right, let's get to the next game here. Again, I do think the Pats win this one. Next game here is the Jaguars at the Texans. Last week, when on this live stream, we had like 5 games that were over a 50-point total. Not a single game over a 50-point total this week, other than the Commanders-Lions game. That's it. We've already talked about 2 games under a 40-point total. That Browns-Jets game, and now this Jags-Texans game. Could be a much different environment than we saw last week scoring-wise. Jags are 1.5-point favorites in Houston in this one. Nico Collins ranks as the top 7 wide receiver, definitely on the list of guys. He's at the top of tier 2 for me. I only have 2 players in tier 2 this week, Egbuka and Nico Collins. You could include them in tier 1 if you really wanted to. But that's like kind of the end of the list of the most likely guys to finish as the wide receiver 1 this week. We definitely could see it from Nico. Last week, Nico Collins against the Denver Broncos, 7 catches, 75 yards. I know there's no Pat Surtain. Still a strong secondary like we saw on Thursday night, though. 28% target share. Now he gets a much, much better matchup here versus the Jags. Dalton Schultz still ranks the top 12 tight end as well. He's a pretty good start. Versus the Jags, they rank 2nd worst against tight ends this season. He's had a very consistent role, has Dalton Schultz this season. 6 catches for 77 last week. He now has at least 8 fantasy points in 5 of his last 6 games. At least 5 catches in 5 of his last 6 games. 20% target share last week. He only has 1 game under a 16% target share all season. That's Dalton Schultz. So an interesting start there at tight end. I know he's pretty consistently on the waivers in a bunch of leagues. Woody Marks, already saw some start sits with Woody Marks, and we've talked about it on this live. Woody Marks is a game script dependent running back. You want the Texans to be trailing or in close games for Woody Marks to have the best role possible because he's splitting the carries with Nick Chubb, but he is the primary receiving back on this team. He's got 12 targets over his last 3 games. And they are underdogs in this game. Coming off a 2.7-point game against the Broncos after back-to-back games over 12 points. So yeah, Woody Marks is in like running back 3 territory, back-end running back 2 with the buys. I would prefer to bench him if I could, but I think this game environment should bode well compared to other game environments for him. Davis Mills is going to be starting for Stroud in this game too. Stroud out with a concussion, got absolutely nailed in this game last week. And it's a good matchup here against the Jags. Still think Nico projects well. I think that's the only reason Nico's not in tier 1 here, because Stroud is out. I think this is probably why the Texans are underdogs in this game as well. But yeah, we saw Davis Mills come in. He played the Broncos. He did not look good, but it was the Broncos. This is a much easier matchup. I think we could see Davis Mills be serviceable in a backup role today. Nick Chubb's a bench. Christian Kirk's a bench. All these other receivers really need to be benched. On the Jaguar side of the game, I talked about Parker Washington already. He's a pretty good start. Show defenses. Yeah, I got you the defenses. Pull up the defenses on the YouTube live too. Don't think I pulled those up yet. Pretty tough defensive week actually for fantasy. Not a ton of smash starts, but definitely some defenses I like more than others. The Jaguars defense is certainly one of the defenses you can play against Davis Mills. This game does have a low projected over-under. Travis Etienne is the start this week, coming off his highest carry total, I believe, of the season. Yeah, 22 carries is most of the season last week. Against the Raiders, finishes a top 12 running back. Tougher matchup today. But if he's going to get this type of usage, he's a start, especially in a week with a bunch of buys. Trevor Lawrence, not a guy I feel great starting. Texans ranked number 1 against quarterbacks this season. There's no Brian Thomas Jr. in this game. There's no Travis Hunter in this game. They're allowing 12.5 points per game to QBs. Bo Nix did go 19.5. Mac Jones did have 19. Baker Mayfield hit 20. The other quarterbacks they played did not do great. Trevor Lawrence played this team in week 3. He had 8.8 points, not a single touchdown. Completed just 50% of his passes for 5.6 yards per attempt. And so far this season, the Texans allowing only 6.1 yards per attempt to quarterbacks. That's second lowest in the NFL. I do think Parker Washington's a play, though, just based on the role he had last week. I don't think Jacoby Myers is realistically going to have like a super legit role in this game. In his first game, like a half a week that he had to prepare here. They said Parker Washington's going to be playing the slot. And in the slot, mostly last week, 27% target share, 9 targets for Parker Washington. We know the Texans are also better against the outside receivers than the slot receivers. So yeah, I'm pretty in on Parker Washington's floor. I don't know what the real ceiling here is in this game against the Texans. Everyone else really should be benched here for the Jags. Benching Jacoby Myers, De'Ami Brown, Bashal Tutin. Johnny Munt is going to start at tight end again. Hopefully Brenton Strange comes back soon. Pretty ugly game here. Jags and Texans. Not a ton of guys I want to be starting in this game outside of Nico and ETN. All right, this next game should be a little bit more fun here versus the Bills and the Dolphins. This game actually does have a 50-point over-under, so 2 games with a 50-point over-under. There's just no world where the Dolphins defense can stop the Bills offense today. Just absolutely no world. The Dolphins defense has stopped basically nobody all season. We just saw Lamar Jackson kind of walk down the field versus the Dolphins last week. He threw 4 touchdowns. He had, I think, as many touchdowns as incompletions against the Dolphins last week. Their run defense has also been atrocious. This is one of the best run offenses in the NFL. James Cook is not going to be stopped here in week 10. James Cook had a really good argument to be right up there with Jonathan Taylor, McCaffrey, and Bijan in the ranks this week. I put him right there in tier 1 with those 3 guys here in week 10. Hard to see him going under 15 points in this game. He's definitely a guy I want to pay up for on DraftKings this week. He only had 13.5 points versus the Chiefs, but saw 76% snap share, his highest of the season. 77% rush share, his highest of the season. He had 27 carries versus the Chiefs. Guys, if we see James Cook go over 20 carries in this game, he is going over 20 points in this game. Probably going to score multiple times in this game. James Cook right now leads the entire NFL in rushing yards per game. He could really, really smash in this spot. He's actually the only running back heading into week 10 averaging more than 100 rushing yards per game. Wow. Jonathan Taylor's right there at 99.4. After this game against the Falcons, I bet he's over 100 again. But yeah, I feel pretty good about James Cook in this spot. I mean, he would be a running back 1 rank if there wasn't such other elite running backs in the league right now with JT, McCaffrey, and Bijan. But he's a tier above even Rico, Barry Sanders, Dowdle here in week 10. Dalton Kincaid is also a guy with a really high ceiling here in week 10. I've been pretty anti-Dalton Kincaid this season because when you look at his peripheral numbers, he's not even playing half the snaps. He played 35% of the snaps last week. Like Dawson Knox is playing a ton. His target share, not even in the top 15 among tight ends. But man, he's been so efficient and he's getting really valuable targets down the field. He ranks number 1 among tight ends in target per route run rate. He's like the Steph Diggs of tight ends right now, where he's not playing a ton, but when he's out there, man, they're really getting the most out of him. More targets per route run than Trey McBride, Jake Ferguson, Brock Bowers. He's got the second most air yard share among tight ends. He leads all tight ends in yards per route run. There's no tight end more efficient on a route run basis than Dalton Kincaid. He was smashing Tucker Kraft before Kraft got hurt. I mean, no one's even in the same ballpark as Kincaid in terms of tight end efficiency. He's 6th in yards after the catch per game. Again, despite his volume, he's only 3.9 catches per game. He ranks 18th in catches per game, but 6th in fantasy points per game. It's just the efficiency. And the efficiency should not slow down for Kincaid here against the Dolphins. We just saw the Dolphins allow 3 different tight ends to score. 3 tight end touchdowns. There's Andrew scored twice. I think Collier scored once. They allowed, 37 points to tight ends on Thursday night, the Dolphins did. They allowed 15 points to Pitts the week before that. They're allowing 17 points per game to tight ends, the Miami Dolphins. If this game is at all close, Kincaid should smash. Definitely has a really high ceiling. His efficiency is off the charts. If Kincaid could just get a larger snap share, like if Dawson Knox would have missed any time, suddenly Kincaid could legit win leagues. Clear Shakir, the Dolphins technically rank number 1 versus receivers in terms of fantasy points per game allowed. I still think Shakir is an okay guy to start. It's mostly because they've been so bad against tight ends, the Dolphins, and just so bad against running backs. Zay Flowers only had 11 points. Bateman had 9 last week. McConkey went for 23. We haven't seen many big receiver games versus the Dolphins. They're allowing the fewest catches and the fewest yards, and that's what happens when you just don't need to throw much against the Dolphins, and the tight ends are running wide open all game. So not a great matchup here for Shakir. None of these other receivers could possibly be started. And I would not be surprised to see one of these backup running backs, Ty Johnson or Ray Davis, score and have a role in this game, especially in the fourth quarter. This game is an 8.5-point spread. I think the Bills cover that. Again, there's just not really a world where the Bills offense is stopped in this game. Very, very few worlds that we're living in a few hours from now where the Bills offense is getting stopped by this Dolphins defense. It's just almost impossible to see. And on the Dolphins side of this game, I like Waddle in this game. I think Waddle is one of my favorite spots of the week. Achane is right behind those elite running backs we were talking about. He's not in that James Cook tier, but he's right behind it. Just only ranks behind Dowdle. He goes James Cook, Dowdle, then Achane in the ranks. The Bills have not been great for running backs this season. He ranks as running back 6. Jalen Waddle ranks as a top 12 wide receiver this week, though. I still think Jalen Waddle is one of the most underrated fantasy assets across the board at wide receiver. I've been arguing we should be trading for Jalen Waddle for multiple weeks now, really since that Tyreek injury. It seems clear that Mike McDaniel's not going to get fired. The Dolphins do not have another QB option over Tua. And that Jalen Waddle is in for this massive target share every single week with no Tyreek and no Darren Waller. We've seen one game under a 22% target share for Waddle since Tyreek went down. He had 9 targets last week. He's had at least 14 points in 4 of his last 5 games, been over 80 yards in 4 of his last 5 games. And now he gets the Buffalo Bills. The Bills have injuries in the secondary, and they're going to be winning in this game. Like, the Dolphins are going to have to throw. It's going to be a ton of Achane, a ton of Waddle. No one else could possibly be started in this game. Greg Dulcich actually played pretty well for the Dolphins last week, but he's well off the radar. Malik Washington, not a guy I want to be starting. But yeah, Waddle and Achane, I do want to start. Yeah, Ted McMillan is expected to play. And Tyler Algier rolls a touchdown away from Bijan. Falcons go up 7-0, I believe, there. Or the Colts scored 2. 7-6. They missed the extra point, the Colts. JT did score, though. All right, that's the Dolphins-Bills game. I feel like this is the clear survivor pick of the week if you still have the Bills. I actually rode with the Broncos in my survivor pool. I'm 10 for 10, guys, in my survivor pool. I'm still alive. Unfortunately, my last 2 picks have been on Thursday night, so I haven't got to share them on the Sunday Morning Live, my official survival pool pick of the week. But yeah, this is certainly one of the spots to consider if you still have the Bills. There's almost no world where they lose to the Dolphins today. All right, let's get to the next game here. We got the Giants and the Bears. And Weatherman Sam already reported on it, but we're going to pull it up again. Let me actually just refresh to the weather report, make sure it hasn't changed. Pull up this report here. The worst weather game of the day is the Giants and the Bears game. This game has the worst weather of the day. It's not like a catastrophic, horrible situation weather-wise, but it is noteworthy. I have moderate concern. The sustained winds in this game are going to be around 20 miles an hour. The wind gusts are going to be around 30 miles an hour in this game. It's probably going to snow before the game. There's going to be some rain-snow combination before the game. It's not expected to rain or snow during the game, though. So it might be a little wet from the pregame conditions, but it's not like it's going to be, a snow shower plus this wind. It's going to be wind and a little bit wet before the game. So moderate concern. It's not like they won't be able to throw, though, at all in this game. Like, we don't need to absolutely bench every player in this game. I do think Darius Slayton specifically probably gets hurt the worst from this. Makes it a little tougher to throw the deep ball with 20-mile-an-hour sustained winds and 30-mile-an-hour wind gusts. I think Monungai benefits a bit here as well if the Giants and Bears both skew a little bit more run-heavy here. And the Giants, guys, their defense is horrible. They have one of the worst defenses in the league. It's a defense to attack for fantasy every single week. both in the pass and run game. Their secondary is really weak right now, multiple injuries in the secondary, but they've also been one of the worst defenses against the run all season. Like, let me pull up the matchup tab here. If you're watching live on YouTube, if you're watching live on TikTok, guys, I'm telling you, come to the YouTube live. It's a better viewing experience. Link is right in the TikTok bio. We're about to look at all the running backs that have played against the Giants this season on the YouTube live. It's just something I can't show on the TikTok live because I can't share my screen. Link is right in the TikTok bio. So the Giants, they're allowing the second most points per game to running backs all season. They're allowing the second most rushing yards per game to running backs all season. 121 rushing yards allowed per game, 27.3 fantasy points per game allowed by the Giants. But when you look at the efficiency, they are they're allowing the highest efficiency to running backs all year. 5.9 yards per carry to running backs this season. I mean, running backs are just smashing the Giants like every game. Ja'Cory Cross-Kamara, 8.2 in week 1. Javonte Williams, 5.4 in week 2. In week 3, Isaiah Pacheco had one of his most efficient games at 4.5. Marion Hampton averaged 10.7 yards per carry against the Giants in week 4. In week 5, Kendre Miller averaged 4.1 yards per carry. In week 6, Saquon went for 4.8. In week 7, J.K. Dobbins, 5.8. Saquon went for 10.7 in week 8. McCaffrey only had 3.8 in week 9. Brian Robinson did go for 10.6 yards per carry last week, though. I mean, Monangai, we have projected for 6.1 yards per carry here against the Giants. We're projecting this to be a pretty even split. Monangai earned more work last week with how well he played, even though Swift is back. The Bears are favored in this game as well. They're 4.5-point favorites at home here. Yeah, it's hard not to be very excited about Monangai in this spot. I'm not quite as excited as I was last week, and it really unlucky, honestly, for Monangai to not score last week. He had 176 rushing yards plus 22 receiving yards. Almost 200 all-purpose yards and didn't score. And it was Britton Brown, who we talked about in this live stream, that ended up scoring. But still finishes the running back 3 in the week. We were very in on that. Definitely has a really good ceiling again. I think Monangai gets in the end zone today. I do really like his chances to score and to be the goal line back for the Bears. I think he's a better goal line back than Swift. Swift is the better receiving back, but Monangai's the better short yardage back and maybe the better big play back as well. And Alec Pierce mosses in the end zone. Despite the tough matchup, Pierce TD. Hopefully, I didn't tell too many of you to bench Alec Pierce here against the Falcons. Man, he's been absolutely crushing in this role for the Colts. One of the most underrated receivers in the NFL right now is Alec Pierce. Man, pretty fun game here so far in Germany. 14, or I think they only had 6, so it's going to be 13-7. Maybe they'll go for 2. Big touchdown there for Alec Pierce. Do I finally trust Henderson over Etienne? I would. I think we have Etienne ranked ahead of Henderson. I would go Henderson over Etienne. I'm really not benching Henderson today. Really good matchup for him. I'm seeing May versus Stafford in the chat. I already talked about the pass game. I'm going May. Monangai, Walker, or DJ Moore? It's Monangai. Yeah, it's Monangai here. Feels like a great day for football. It is a fantastic day for football, man. It is a great Week 10 morning. We're on Germany time this morning. Already an exciting game going on between the Colts and the Falcons. But yeah, I'm trusting Henderson. Yeah, Pierce touchdown. Alec Pierce had a huge touchdown in that game. I think that was his second catch there as well. Alec Pierce is up to 2 catches, 47 yards, and a touchdown. He's having 23.5 yards per catch. Jonathan Taylor well on his way to smash his props as well. He's already got 39 yards and a touchdown. Daniel Jones only 6 pass attempts, so that's not bad for the 32.5 pass attempts line either, especially with the lead. Pretty good start here for the 3 props I liked the most in that game. Monangai or Tet? I think it's Monangai over Tet. Yeah, I think I'd go Monangai over Tet there too. Monangai or Derrick Henry? This one just got to be Derrick Henry. Yeah, I'm not going Monangai over Derrick Henry. Go back over to the running back ranks here. Shout out to every single one of you in this live stream right now. We're going to have Samps come on the live again a bit later to get to some more start sits. Here's some of his takes for the week. If you are just tuning in, smash the like button. If you're watching live on YouTube, let's get this over 100 likes Takes 2 seconds, helps out way more than you could possibly realize. Seriously, appreciate it. If you're watching live on TikTok, guys, smash the follow button. There's a like button on TikTok too. Judkins versus Monangai. I'm going Judkins there. Yo, can you show QBs? Yo, I got you. I will show the quarterbacks here. Let me pull the QBs on both lives as we go to the Giants side of this Bears game. So we talked about the Bears side of the game. We talked about Monangai. He's a start. Colston Loveland has a good ceiling in this game. I do think he maintains the role from last week and the week before. Even with Cole Kmet back, he's startable here. Even with the weather, Caleb Williams projects as a top 10 QB. I would play Stafford, Baker, Jalen Hurts, start Herbert, Lamar, and May over him, but you can start Caleb this week. I don't feel great about Swift, but he has a great matchup versus the Giants here too. He's startable. Adunze, I'm not panicked on Adunze. It is honestly impressive that Rome Adunze scored 0 points last week in a game with so many points scored. And there was like 80 total points scored in this game, and Adunze puts up a donut. He now has under 6 points in 3 of his last 4 games after smashing the first month of the season. But guys, Adunze is still in a pretty good role. The target share wasn't great, but he's playing every single snap. I still think Adunze is a top 20 wide receiver for fantasy. He ranks as wide receiver 24 here in our projections this week. I'm starting Adunze against the Giants, even with the weather. DJ Moore had a bigger role last week. Had his best game of the season, 23 points, wide receiver 4 on the week. He scored a rushing touchdown, I believe, in this game. I think he had multiple carries in this game. No, just 1 carry, scored on it. He's leading all wide receivers in carries per game, 1/2 carry per game. But good matchup for him. He definitely still has a high ceiling. Luther Burden's going to be back in this game. Cole Kmet's going to be back in this game. That definitely muddies things up a bit for the Bears. I don't really want to start Zacchaeus because Luther Burden is back. Definitely going to see some Bears in the start sit questions. You guys have some Bears start sit, send them in the chat now. Aaron Jones is playing. Yep. Monangai or ETN? Oh, God, that's a tough call. I think I would go ETN over Monangai. Let's check that one. Yeah, ETN projects a tiny bit better than Monangai. It's definitely a really close call. I think Monangai probably has the better chance at a touchdown. But ETN projects for way more playing time. Are you playing Jackson Dart over Drake May? No, I'm not playing Jackson Dart over Drake May. On the Giants side of this game, Jackson Dart is a good start. He ranks as QB5. He's the first QB in my tier 2 of the quarterbacks, only behind Herbert, Lamar, Drake May, and Josh Allen. The rushing is good. The weather is not good for Jackson Dart. Again, I'm moderately concerned about the weather. 20-mile-an-hour sustained winds, 30-mile-an-hour wind gusts. It's going to be snowy and rainy before the game, but not during the game. It's not full panic mode here, passing-wise. And the reason you're starting Jackson Dart is for the run game anyways. He has a rushing touchdown in 4 straight games. 5 of his 6 starts, he has scored a rushing touchdown. He has at least 50 rushing yards in 4 of his 6 starts. And he's been throwing pretty effectively too, and the Bears defense is not good. It's one of the worst defenses in the league. They're ranking bottom 6 for quarterbacks this season. Joe Flacco just tore them to shreds last week. The only reason Jackson Dart isn't in tier 1 this week is the weather. Otherwise, he'd be in tier 1. But yeah, again, I'm not like full panicked. Just moderate concern, moderate bump down to the pass volume here in this game. But you're not playing Jackson Dart for the passing anyways. You're playing him for the rushing. A lot of Monangai questions. Monangai, White, or Jones? Yeah, I don't know how you start Monangai over Rashad White. I think I would go Rashad White over Monangai. I play Monangai over Aaron Jones, though. I don't think Wandale's like a must bench. I think the weather report hurts Slayton much more than Wandale. If anything, more targets could be funneled to Wandale over Slayton because the deep passing will be tougher. I think the floor for Wandale continues to be pretty good. And we've seen ceiling outcomes for Wandale too. He had 11 targets last week, 34% target share. Now he gets an even better matchup versus the Bears. I'm okay starting Wandale here. Ranks as a top 30 wide receiver. Let me hop over to the wide receiver ranks. I would play Dart over Caleb Williams. Both are pretty good starts this week, though. And yeah, I want to be in on Slayton in this matchup. I think his role has continued to be pretty underrated. He did have a pretty good game last week, first game over 10 points. I think we called that out in the live. Didn't end up getting in the end zone, but he's got back-to-back games over 20% target share. But yeah, this weather report probably hurts him the most of any player in this game. Devin Singletary played like an annoying amount last week. He had more work than Tyrone Tracy. Tracy started, though. I still think we kind of have to expect Tracy to be better, but the fact that they're splitting this backfield is rough. Makes them both pretty sketchy starts. I don't want to start Singletary, and Tracy's a pretty rough start. He projects under 10 points now with how much Singletary is playing. And it's a good matchup for him against the Bears here, too. I do think the Bears win this one against the Giants, and I do think we see Monunga get in the end zone. Aaron Jones is expected to play. Just got that report. Henderson or Monunga? It's Henderson. It's got to be Henderson over Monunga. Guys, I'm starting Henderson this week. I think we have Henderson just behind, 2 spots ahead of Monunga in the ranks. I'm a little higher than Henderson than we have in the WalterPicks ranks too. I already talked about that Pats game, but I really don't know how we bench Henderson, guys, here in week 10. After what we saw last week, he was in a Ramondre plus role. He saw the same rushing role that we saw from Ramondre, the same playing time role that we saw from Ramondre, but a bigger receiving role. This was the whole reason I was in on Henderson before the season was the target share. And he had a 21.4% target share last week. We could easily see a 20% plus target share again this week. We're projecting 15% target share. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers have not been good versus running backs this season. They're allowing the 4th most or 3rd most catches per game. I think this is the 4th most catches per game, the most receiving yards per game to running backs this season. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers. This is a really good receiving spot for Henderson. Should have a big rushing role too. I know Terrell Jennings stole the touchdown last week, but to me, the floor-ceiling combo for Henderson this week is really, really tough to bench. I'm playing him over Monunga. I'm playing him personally, I think, over some of the guys we have ranked ahead of him, ETN, Jalen Warren, Kyron Williams. I know I accidentally put Genty there in the ranks. I would have played him over Genty. Rashad White versus Henderson's close. I honestly would be fine going Henderson over Rashad White too. I probably would cut him off there, though. I'd put him at the top of tier 3 instead of the bottom tier 3. And I played Quinshon Judkins, Saquon, Henry Gibbs, all those types of guys over Henderson. But yeah, I really want to start Henderson this week. Would you drop Kenneth Walker from Monunga? Bye week's hurting me, LOL. Yeah, this is a tough call, man. Oh, God, this is a really tough call, honestly. Kenneth Walker is really not going to be able to win leagues unless Sharp goes down. Can Monunga really win leagues, though, unless Swift misses time? He does project much better this week. If you need to win this week, I'm fine doing it. I'm fine ripping it. I do think he's a better play this week. Tracy or Sharp? Walter's optimal lineup says Sharp. Does Tracy bounce back this week? I do think Tracy has a good chance to bounce back this week. I would play Tracy over Singletary. I don't think we see Singletary play as much this week as he played last week. You're really banking on a touchdown from Sharp, which we have seen. He is the goal line back for the Seahawks team. But when he doesn't score, he's going under 10. Every single week, if he hadn't scored, he went under 10. Doesn't have a game with more than 50 rushing yards. I think the ceiling, I would argue, honestly, is higher for Tracy given the matchup. I'm okay going Tracy if you want the ceiling. I am playing Monunga over Swift. Yeah, I think Monunga is the better short yardage back, more likely to score. Breece Hall, Monunga, Marvin Harrison, or Tracy in a standard league. Yeah, these first 2 guys. In a standard league, I think I'd go Breece and Monunga. I'm scared for Breece against the Browns. I still would play him over Tracy, though. In a non-PPR league, you got to go to the running backs. Diggs over Adunze. Oh, God, this is close. Let's go to the wide receiver ranks here. I think I have Diggs, over Adunze. I'm fine with it. The Pats are underdogs in this game. The weather in the Bears game is also maybe not great for Adunze. I do think Adunze bounces back. But I think this is a pretty good game environment here for Diggs. There's no Kayshon Boutte in the game, too. Yeah, I think I said ETN over Monunga here. I do think Monunga has a better chance at a touchdown, but ETN's a better chance, just a better roll. Both the running back ranks here again. All right, on to the next game. That was the Bears-Giants game. I do think the Bears win this one. I do think Monangai scores. I do like Monangai this week. I'm okay going him over ETN if you feel confident in the touchdown like me. But Swift is back in the lineup, and ETN is coming off his most carries of the season. Tougher matchup, though, for ETN. The Giants, again, are like the most yards per carry to running backs this season. Monangai, we're projecting for 6.1 yards per carry today. He should be really efficient here versus the Giants. Next game here is the Ravens versus the Vikings. Lamar is back. This team is fun to watch again, the Baltimore Ravens. Their defense is getting healthier as well. They are favored in this game by a decent amount. In Minnesota, they're 4.5-point favorites here. Every week, the season's kind of on the line for the Ravens right now. They have to put together a bunch of wins in a row to get back into the playoff picture. Lamar projects as QB3 this week, but he's right up there in tier 1 with Drake May, Josh Allen, Justin Herbert. Could easily be QB1 on the week. He threw 4 touchdowns last week, and I think only 5 incompletions. Tougher matchup here against the Vikings. We've seen now 4 full games. We've seen 4 full games from Lamar Jackson this season. He went 29, 26, 27, 25 points. He does not have a full game under 25 fantasy points this entire season. He has at least 2 passing touchdowns in all 4 of those games. He has at least 3 passing touchdowns in 3 of those 4 games. I feel like Lamar Jackson, because we haven't seen him a ton this season, he's like in the distant part of people's minds still a little bit. Lamar Jackson still could easily be the best quarterback in the NFL. He has the most fantasy points per game among quarterbacks right now. And that includes a game where he only played 70% of the snaps and only had 12 points against the Chiefs. Now he gets the Vikings, and a game that's projected to be somewhat close, and a game they need to win. Lamar Jackson, I'm not sure there's a QB I want more in fantasy rest of the season than Lamar right now, where they just need to win every single week. There's no holding back for Lamar at this point. He didn't run a ton last week, but he still was throwing really effectively. He's still one of the better passers in the league as well. The Vikings have been getting kind of cooked passing-wise over the last month. Jared Goff was at 7.7 yards per attempt, 9.1 for Herbert, 14.2 for Jalen Hurts. I do want to play Lamar in DFS this week. I'm either playing Drake May or Lamar in my DFS lineups this week. Like almost all of them will be a Lamar stack or a Drake May stack. I think there's a lot of different ways to stack these guys. Both guys have the potential to score on the ground. Both guys have really big passing potential too. I do really like this spot for Lamar this week. Derrick Henry's a top 10 running back, even in a tougher matchup this week against the Vikings. Zay Flowers, a top 15 wide receiver, have to be starting Zay Flowers. Isaiah likely continues to play ahead of Mark Andrews. Snap percentage-wise, 59% of the snaps last week. What was Andrews at? I think he was under 50. Right at 50%. Likely has ran more routes than Andrews over the last 3 games, but Andrews just continues to score. Likely has not scored yet this season. Two catches, 2 touchdowns for Andrews last week, 17 fantasy points. Pull up the tight end ranks here. With both these guys playing, it's tough to trust either of them, but in DFS, I do think stacking one of these guys with Lamar does make a lot of sense. I think I have Andrews on my bench list because he's running less routes than likely, and he's so touchdown dependent. None of these other Ravens can really possibly be started. On the Viking side of this game, JJ McCarthy was better than I think people expected last week. Finished with 20 fantasy points. He still wasn't a good game, though, really, from McCarthy. I think it looked better fantasy-wise than it was in real life. 56% completion percentage. That's not good. 5.7 yards per attempt. That's not good either. That was actually his worst yards per attempt in the game this season. Now he gets the Ravens. Justin Jefferson, still a top 5 receiver. Yeah, I don't want to start JJ McCarthy really in any setting. I don't think he's a good DFS play this week as well. I know some people are thinking about him in DFS. He is a really cheap play, but him and Jefferson and Addison, I still want to start. Aaron Jones is back. He instantly ranks ahead of Jordan Mason. Aaron Jones was dropped in some of the leagues I was in. I don't get why he was dropped. He's actually had a pretty good receiving role. We haven't seen him play many games this season, but they have the Cowboys in week 15 and the Giants in week 16. You want Vikings players on your fantasy teams right now for that. Jefferson's a must start. Addison, I think, is a good start. Jones is an interesting flex play. Hawkinson ranks as tight end 12 on the week. I'd rather not start Hawkinson if I don't need to. 2 catches, 11 yards last week, did score. He's got 4 catches over his last 2 games. He's got a pretty good schedule rest of season too, but tough to trust him a ton right now. Prater or Loop today? Yeah, I think I'd probably lean. God, I'd probably lean Prater over Loop. Another big catch there from Alec Pierce. He's balling right now. You can see why the Colts had no problem getting rid of Adonai Mitchell. Will the Thrill is our kicker one here on the week against the Ravens. I do think the Ravens win this one. I think Lamar has another huge game, continues to rank as the QB1 in fantasy. All right, going from a pretty exciting game there between the Ravens and the Vikings to a much, much more exciting game here between the Saints and the Panthers. The top projected play here for the Saints is Juwan Johnson, at least in terms of the positional ranks. I do think Juwan Johnson, there's no Rashid Shaheed now on this team. Rashid Shaheed traded to the Seahawks right ahead of the deadline. I like that trade for the Seahawks, at least in terms of the fit. I think they gave up a lot in NFL compensation terms. I think it was like a third round, equivalent to a third round pick, I believe is what I saw. I don't think it was a third round pick. It was multiple picks that are equivalent to the value of a third, I think. For, a 1 year rental. They'll probably extend Shaheed though. But yeah, there's going to have to be target share that goes elsewhere on this team now. Shaheed was, I think, right around a 20% target share on this team. A lot of that will go to Olave. Some of that's going to go to Juwan Johnson. Then there's going to be some other receivers that step up, but these receivers are not of the same caliber as Rashid Shaheed. They're not going to command the same target share as Shaheed commanded. Brandon Cooks and Devon Bailey and Mason Tipton. These are the next guys up here for the Saints, who also have Tyler Shuck at quarterback. He's played terrible. The Panthers have also been pretty good against the pass, much better against the pass than against the run. Shuck's at 5.4 yards per attempt. He actually played okay against the Rams last week, but still only had 176 passing yards. I think he did, have an interception and only one sack. Olave is going to continue to be a PPR scam. He ranks a little low this week, given the matchup against the Panthers is not great. And Alvin Kamara is completely unstartable right now. He's questionable again. He's going to play. Alvin Kamara, looking at these running back ranks, guys, Alvin Kamara is ranking below Devin Singletary here in week 10. I mean, man, it's been sad, honestly, to see such a steep drop-off for Kamara at age 30 season here. You got to think this is the last season for Kamara. Maybe he gets it going with a good schedule here, but I mean, the efficiency's been so bad. 3.6 yards per carry. He's at 56th in the NFL among running backs in yards per carry. And he hasn't been better receiving either. 5.4 yards per reception. That's 44th among running backs. So yeah, Chris Olave, Juwan Johnson, these guys can be started in some leagues. In a lot of spots, I think they're actually pretty underrated. Otherwise, you can't start anyone on this team. Now, on the Panthers side of this game, we got to talk about Rico Barry Sanders down. Got to talk about Rico Dowdle is averaging 173 rushing yards per game and 204 total yards per game in the 3 games that he has started this season. This is the most we've ever seen in a season by any player to make at least 3 starts since at least 1970. I mean, 173 rushing yards per game. It's a super small sample size and only 3 starts. But I mean, he is legit playing like Barry Sanders. 28 points last week against the Green Bay Packers, 103 rushing yards, 2 TDs. Now he gets the Saints, Falcons, 49ers, 3 pretty good matchups. We have him projected for over 100 rushing yards in the WalterPicks app today against the Saints. The Panthers are favored in this game. The Saints have not been great against the run. Rico Dowdle ranks as running back 5, ahead of Devon Achane and Josh Jacobs and Jahmyr Gibbs and Derrick Henry. They're all in the same tier. Saquon, he's ahead of Saquon and Quinshon Judkins. It's just like impossible to bench Rico Dowdle right now, especially given the matchup. It's hard for me to wrap my head around, honestly. Like, this is a mid running back. He barely got signed for anything this offseason. He was at a below average running back in the NFL last year for the Cowboys, and suddenly he's turned into Barry Sanders at age 27. But yeah, there's really just no benching Rico Dowdle right now. I don't know how you possibly bench him. The Carolina Panthers are a sneaky defense this week. I would be starting them in a bunch of leagues. I am starting them here versus the Saints against one of the worst quarterback teams in the league. I saw some Ted McMillan questions in the chat already. We already talked through some of them. He's likely playing. I do think this is kind of an underrated spot for Ted. The problem is, what's the pass volume going to be on this team? If they're favored by 5.5, probably going to be the game they're favored the most all season. And Rico Dowdle's playing like Barry Sanders. It's hard to expect them to pass a ton. He's been over a 30% target share in back-to-back games now, Ted. But a 31.6% target share last week, that only meant 6 targets. Like, they didn't throw. Against the Packers, they didn't need to. It could be the same thing against the Saints. So that's the floor case for Ted. But the ceiling case is the Saints play a ton of man coverage. Top 3 in the NFL in man coverage rate. Ted has cooked man coverage this season. So I do think there is a sneaky ceiling here for Ted as well. Breece Hall or David Montgomery? Man, I already talked about that Breece game, but I would not knock you for going Monty there. I think Breece is benched after talking through that one. All right, that's that Panthers-Saints game. You're starting Tet in most spots. You're benching basically everyone else. You're starting Dowdle and Tet. You're benching everyone else in this game. I like the Panthers defense as well. I like the Panthers to win in this spot at home as well. All right, we got just a few games left here. Seahawks, Cardinals, Commanders, Lions, 49ers, Rams, Chargers, Steelers, and then we get the Packers, Eagles. The Seahawks versus Cardinals, I already mentioned it multiple times in the live already. By the way, guys, if you're watching live on YouTube, smash the like button. We got over 100 of you in here. Let's get over 100 likes on the live. I think we're almost there. If you're watching live on TikTok, hit the follow button. Do appreciate it. We are almost through all the games. I've already answered a bunch of start sits from the Germany time game. I've been sprinkling in some start sits for the games that I'm on in a given moment. But I will get to a ton of start sits here coming up momentarily. Shakir or Tet in half PPR. Walter is lower on Tet this week. Yeah, I'm okay going Tet over Shakir. And yeah, we're low on Tet in the ranks because of the projected pass volume. But I still think the ceiling's probably higher for Tet than Shakir. In the matchup, I mean, the pass volume for the Bills might be really low too. There's a reason the Dolphins are allowing the fewest points per game to receivers this season. And it's not because their secondary is elite. It's because they just have such low pass volume against them. All right, on to the Cardinals-Seahawks games. Yes, I already alluded to it a few times, but consider me pretty skeptical about the Arizona Cardinals right now because they looked great against the Dallas Cowboys, but they don't get to play the Dallas Cowboys every week. Trey McBride's the easy tight end 1 this week with Bowers. He's already played. Kittle has not gone over 50 yards a single time this whole season. He still ranks as tight end 3. Gadsden is honestly right behind McBride, but I'd still go McBride. The Seahawks are allowing a ton of pass attempts per game, and they've been worst against tight ends across all the positions. So hard not to like McBride a lot. Marvin Harrison Jr., I saw him. He's going to be in a bunch of start sits this week too. He ranks as wide receiver 15. We pulled the wide receiver ranks. It's tough to bench Marvin Harrison in this week 10 with all these wide receiver bye weeks. But I'm still pretty scared of the floor for Marvin Harrison Jr. I'm pretty skeptical that Jacoby Brissett is definitely better for Marv than Kyler Murray. And he just certainly has looked better so far. But again, this came in a game against the Cowboys. Every single player smashes against the Cowboys. Much tougher matchup here versus the Seahawks. That could definitely convince me more so than this game against the Cowboys. 23% target share. We have projected here after a 35% target share last week. Bam Knight is the leading running back on this team right now. I don't want to start any of the running backs, though, here for the Cardinals. I have all these guys as benches. I don't want to start Brissett either. Yeah, it's really McBride and Marvin, and that's the end of the list here in week 10. On the Seahawks side of this game, Cooper Kupp is expected to play. It didn't sound like he was likely to play all week. It does sound like now he's likely to play. His over-under is 2.5 receptions, though. He's kind of irrelevant at this point for fantasy. That was a W for me on the do not draft list this year. Rashid Shaheed is expected to immediately have a role on this team, and I think he has a legit ceiling here in his first game. I don't want to shove him into starting lineups in his first game. I think he is kind of interesting in DFS, though, and I wouldn't be scared to start him if you don't have any other good options. I would guess we see around like 40 to 60% snap share, but he fits really well in this scheme. He's going to play immediately in that Torrey Horton role. All the other receivers outside of Kupp and Jason are hurt. Jake Bobo, Torrey Horton, both out. So they kind of do need Shaheed to play that wide receiver 3 role. And he does have familiarity with Kubiak in this offense. JSN's the wide receiver 1. He's obviously going to get started. Darnold is kind of an interesting spot too. I think I saw some interesting Sam Darnold QB start sits. I did recommend him over Daniel Jones. That's not looking amazing, I don't think, right now. I don't think Daniel Jones has no, he does have 1 passing touchdown. Yeah, we got Darnold over Jordan Love, over Mariota, over Goff. Goff is in a really good spot, but I don't know how much pass volume we see there. How do you feel about Keenan Allen? Not great. Don't feel great about Keenan. We're going to get to that game here in a second. AJ Barner, I think, was questionable. Should play in week 10. Yeah, so Barner and Arroyo are really tough to trust. Pretty straightforward, honestly, for the Seahawks. Kenneth Walker and Sharp. I really don't want to start either of these guys in a split backfield. We talked about Sharp earlier on a start sit. If he doesn't score, he's going under 10. He's probably going under 6 if he doesn't score. And it's honestly kind of a similar story for Kenneth. He's got a higher big play potential. We've seen him go over 10 once this season when he didn't score, but otherwise he's under 10 if he doesn't score too. It's like an even 50-50 split. They are favored here against the Arizona Cardinals by 7.5. So that bodes well game environment wise for the 2 running backs. In a week 10 with a bunch of buys, they're startable in some spots. We got Sharp slightly ahead of Kenneth, but neither guy can really be trusted. On to the next game here, the Lions and the Commanders. This is the other game with a really high over-under. It's at 49.5 right now. And there's going to be players on this Lions team that absolutely smashed today. The Commanders defense is one of the worst in the NFL. They've dealt with a bunch of injuries, but they've been really bad against the pass, and they haven't been great against the run this season either. I think it was their last game. Yeah, last week versus the Seahawks, they did okay against the run. They allowed 13 points combined to Kenneth and Sharp, but they got obliterated through the air. I think there was only a few incompletions for Sam Darnold in this game. JSN absolutely cooked in this game against the Commanders. This game was kind of over before it started a bit too, and then Jane Daniels got hurt. But yeah, Torrey Horton, Jackson Smith-Njigba, and Cody White combined for over 50 fantasy points against the Commanders. Now we got Amon-Ra, Laporta, and J-Mo all in the spot versus the Commanders. And the question is, how much will they really need to throw? Can Mariota keep this game close enough that the Lions have to throw? Because if they do, Goff definitely has a really high ceiling. All the receivers have a high ceiling. I do think Jameson Williams has an extremely high ceiling in this game, even on low volume. But then the running backs, in a game where they're projected to win by a lot, also project pretty well. So I really want to start all of these Lions players today. I'm going to be telling a lot of people to start the Lions today. On the Commander side of the game, Deebo Samuel's interesting. Go to the wide receiver ranks here. You guys have any start sits in this game too? I saw his JMO one here. Let me pull this up. Yeah, definitely tough with Pearsall. I have him on my bench in a bunch of leagues too. Definitely, it depends if you're just going to start someone that you can add or not through these buys. Find this JMO question here. Goff or Jordan Love. Yeah, we have them back to back, I think, in the ranks. Yeah, we do. Honestly, I think I would go Goff. We have Jordan Love just ahead of Goff. I have them in the same, like really close together tier wise. Yeah, they're 0.1 points apart in our projections. I'm going Goff there over Love. The Eagles defense is starting to get a little scary to me. They've added a bunch of pieces. They're getting healthier. I'm a little scared to go up against the Eagles defense right now. I would play Herb over Goff though pretty easily. Yeah. All right, let's get to this next game here. The Rams and the 49ers. Yeah, for the Commanders, honestly, Mariota is an interesting sleeper because they're going to be playing from behind. He will run, has a chance at a rushing touchdown. Ertz is kind of a high floor, like tight end 2. And then Deebo Samuel, he does have a really high ceiling. I'm pretty excited to start Deebo today, honestly. I think he's interesting in DFS as well in this game environment. No one else could possibly be started here in this spot. None of the running backs could possibly be trusted. It's like a 4-way backfield with Mariota included. All right, on to this next game between the Rams and the 49ers. Only a few games left here. This is definitely one of the better games of the week. Puka Nacua is going to be playing. He got banged up a bit in that last game. He's healthy and active. Devontae Adams and Puka both project as top 10 receivers. Makes Stafford an interesting DFS stack with the two, but it's really an expensive one. The 49ers defense has been really bad. They're still very injured as well. So there's a really high ceiling for this offense today for the Rams. This game has almost a 40-point total. Jackson Dart had 27 points last week, threw 2 touchdowns. CJ Stroud had his best game of the season a week before that, or second best game. I think he did well versus the Ravens practice squad defense earlier in the season too. But 22.7 for Stroud. We've seen a top 12 fantasy football quarterback performance in 4 of the last 5 games against the 49ers. One of those was Stafford. Back in week 5, he had 389 passing yards and 3 TDs in that game, 25 points. You see it though in that matchup tab, like it's so tough to really get there as a top 3 quarterback in fantasy unless you have the rushing. And Stafford does not have the rushing. Like you can see it in his game logs here too. Stafford has 9 touchdowns in his last 2 games, and he still hasn't been a top 3 fantasy quarterback in either of those games. That game against the 49ers, back in week 5, when he had 389 passing yards and 3 TDs, wasn't even a top 5 quarterback in fantasy because he had 0. He's a 0 in the rushing category. That's why I definitely prefer still Drake May over him, Lamar Jackson over him, some of these other elite guys over him, even Justin Herbert running way more than Stafford. I think just a way higher ceiling to be the top quarterback in fantasy each week, where Stafford can't even do it when he throws 5 touchdowns. But yeah, Stafford's certainly in play this week still. Kyron Williams, top 15 running back. He's startable too. And this is like a 3-way committee at tight end right now. None of these guys can be trusted. Though I continue to be kind of bullish on Terrence Ferguson in Dynasty rest of the season and like long term. Every time this guy gets the ball in his hands, he looks pretty impressive. Only 3 catches in his last few games. But yeah, when he's out there, they're really making an effort to get him the ball. %49% and 30% target shares. Snap percentages. Yeah, Higbee and Davis Allen are all playing. Colby Parkinson gets involved still sometimes too. Sometimes they have 4 tight ends active. Debo or Diggs today, I think I would go Debo. I think I would go Henderson over Odunze as well. On the other side of this game for the 49ers, the Rams versus Christian McCaffrey. This is a something's got to give matchup here. The Rams are the only running defense that hasn't allowed a touchdown all season. 0 rushing touchdowns. And they played good running backs. They played Saquon. They played Jonathan Taylor. They played McCaffrey already once. They played Derrick Henry. They played Etienne. None of those guys have scored a rushing touchdown. McCaffrey did have 8 catches for 82 yards and a touchdown, though, the last time he played the Rams. So he had a receiving touchdown in that game. By far the best running back game we've seen against the Rams. Obviously, we're firing up McCaffrey with a ton of confidence. I still have a decent amount of confidence in George Kittle, too. There's really not many tight ends I'm playing over Kittle. It's Gadsden and McBride, and that's it. End of list. Pulled the tight end ranks here, but George Kittle still does not have a game this season over 50 receiving yards. We missed on the free player prop last week. I still got the 2 free player props to share. I mentioned, I think, both of them already, but I will pull those up here in a second. This is the 3rd to last game here to get to. I still think you still got to keep trotting Kittle out, though, there with confidence. Kittle's been top 5 in tight end receiving yards per game, like 6 straight NFL seasons. And he looks healthy. We just haven't had a great matchup, a great game environment for him yet. The fantasy playoff schedule ends really strong, though, against the Colts and the Bears. I still want Kittle on my fantasy teams. Juwan Jennings definitely has a legit ceiling today. We got Tez Johnson and Parker Washington ranked just ahead of him, though, which paints the picture of the floor. He doesn't have a game over 50 yards since week 2. He did score last week versus the Giants, but 3 straight games with 4 catches. He has had 3 straight games over 21% target share, though, and the 49ers are underdogs in this game against the Rams. 5.5-point underdogs at home. So there should be some pass volume here. Not an amazing matchup versus the Rams, whose defense has been pretty strong. They've been more of a run defense than pass defense, though. They're 26th in catches, 23rd in receiving yards per game allowed. So there's a ceiling for Juwan Jennings for sure. Kendrick Bourne, he's well off the radar at this point. And Mac Jones will be getting another start. Sounds like we could see Brock Purdy next week, though. Parker Washington or Tez Johnson? Yeah, I'm going Tez. I think I'm personally going Tez over Parker Washington. They rank back-to-back. They project both for 12.2 points. I think I prefer Tez matchup than Parker Washington's matchup, though. Smitty, Rome, Addison, Tet. Worried with Tet's late hamstring injury. He might get hurt in the game. Will snow affect Rome's game? It's not going to snow during the game. It's very unlikely to snow during the game. The thing that can affect the Bears-Giants game is the wind, though. There is going to be sustained 20-mile-an-hour winds and 30-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So that is a little concerning. But it's not enough for me to be full panic either. I think you probably play Devontae Smith here, though. Let me go to the wide receiver ranks here again. Yeah, it's probably Jordan Addison and Devontae Smith over Rome and Tet. Pretty close. Yeah, Tet and Rome, I have just one tier below those other two guys. On to the Sunday night football game between the Steelers and the Chargers. This game should be pretty fun. Chargers are 2.5-point favorites at home in this one. The Steelers forced 6 turnovers against the Colts last week. Gadsden projects as tight end 2. Gadsden is right behind Trey McBride. I mean, one of the pickups of the season right now. He's playing the slot wide receiver role. He's like the primary slot receiver for the Chargers that you get to play in your tight end slot. Projected over 15 points in this game. The Steelers have been absolutely annihilated by tight ends this season. One of the worst defenses versus tight ends on the season. 18 points per game allowed. They allowed 33 points to Tucker Kraft a couple weeks ago. Fannin and Njoku smash. Noah Fant had a good game against them. Hunter Henry had a 29-point bomb against them. We've seen 2 games over 25 points from a tight end against the Steelers. Justin Herbert projects right up there in the elite tier of quarterbacks as well. Right up there in tier 1 for me with Lamar, Drake May, and Josh Allen. Hard to bench him this week as well. And Justin Herbert, man, looking at that fantasy playoff schedule, this team has a bunch of tight end injuries. Sorry, offensive line injuries. Looked like another touchdown there for Drake London. He scored 3 last week. Truly having an incredible season right now. Been a fun Germany time game so far. You look at that Week 16 matchup for Justin Herbert against the Cowboys, and it's tough not to get very excited about that for the fantasy playoffs. All these Chargers players in Week 16 will be set up really well. They don't have a great Week 17 matchup there, though, versus the Texans. We have Quentin Johnson just ahead of Keenan Allen in this game. Keenan and Quentin both have been hurt by Gadsden. Gadsden's hurting Keenan Allen even more, though, because Gadsden's starting to take some of those slot snaps from Keenan. Quentin Johnson, he's getting hurt from Trey Harris. Trey Harris is starting to play more each week and really sharing now kind of this role with Quentin Johnson. Look at the snap shares here for Trey Harris, who I believe was a second-round pick in the NFL draft, over a 40% snap share in 3 straight games. Like really in a very similar role to Johnston. And Keenan Allen, he only had 2 catches last week, lowest of the season. He hasn't played more than half the snaps in back-to-back weeks as Gadsden starts to step up. And it's a good matchup for the receivers here. We have Ladd projected well ahead of these other 2. Keenan and Johnson definitely still have a ceiling, but the floor is like pretty scary right now. I think the Chargers will win this game at home against the Steelers. I still think the Steelers defense is probably a little overrated after last week with how bad they've looked at times. We're definitely playing Garrett Wilson over Jacoby, 100%. I do not think we can start Jacoby Myers in his first game. Garrett Wilson, Diggs, Wan'Dale, DJ Moore. Need to bench one, full PPR. Please help, Sam. Yeah, I got you. I think it's either DJ Moore or Wan'Dale here. You're playing Wilson, you're playing Diggs. Wan'Dale versus DJ Moore is close. DJ Moore coming off his best game of the season. Wan'Dale is, I'd argue, the better matchup and probably affected less than the weather. And both these guys don't play super deep route roles. I think we have these guys really close. Wan'Dale versus DJ Moore. Yeah, I'm going Wan'Dale over DJ. This is a floor ceiling decision here between Parker Washington and JMO. For sure, JMO definitely has the higher ceiling. Parker Washington, I think, definitely has the higher floor. So do you want to lock in 10 points? If you want to try to lock in, give yourself the best chance to lock in 10 points, you go Parker Washington. If you want a chance at 30 plus points, you go Jameson Williams. Like, no doubt. You're going Jameson Williams here. All right, last game of the week is the Eagles and the Packers. Mentioned it before, but the Eagles defense is starting to get scary. They're getting healthier on defense. They've made multiple trades for star defensive players. Makes me a tiny bit nervous for the whole Packers offense. All of the Eagles offense ranks really high this week. We got Saquon as running back 10. He is healthy. He picked up an injury before their bye. I think they went for a Thursday night game. No, it wasn't Thursday night. But yeah, they had to bye into a Monday night game, like an extra long bye here for the Eagles. A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith both ranked top 12 here against the Packers. The Packers play a lot of man coverage this season, which is also good for these Packers receivers. I believe the Packers also play a lot. I mean, the Eagles also play a lot of man coverage, which is probably good news for Romeo Doubs. He's had a really good role the last few weeks with the Packers wide receiver injuries. But yeah, we're starting Jalen Hurts. We're starting Dallas Goedert. We're starting A.J. Brown. We're starting Saquon and Devontae Smith. All these guys really need to be started. And then on the Packers side of this game, Josh Jacobs is a start. Even though his role has been kind of dialed back as he's battled through injuries, he just continues to score. He leads the NFL. He's second in touchdowns per game. The only guy with more touchdowns per game than Josh Jacobs is Jonathan Taylor. They're actually tied at 1.3. He had 4 catches last week as well, was the running back 4. And he only played 58% of snaps. Hasn't been over 60% of snaps in 3 straight weeks. Josh Jacobs, and still a smash start. If you guys are just tuning into the YouTube live, guys, smash the like button. We're getting over 100 likes on the YouTube live today, man. We're going to be live for like 4+ hours because we're on Germany time today. Drake London just continues to moss people. I mean, if you look across the league, the degree of difficulty catches, I mean, London's got to be up there at the top. So we really have to start Josh Jacobs. I am nervous for, again, how good this Eagles defense might be here on Monday night. I don't really want to start Jordan Love. I think I would start Mariota and Goff over him. I would start Love over J.J. McCarthy, though. I would start Waddle over Addison, seeing this one here. I already talked a little bit about Waddle, but I do like him a decent amount. Versus the Bills, let's talk about Musgrave. We haven't really seen Musgrave in like a legit role since his rookie season. And he was pretty good his rookie season for tight end purposes. I'll go back to his rookie season here. We rarely see rookie tight ends be good in fantasy, period. He averaged 7.3 points per game as a rookie, 70% snap percentage, 14% target share. I think this is like all somewhat realistic to expect this season. So it's not super exciting, but it is enough for Luke Musgrave to get onto the top 24 tight ends list this week. He had 6 points last week after the Kraft injury. RIP Kraft was having an unreal season. He was the tight end 1 on the season heading into last week. Tears his ACL blocking or going into a block. Really rough. But yeah, Musgrave's like a distant sleeper at tight end right now. Definitely doesn't have the ceiling that Kraft had. Romeo Doubs is startable, and I do think he has a legit ceiling. He has one of the better wide receiver roles in the league right now. Because not only is he seeing like legit target share, the air yards, man, have been there. 88.5 air yards per game. He's on over 110 air yards in 3 straight games. He's seeing over a third of the air yards for the Packers. Like, he's getting deep looks. He's done pretty well against man coverage, too. The Eagles do play a lot of man coverage. Doubs is in play this week for sure. And this game is expected to be close, too. The Packers are 1.5-point favorites at home. I do like the Eagles personally in this spot with what I was saying about their defense. Like, the Eagles are legit Super Bowl contenders still in my mind. I think the better team overall here versus the Packers. But it is in Green Bay. This is going to be a cold game. I don't really care about the cold. It's going to be like right around freezing temps. All right, that is every single game. My thoughts on every single game. My thoughts on every single relevant fantasy player in every game which means we are heading into the start sit segment of this live where I'm going to try to break the record here in week 10 of the most start sits I've answered on a live so far this season. Shout out to everyone who's just tuning into the live. Smash the like button. We're getting over 100 likes today, man, on the live. If you're watching live on TikTok, hit the follow button and then come over to the YouTube live. I'm telling you, it is a better viewing experience. I can share screen on the YouTube live. Can't do that on the TikTok live. Let me get to the DraftKings lineup and the free player props quick, and then we will get to the start sits. So first off, the DraftKings lineup. I'm going with the Drake May, Trevion Henderson, Kyle Williams double stack here. The two rookies, I think, in expanded roles for the Pats. This has been pretty heavily reported on. Henderson was in a Ramondre plus role last week where he got all the base work or the type of base work that Ramondre was getting, but also more receiving work than Mondre got. He had a 21% target share last week. He has a good matchup versus the Bucs, allowing the most receiving yards per game to running backs this season. James Cook against the Dolphins. I mean, this really could be a nuclear spot here for James Cook against the Dolphins. James Cook leads the NFL in rushing yards per game. The Dolphins defense has not stopped anybody all season. James Cook had 27 carries last week against the Chiefs. Season high snap percentage. I doubt we see that this week, but man, if he gets anywhere near that, he's going to smash. Puka Nacua and Justin Jefferson find their way into this lineup because I'm paying down at wide receiver with Kyle Williams and Tez Johnson. I got Tez Johnson and Cade Otton on the bring back against the Pats, expecting a shootout there. And then I'm paying down at for the Saints defense to fit some of these elite guys into the lineup. My three favorite DFS stacks, Drake May and the Trevion Henderson stack, with the receiving role Henderson had last week and how bad the Bucs have been against receiving running backs. I like the Lamar, Zay, and Likely stack as well. If I don't play Drake May in DFS this week, I'm playing Lamar. Lamar is number one quarterback in fantasy points per game. Lamar has not played a full game this season and got under 25 fantasy points. He's 4 for 4. He didn't run last week, and he still threw 4 touchdowns. And then I like the Judkins Browns defense stack, too. I didn't get that in the DraftKings lineup I shared just a second ago, but I do like Judkins a lot against the Jets. Depleted defense. I do like the Browns defense a lot against Justin Fields, too. There's no defense I really want to play more than the Browns this week. The two free player props of the day, we've been cashing on these guys. We did miss last week on George Kittle, but we're still 61% of the free player props this season. I got two today. One of them, I know you guys are going to feel is pretty gross, but I like Jerry Jeudy today. This prop is not a high line. 34.5 yards is a prop that he can hit in a single play. He has not had many big plays this season, but the Jets are without Sauce Gardner. They lost their top defensive tackle. They already were not a very good defense. They play man coverage at one of the highest rates in the league, and Jeudy has been best against man this season. My only fear here is Cedric Tillman coming back, but it feels like that's getting priced into the line here. So yeah, I do like Judy's receiving yards line. I also really like the Waddle line this week as well. I mean, this has got to be near his floor in this game, receiving yards wise. His floor is in the 40s or 50s here against the Bills. The Dolphins are going to get crushed in this game. Their defense has absolutely no hope. Jalen Waddle's he's beaten this line in 4 of his last 5 games. I honestly don't hate Waddle's alt lines today either, over 100 total yards. I think he's got a great chance at 80 plus, 90 plus, 100 plus here against the Bills. The Bills have some injuries in the secondary. This is not a fully healthy Bills defense. And Waddle's just a lock in for 22+% target share. He's hit that in 5 of his last 6 games. He is the only option. Him and Achane are the only options for this Dolphins offense. And Mike McDaniels is good at scheming touches to both those guys. So those are the 2 free player props of the day. I feel pretty good about both of them. Waddle over yards, Jeudy over yards. If you're looking for more props to play and just want to get better at props in general, you got to download the WalterPicks app, guys. I've spent the last 5 years plus with the WalterPicks team helping build this app. It is going to help you dominate fantasy and props. I'll pull up a screenshot of what you can get on the fantasy side in the TikTok live. But when you sign up, use code SAM, you'll get access to a 14-day trial. This is only for those of you tuning into the live stream that can get access to this. Check that out in the bio or just look up WalterPicks on the App Store. I promise you will not regret trying out the app. All right, let's get to the start sit segment of the live stream now. Hey, Sam, half PPR, Parker Washington or Jawan Jennings? Yeah, I really think Parker Washington is a floor play this week. Jennings is more of a ceiling play. Bless you. Thank you. It's like a third sneeze on the live today. I think that's the season high sneezes for Sam on the live today. And I'm pretty sure there was a live earlier this season. I was battling flu-like symptoms too. Parker Washington, to me, is the floor play. Juwan Jennings is the ceiling play. Let me pull this comparison up. I think half PPR makes me want to lean more towards Juwan Jennings too, because I think he's got the better chance of the touchdown over Parker Washington. Yeah, it's even closer in half PPR. Half PPR, I think I probably would go Juwan. Full PPR, I lean towards Parker Washington. He had a really good role last week. He's going to be the primary slot guy. Brian Thomas Jr.'s out. Seeing some Monangai versus Henderson questions. Let me go to the running back ranks here on both lives. And we'll get to Monangai. Let's just talk through Monangai and Trevion Henderson a little bit in general, because I'm seeing them a lot in a lot of these start sits. I would play Henderson over Monangai. I'm very high on Henderson this week. I've been higher on him than most people, I think, like all season. I lost hope for sure with the rest of everyone that was high on him like a month into the season. But it's hard not to be high on Trevion Henderson in the spot this week. We got Monangai one spot ahead of him in the PPR ranks right now in the app. Yeah, I think Henderson's in a better matchup, in better like projected role. Maybe not a better matchup, honestly. The Giants have allowed the most yards per carry to running backs this season. Monangai earned a bigger role on this team after last week. But Trevion Henderson, he played 70% of the snaps last week. He had a 21% target share. And now he gets a game against the Bucs, against a defense that's allowing the most receiving yards per game to running backs this season. 75% snap share. He ran a route on over half the passing plays for the Pats last week, saw 6 targets, 21% target share. This is why I was drafting Trevion Henderson. Alec Pierce is him. Yeah, facts. Alec Pierce is like one of the most underrated receivers in the NFL. So yeah, I'm playing Henderson over Monangai. I'm playing Henderson over Kyren Williams. I'm playing Henderson over Jaylen Warren. I'm playing Henderson over Travis Etienne. And I'm playing him over Rashad White as well. That's the line for me, though, personally. I'm playing Judkins, Saquon, Henry, Gibbs, Jacobs, Achane, Dowdle. I'm playing all those guys over Henderson. But then I'm going Henderson. To me, I think he should be at the top of tier 3. I'm playing over Brees. I'm playing him over Monangai. And then we talk about where's the line for Monangai. I think I would play Monangai over Brees. I want to bench Brees, guys, against the Browns. Very nervous for him in that matchup. I think I would probably play Kyren Williams over Monangai. I'd probably play Jaylen Warren over Monangai. Etienne versus Monangai, super close. I think Etienne gets more work than Monangai, but Monangai has a really good chance at a touchdown. Should be really efficient in the spot versus the Giants. I wouldn't knock you for going Monangai in any of those spots, but I personally lean all those guys over Monangai. I would play Monangai over Brees. I would play Monangai over Montgomery, over Swift, over Sharp, over Aaron Jones, all these other guys. That's how I'm doing both these rookie running backs here in Week 10. Both are good options, for sure. DK or Parker Washington, half PPR. I'm going DK over Parker Washington in half PPR. Rome or Trevion. Also have May if the stack influences. Yeah, I mean, anytime you're stacking, it's for ceiling. Like the stack is correlating the outcomes together. And so you get a higher ceiling when they're positively correlated. Like I think Trevion Henderson, Drake May are. That's why they're the stack I like in DFS this week. But yeah, I personally would go Trevion Henderson over Rome Odunze this week as well. And I don't hate the stack, especially if you need a ceiling outcome here. Laporta or Gadsden? Let me go to the tight end ranks here again. I don't know how we bench Gadsden, guys. I really do not know how we're benching Gadsden. The only tight end we have ranked ahead of Gadsden is Trey McBride. The end of list, that's it. Then it's Gadsden, and it's like not even really close. Like he's in tier 1. No other tight end is in tier 1 other than Gadsden and McBride. So yeah, it's Gadsden over Laporta. And the lines they might not need to throw in this game. Like we could see under 30 pass attempts for Goff for sure in this game. So yeah, it's Gadsden, man. Why Monangai over Swift? I think Monangai is a lot more likely to score, be the goal line back. Herbert or May? Yeah, I'm going May over Herbert, but they're both in tier 1 for me. Pick 2, Dobbs, Jennings, Addison. Oh man. Dobbs and Jennings, I feel like are really close. I think I'd put Addison ahead of both of these guys. Yeah, it's Addison, then Jennings, then Dobbs. Is Dylan Gabriel playable against the Jets defense? I mean, it depends what your other options are. Hopefully this is a super flex question. I do think the Jets defense is going to be rough today without their 2 best players. They already weren't a good defense beforehand. But yeah, we still have Dylan Gabriel QB 23 out of 26. So, I mean, Davis Mills ranks ahead of him. I think he's got like a higher ceiling than usual, Dylan Gabriel, but it probably will be a run-heavy approach. As like Quinshon Judkins probably scores more touchdowns than Dylan Gabriel today. Flex Wandale in 25-mile-an-hour wins or Parker Washington to get second hardest defense to wide receivers. Yeah, here we go. It's week 10. These are the start sits, man, that we got to get right. We got to get these start sits right here in week 10 as we try to lock in our playoff spots in our leagues. Wandale Robinson is in a good matchup, but there's 25-mile-an-hour winds. It's actually the weather report from Weatherman Sam, 20-mile-an-hour sustained winds with 30-mile-an-hour wind gusts. That's the latest report I saw. Let me actually refresh that quick. Make sure it hasn't changed yet. It doesn't look like it's changed. It's going to snow pregame. It's like a snow rain pregame. Yeah, super flex for that Dylan Gabriel question. Makes it better. I don't want to start Fields. I really don't want to start Fields. Yeah. Gosh. I don't really want to start Lawrence either. Yeah, so it makes sense. Then you got Parker Washington here, who's coming off a really good role. He's going to be playing in the slot. It is a lot less scary for Parker Washington than it is for the boundary receivers, De'Ami Brown likely, and Jacoby Myers here for the Jags today. I don't think the weather impacts Wandale much at all. If anything, it might move more target share to Wandale, who's already been dominating target share on this offense. Last week, I think it was at 30%. Yeah, 34.4% last week. Like, if anything, the wind is going to impact the deep passing to Darius Slayton. So I still like the matchup for Wandale and the role for Wandale. The matchup's definitely better. Parker Washington, though, I'm not that scared about the matchup because he's going to be playing in the slot. Let's go to the matchup tab here in the WalterPicks app. Man, there's not been very many good receiver games against these Texans teams. Sutton and Franklin got shut down. Bourne and Jennings both got shut down. JSN balled, but he's been balling against every single team. Flowers did nothing. Like Buka did nothing. We looked at this last week too, I think, versus the Texans, and I was advocating to bench Cortland Sutton. He did not end up scoring on his one catch, though. He still only had 10 points. This season, we have seen two good wide receiver games against the Houston Texans this season. And it was Puka Nacua and JSN. Man, I think we go Wandale here. Every time I look at this Texans matchup tab, I end up saying the other side. See, I'm okay going Wandale. And I don't think the wind does not scare me that much about Wandale. We're not overly panicking about the wind in that game. I think it impacts Slayton the most. Hey, Sam, my third year here. Shout out to you, man. Herbert or Dart? Yeah, it's Herbert, man. And yeah, it's year 5, week 10 of the Sunday morning lives for me. Seriously, shout out to all of you. Shout out to the OGs, everyone that's been here multiple years. Shout out to all the WalterPicks subscribers, all the brand new viewers. Seriously, guys, appreciate you all a ton. And yeah, the question the answer to that question, it's Justin Herbert, man. Let me go back to the QB ranks here. There's only 4 tier 1 QBs for me this week, and it's Josh Allen, Drake May, Lamar, and Herbert. And the two quarterbacks I really want to play in DFS today, in DraftKings lineups, it's these number 2 and 3 here, Drake May and Lamar. Justin Herbert's on primetime tonight, so he's not on the DFS slate. And Josh Allen, I do fear this could be a really run-heavy game for the Bills, and just not a huge Josh Allen upside if the Dolphins can't keep pace. May and Lamar, though, I think are in games that really could be competitive. And both these guys could get pushed to their limits. I think both these guys could go for three plus passing touchdowns and a rushing touchdown. But yeah, Justin Herbert's right behind them, and I have them all in tier 1. Hey, Sam, pick one. Juwan Jennings, Monangai, or Keenan Allen. Yeah, it's Monangai. I think this one's Monangai. I think Monangai's got the best chance at a touchdown amongst these guys. Keenan had 2 catches last week. He only needs 2 more to break the all-time Chargers reception record. Hey, Sam, no BS sent me. Yeah, Seth has been killing it, man, with the content. Shout out to No BS Fantasy. We'll have him back on this live stream at some point soon. Pick 2, Rome Odunze, Wandale, and Tet McMillan, full PPR. Get to that Swift Monangai question here in a second, too. A lot of Swift Monangai questions, as expected, here on the Week 10 Sunday Morning Live. We got Rome Odunze also in so many questions, and I get it. I mean, honestly, it was impressive that he scored 0 points last week. He did drop a wide-open touchdown also, but the amount of points scored in that game to score 0 points, he played every single snap. Like, wasn't like he got hurt. Odunze played every snap in a game with like 70 total points scored. And he scored 0 points. Yeah, it's Odunze here. Man, these guys are really close together. Let me go over the wide receiver ranks too on both live streams here, get them going so that everyone can see where we have these guys in the ranks. Man, I think I'm in on Ted McMillan more than most people this week, even though we have him ranked pretty low. But how much are the Panthers really going to have to throw? There's a real outcome here where the Panthers are not throwing. I think there's a real outcome, honestly, for the Bears here this week too, where they can lean pretty heavy on the run. Again, the Giants are allowing the most yards per carry to running backs this season. No defense has allowed more yards per carry. We have Monangai projected for 6.1 yards per carry. We do not project guys. Rarely are we projecting guys over 4.5 yards per carry. And we confidently are projecting Monangai over 6 yards a carry here versus this Giants defense. But yeah, I do think it's a Odunze. I think we see a bounce back at Odunze game. I would lean a Odunze here. I think I agree with how we have this ranked. Odunze, then Tet, then Wandale. It's all pretty close. I think they're all in a similar tier for sure. Rashid Shaheed or DK Metcalf. I like the ceiling for Shaheed in his first game way more than I usually have any sort of confidence in guys in their first game. I feel like I almost always skew towards being cautious in players' first games with teams and even cautious in players' first games back from injuries. Often you'll see me be pretty cautious. I like to wait and see and get some data, some information. But in this specific scenario with Shaheed, like there's a legit ceiling here for Shaheed right away. We've already seen the ceiling for him this season. He's one of the better deep receivers in the NFL. He slides in kind of perfectly for this role for the Seahawks, who have been the most efficient passing offense in the NFL. No team is averaging more EPA per pass than the Seahawks. And now Torrey Horton is out, which is the exact role that Shaheed is kind of stepping into. Cooper Kupp is playing through an injury. He really is no meaningful target share anymore. And JSN is going to draw a ton of attention. The matchup's not amazing for Shaheed, though. Long-winded way of saying I still think I'd go Metcalf here over Shaheed, but we do have a project for 10 points, which is honestly a lot given the circumstance. Can we stack Swift and Monangai? Sam, you're the man. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate the positivity from everyone here on week 10. Really fun Germany time game so far as well. And yeah, I don't mind this at all. I honestly think this is a pretty high floor, high ceiling play. If you can do this in your leagues, to just play both these Bears running backs, they're going to combine over 20 points. Combined, they're going over 20 points. They could easily combine over 30. Again, the Giants' run defense is one of the worst in the NFL. This Giants defense in general is just one to a target right now. They're dealing with a bunch of different injuries. They weren't great before the injuries. Go to the Bears here. We're going to have Samps on the live stream here in like 10, 15 minutes. He's a Giants fan. He's a very pessimistic Giants fan typically. So curious to get his thoughts on some of this too. But they're allowing the most yards per carry in the NFL this season. I think Swift is going to be the primary receiving back and get, 50%, 40 to 50% of the carries. And Monangai is going to get 50 to 60% of the carries and get the short yardage and goal line stuff. So yeah, playing both is a pretty safe play. And I think there's a legit ceiling. We've seen in week 9 and week 8, we saw at least one running back over 10 yards per carry against this Giants defense. Over the last 2 games, 3 different running backs have gone over 10 yards per carry. Small sample size for Brian Robinson, obviously, but Tank Bigsby and Saquon both went over 10. They've allowed 300. My God, they've allowed over 400 rushing yards, guys, in their last 2 games. The Giants defense has allowed over 400 rushing yards. Man, yeah, I'm okay starting both these guys for sure. Half PPR flex 1. Tet, Sharp, Otten, Tez, Johnson, Walter likes Otten. Yeah, we are pretty high on Otten because the Patriots have not been great for his tight ends. Mike Evans is out. Chris Godwin is out. Otten ranks as tight end 4 right now. It doesn't sit right in my stomach to play Otten over Tet. But it does make some sense here with the projected game environments. Yeah. In a half PPR, I assume it's a little closer, but I'm going Otten over Ted. I'm fine with that. Diggs or Wandale, I'm going Diggs. I do think Diggs has a legit ceiling here against the Bucs. Parker Washington or DJ Moore, half PPR. Yeah, honestly, guys, I'm like pretty out on Parker Washington after looking at that Texans matchup tab. I feel like the same thing happened last week looking at that matchup tab for the Broncos receivers. There's been 2 good games for receivers against the Texans this season. It was Puka and JSN. Nowhere near the caliber of Parker Washington. Parker Washington is playing in the slot, which I think insulates him like a little bit. Gives him, I think, an okay floor, but there's no ceiling. There is not a real ceiling for Parker Washington. Like, he is not going over 20 points, guys. Like, you're playing him for a floor of 10. You're hoping to get that 10 just based on the target volume. It's not really typically the type of guys I like to play in fantasy. Goff or Williams today? Yeah, I think I would go Williams over Goff. Even with the weather in that game, Weatherman Samps got you guys with the weather report in that game. And I do think every year, the first snow game, we get tons of overreaction. People overreact. Honestly, I might mix in some Caleb in DFS because his ownership might be too low. It's not even going to be snowing. It's not going to be snowing during the game. It's going to snow before the game. There is wind in the game, 20 mile an hour sustained winds, 30 mile an hour wind gusts. That does matter. It makes deep passes a little less likely. It makes pass volume projections go down like a bit, but man, still a matchup versus the Giants here for Caleb. Flex Wandale, JMO, or Monungai. That's the other thing, though, for Caleb is will they have to pass if the run defense is that bad for the Giants? 400 rushing yards allowed by the Giants in the last 3 games. Was that the last 3 games or the last 2 games? Was that the last 2? I think it was the last 2. Wandale, JMO, or Monungai. I'm in on the JMO ceiling again this week. Again, his median projection is not that exciting, but the ceiling projection is exciting for Jameson Williams. It only takes 1 catch for JMO. We saw it last week. He either has a 40-yard plus touchdown catch or he doesn't. That's the Jameson Williams role right now. But against the Commanders, they were just absolutely cooked by the Seahawks passing attack. They allowed over 50 fantasy points to wide receivers last week against the Seahawks. Did the Washington Commanders. So there's a real ceiling for JMO. I think there's more of a floor play with Wandale. And honestly, I'd probably go Monungai over Wandale. I think I'd say Monungai over JMO too if you want to play it safe. But JMO has the highest ceiling here for sure. Like if you are down or you're a big underdog, I'm okay trotting out JMO. Otherwise, though, if it's a close matchup, I'm going Monungai here. Was it the last 2 games there that they allowed 400 rushing yards? Is that possible? I know we just looked at this. It was the last 2 games. The Giants have allowed over 400 rushing yards in their last 2 games. So yeah, we're going Monungai here over JMO. We're doing it. I would play Monungai over ETN too. Looking at this, I'm playing Monungai over ETN. Hendo or Monungai higher upside? Yes, I do like Hendo more than Monungai. I do. That was a question we talked through earlier in the live. The receiving upside for Henderson is not comparable to Monungai's. He had over 20% target share last week. The Buccaneers are allowing the most receiving yards per game to running backs. But both are good options for sure. Rome Odunze, Addison, or Wandale start 2. Let's get to this one. I'm kind of nervous for Shakir today. Seeing him in a start sit. The Dolphins are allowing the fewest points per game to receivers because teams just don't throw against them because they don't need to. And I don't see the Bills needing to throw. It's Addison, then Odunze, then Wandale. DJ Moore, Shakir. I'm going DJ over Shakir. DJ Moore's coming off his best game of the season. I think Shakir projects better than him. Yeah, Shakir does project better than him. But I think a much scarier matchup. I would argue Shakir's floor is probably better. But the ceiling is absolutely higher for DJ Moore than Shakir. Some really tough wide receiver starts this week. QB rank, Spleasy, I got you. I'm going Hendo over Keenan pretty easily, guys. We're starting Hendo. Let me go to the must starts. Then I'll go to the QBs. Tempted to play Ott in my second flex over Tracy and Sharp. Bowers hurt me Thursday. Yeah, Bowers was rough. Thursday. Bowers coming off an insane game back the previous week where he looked like prime Rob Gronkowski. Maybe even better. And then he gets 1 catch here on Thursday night. He was like getting subbed out in the red zone for Michael Mayer and Ian Thomas. It made absolutely no sense. But yeah, rough start for the Bowers people this week. Would you play 2 tight ends over Tracy and Sharp? I think I would play Otten over Tracy and Sharp. I mean, Tracy got out-snapped, out-touched by Singletary last week. And I don't think he does this week. It's a good matchup for him. And then Sharp is, like, to me, just like a super risky play. Yeah, it's Otten. Yeah, Pierce not aging well, 100%. The Alec Pierce bench is not aging well for me. I did think he was a bench in a tough matchup here against the Falcons. And I'm going to be wrong, guys. I own up to my L's. I don't hide from the L's. We're going to have L's. We're not going to be right about everything all the time. That's just not realistic. We have been right so far about some other stuff in this game, though. At least so far. Too early to victory lap, but I did like JT over 100 total rushing yards. He's definitely still got a pretty good chance at that. He's over halfway there. Yeah, Alec Pierce is 4 for 84 and a touchdown, but I had Tyler Warren as a bench. He only has 5 points right now. I had Michael Pittman as a bench. He has 1 catch in this game. Josh Downs also had him as a bench. He has 3 yards. 1 catch, 3 yards. So yeah, Alec Pierce was a miss, but so far feeling decent otherwise. I also had JT scoring. He already did that. All right, let's get to some more of these morning Sam's. Not really morning. We're in late afternoon here on Germany time, but yeah, good afternoon on Germany time to you as well. Sam, Debo, White, or Vidal? Yeah, we cannot be starting Vidal over Rashad White. I think the matchup on paper looks better for Vidal, but the role is way better for White than Vidal with Bucky Irving still sidelined. The matchup's tough here for White against the Pats. The Pats have not allowed a running back over 50 rushing yards in, I think, 8 straight games or something. I think it's Debo here, honestly. Though, man, Rashad White projects the best. Yeah, White is the floor play here. Debo's the ceiling play. I do think Debo's got a higher ceiling than White. Man, my gut says Debo Samuel here over Rashad White, but Rashad White will get more work. Tez Johnson or Woody Marks? I like Tez Johnson this week. Yeah, we have Tez Johnson ranked pretty high, and I agree. He's actually had a pretty safe floor. I think the ceiling's high in this game environment versus the Pats too. Igbuka's going to get a ton of the attention. I like Otten and Igbuka and White all in this game too, projection-wise. Yeah, we haven't seen Tez go under 9 points in 4 games. And there's no Mike Evans, there's no Chris Godwin. So yeah, I think I would go Tez over Woody Marks. Cedric Tillman or Christian Kirk, full PPR. Here's a great get me out of bed in the morning start sit here in week 10. I'll hop over to the QB ranks. TikTok, I'm going to just restart the live quick. I got some Wi-Fi issues going on, and then I'll hop back on here. These are the get me out of bed start sits here for sure. Cedric Tillman versus Christian Kirk in a full PPR league. Let's pull this up, man. I'm actually kind of excited to see Tillman back. I'm in on Judy this week, so I'm a tiny bit nervous about Tillman for that reason. We got Christian Kirk against the Jags. I don't know how we start Christian Kirk, man. It's tough to be starting Cedric Tillman too against the Broncos last week. He did play 56% of snaps. There's so many receivers playing. He had a 20% target share. Nico, I think, is going to dominate target share in this offense again. Schultz is going to be involved. Woody Marks is going to be involved. They have multiple rookie receivers, plus Avery Hutchinson mixing in. The floor is so low for Kirk, who's shown nothing this season. Tillman, I think the matchup's better here for Tillman than for Christian Kirk, even though the Jets have been better this season. I think it's Tillman, man. I'm going Tillman over Christian Kirk. Tad, how we doing here on week 10, Sunday morning? Very interesting options here. Quentin Johnston, Juwan Jennings, Tez Johnson, and Wan'Dale Robinson. All in similar tier here. Let's go to the wide receiver ranks for this start sit. We got Tez. I think Tez over Wan'Dale. I think Tez might take this one. I don't think we can go Quentin Johnson here. Yeah, it's Tez. I think I agree with this. I think I would go Tez here. I think I'm going Tez over Juwan. I'm going Tez over Wandale. I don't feel like amazing about it. I do think I agree that Juwan Jennings has the highest ceiling. I would maybe argue Wandale has the highest floor here too. In a pretty good matchup here versus the Bears, but I think Tez is maybe the best mix of both. I don't think there's really a bad choice here, Tad. I personally do agree though. I would go Tez just in a vacuum. If you really need to lock in floor, I'm okay going Wandale. And if you really need to shoot for ceiling, I'm also okay going Juwan. But at base, I'm going Tez Johnson. Mahomes on bye, kind of an interesting situation. Jordan Love, Sam Darnold, Mariota, or Brissett, or could trade some fab for Baker Mayfield. Yeah, it depends how much you need to win. Baker does project the best of this group, but Sam Darnold's not far behind. Jordan Love is not that far behind either. I think I would go Darnold here, though, over Mariota, over Jared Goff, over Jordan Love, over Jacoby Brissett. If you really need to win, I'm okay trading that fab for Baker, but I prefer to just go with Darnold. It's not like Baker's that much better projection-wise than Darnold. Jones, Monangai, Tracy, Vidal, PPS, Monangai. Monangai over Jones, Monangai over Tracy, Monangai over Vidal. We're starting Monangai this week. Tet or Olave. Yeah, this one's close. I think we're maybe a little too low on Olave, but it's hard to get too high on him with the quarterback situation. He has a 30% target share projection, and he ranks his wide receiver 30. Like, what's the odds he can score in this game? What's the quality of these targets with Tyler Shuck? And it's a tough matchup here versus the Panthers, too. They've been really good against the pass. Yeah, Ted and Olave in the same game here. I think it's Ted over Olave. No, I'm going Jackson Dart over Donald. Wandale, Keenan Allen, or Olave. Walter says Wandale and Olave. Yeah, I agree with that. I would go Wandale and Olave, I think, over Keenan. Zay or Gadsden at flex. Yeah, we're not benching Gadsden. Man, I like Zay too. Let's actually see this one. Go to the tight end ranks, though. And Gadsden's going to be up there. You guys are just tuning in, by the way. If you're watching live on TikTok, I'm telling you, come to the YouTube live. It's a better viewing experience over on YouTube. I can share screen. I can pull up comments on screen. Link is right in the TikTok bio. If you are watching live on YouTube, guys, smash the like button. We're getting over 100 likes on the YouTube live today, man. Seriously do appreciate it. Helps out a ton. And yeah, I would go Wandale and Olave over Keenan. Gadsden versus Zay. It's Gadsden. We can't be benching Gadsden on Sunday night. Sam, please pick one. Monangai, Adunze, or Wandale. Yeah, it's Monangai. The Giants have allowed over 400 rushing yards in their last 2 games. And Monangai's coming off his best game of his career. He clearly earned a legit role last week. Swift is back, but it's a really good environment for Monangai, really good matchup for Monangai. 400 rushing yards in 2 games is like absolutely abysmal. The weather should push towards running. They did play, to be fair, they did play the Eagles and the 49ers. So they played Saquon and McCaffrey. But still, it's still like pretty wild. I'm going Monangai over Dunze and Wando. I'm playing Monangai over ETN as well. Are we feeling Dart over Baker today, even with the weather in Chicago? Yeah, so we don't want to overreact to the weather. Weatherman Sam, here for you all season long. Let me pull up the weather report again. Let me refresh the weather report again, too, to make sure nothing's changed. Yeah, nothing's really changed. There's going to be 20-mile-an-hour sustained winds with 30-mile-an-hour wind gusts in the Giants at Bears game. That's not good for deep passing. We can project a little less passing in general. That's not bad news for Monangai. It's really not that bad news for Wan'Dale Robinson either. It's bad news for Darius Slayton. It's bad news for the Bears running deep routes with DJ Moore or Dunze. But it's not like full panic either. We've seen games like this season where teams can pass successfully. There's also going to be snow/rain before the game, but likely not during the game. So that's not really that concerning either. So yeah, I'm really not that worried, honestly. Moderate concern. I think it makes me bump Slayton down a little bit, the pass volume down like a tiny bit. If anything, I think it bumps more work to the running backs. Start to Wanda, and I'm still fine starting Jackson Dart. Yeah, I am with the rushing. Like you're starting for the rushing anyways. Wandale, Addison, Parker Washington, or JMO, half PPR. Loveland or Otney? It's Otton over Loveland. It's Addison over Parker Washington. I play Addison over JMO too. JMO versus Wandale is just a floor ceiling choice. I'm benching Parker Washington now, guys. Looking at the matchup tab for him against the Texans, I'm benching Parker Washington. I'd rather play JMO and Wandale than Parker Washington. Full 180 for me on live as we looked into more data. And that's what I expect from myself. As we get more information, I want to adjust my opinions. I was pretty in on Washington at the beginning of the live. As we looked more into it, I'm pretty out on Parker Washington now. I play all these guys over Parker Washington. So this one's Wandale versus JMO. And yet, do you want to try to lock in 10 plus or do you want to go for 30 plus? That's the decision here for Wandale versus Jameson Williams. My tendency is to go for the 30 plus. We just saw over 50 fantasy points scored against the Washington Commanders last week from the Seahawks. That's who Jameson Williams plays. Wandale gets the Bears. They were really bad last week for receivers too. And I don't think the weather report's necessarily bad for Wandale. It might actually be good for Wandale. Please, Sam. Olave, Gadsden, Quentin Johnson, or Kincaid. I got you, Cameron. I'm going to get to the most start sits I got to among any game, among any week all season. I think we're well on our way right now. Nervous about starting two Chargers because no Joe Alt. Yeah, the Chargers offensive line is really struggling. I mean, they have not been able to get fully healthy all season. They went into the season projected to be a top 3 offensive line. I've seen projections out there that have them as the worst offensive line in the NFL now. I mean, crazy how many injuries they've been dealing with. But still, Gadsden projects really well. And honestly, they've almost skewed more pass heavy than run heavy because of these injuries. And they just have to get it out quick. Yeah, Gadsden projects the best here. I don't really want to start Quentin Johnson, though. And Quentin Johnson, he's running the deep routes down the field. Like, he really needs plays to progress. And he's also splitting time with Trey Harris now. So, yeah, I'm benching Quentin Johnson here. I'm going to play Kincaid, Olave, and Gadsden over Quentin Johnson. I'm going, Otton over Loveland. Wandale versus Olave. Wide receiver ranks. Yeah, I got you with the receiver ranks. Tough wide receiver decisions. I know some of these rankings at wide receiver are going to seem crazy to people this week, but that's why I also show the projected points here to show you guys how consolidated these wide receiver rankings really are. Like from 13-point projection to 11-point projection, there's like 20 guys projected within 2 points of each other. From wide receiver 14 to wide receiver 31, it's a 2-point projection difference. Really rough start sits this week at wide receiver, man. And for me, I'm out on Parker Washington. I want to bench Parker Washington. I think he's ranked too high here in the ranks we have. This is probably near his ceiling against the Texans. I don't think there's like a legit ceiling for him. There's been 2 good receiver games against the Texans. That was Puka and JSN. That's not the tier that Parker Washington's in. I do like Tez Johnson a decent bit. I agree with where we have him ranked there. I think Juwan Jennings has a ceiling. I think Wandale is a good floor option against the Bears. Olave, we have projected for a 30% target share, which is his base projection. Like, he could easily hit way past that 30% target share, but could he really score? What is the quality of that 30% target share for him? I do like Judy as a sleeper this week. He's one of the free player props of the live. Man, some tough wide receiver starts hits. ETN or Hendo, yeah, I'm not benching Hendo, guys. I'll go to the running back ranks here in a second. Which one player should I bench between Trevion Henderson, DeAndre Swift, Juwan Jennings, and Darius Slayton? Yes, Slayton. It's Slayton. With the weather report there versus the Bears, I think you bench Slayton here. You play Jennings, you play Swift, you play Henderson. Yeah. Tet or Wandale? Yeah, it's Tet. It's Tet over Wandale. Again, Wandale is really a floor play. I don't think a huge ceiling here for Wandale. All right, we are going to keep grinding through the start sits as we head towards a new record in total start sits answered on the Sunday morning lives. Before we jump to even more start sits, pumped to welcome Samps back onto the Sunday morning live. Samps, how are we doing here week 10?
I'm doing all right. I saw a stat that Tyler Algier has more rushing touchdowns than Bijan this year, so I'm kind of sick about that, but I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm definitely one of the rare people who gets to start both, thanks to the 32 creator league that we're in. I just get to start both, which really reduces the headache each week there. But I'm doing well. Seems like a good Germany time game for the snippets I've seen in the stats. I've seen so far. The props I've been riding that game look decent. I was on the Daniel Jones passing attempts under. He is only at, was this 18 attempts. We're heading into the fourth quarter here soon. So that's looking decent. Jonathan Taylor is on his way to 100 yards as well. Alec Pierce was the one miss for me so far. He's been just balling, man. One of the most underrated receivers in the league. We got a lot of tough start sits here in week 10, Samps. A lot of the best receivers are on bye. And just across the league today, it feels like the wide receivers specifically from, I was just saying, from wide receiver 13 to wide receiver 31, all those guys are projected within 2 points of each other. I mean, some brutal start sits. We got some weather in that Bears-Giants game. We got some interesting running back situations with some of the rookies too. I'm very intrigued to hear about your Giants take for the game today too, because a lot of start sits in that game.
Yeah.
Sure. But any takes you got before we hop into some of the start sits, Samps?
I am not like super concerned about the weather in the Giants Bears game. I was listening to like a Giants podcast and they have a weather segment like every single week, and he was saying it's going to be a little icy and snowy overnight, but by the time like the game starts, it's not going to be as bad. The wind gusts will be an issue at some points in the game, but in that game, I think you can start. I think you can start DeAndre Swift and Kyle Monangai with a ton of confidence. And I saw a stat this morning that blew my mind. The Giants have the worst run defense outside the tackle of the last decade. Wow. And the Bears this season are, I believe, number 1 in rushing outside the tackle. So something's got to give here. And I just think it's a great spot for Swift and Monangai this week.
Yeah, we got someone boots on the ground here in the TikTok live saying, I'm in Chicago. Wind is bad, but the weather's not going to be that bad for the game. And that's exactly what I've been saying too. Weatherman Sam's been on it. You know, we don't want to overreact to the weather. And I honestly think one of the biggest edges these days is to just not overreact to weather. And when it comes to fantasy football, props, DFS, like we're in a world now where people care too much often about the weather. And every year too is the first snow games, people go crazy. The snow does not impact games. Like just period. There's no evidence, statistically at least, that snow in games negatively impacts offensive performance. Obviously, the extremes of snow, you know, that's another story. But yeah, it's not even going to snow during the game. Like there's snow before. This is like perfect storm here for people to overreact to weather that's not going to impact the game at all because it's going to snow. People are going to see the shots of it snowing and raining before the game. It's not even going to be snowing and raining really during the game. It might be a little wet because of the pregame conditions. And then, yeah, there's some concerning wind. Makes me like a little less in on Darius Slayton specifically with the role that he plays, like a little bit less in on Jackson Dart than I maybe would have been in this game too. But I still like Dart because of the rushing. You know, that's the main reason to like Dart anyways. So yeah, and we talked about the Bears running backs, and I don't know how we bench Monangai in like most spots today. There's definitely a line that I'm drawing. I do prefer Trevion Henderson still over Monangai, but man, the more we look into this, the more I get excited for these running backs. I really wish Swift was out one more game for fantasy purposes, but the Giants have allowed over 400 rushing yards in the last 2 games. And they did play McCaffrey and Saquon. Like they did play the 49ers and the Eagles in those last 2, but yeah, I mean, they've been bad, man. And they're allowing the most yards per carry to running backs just period. This season, the second most rushing yards per game. They have multiple injuries on defense. Their secondary is pretty banged up too, but yeah, it's hard not to see the Bears having some success on the ground in this game. With how Monangai played, you got to think he earned a bigger role. In my opinion, we see Monangai earn a bigger role than he's had in the games with Swift before, and he's the goal line back, and he's the short yardage back over Swift, and Swift is still going to get more targets and more receiving work. But yeah, I'm going Monangai over Swift, and I think if you have both, like starting both is actually a pretty strong move given the matchup. I'm glad to hear that you agree. I did not know that outside run stat either. That is pretty insane if that is true. Let's get to this start sit quick here with this game, and then I'll get to some of your more of your takes. We've seen all the receivers in this game in so many start sits. Wandale, I haven't seen a ton of Slayton. You know, I'm like I said, a little less in on Slayton, but Wandale's in a ton of start sits today. Adunze and DJ Moore. Adunze, like impressively, had 0 points last week. Like I really don't think if we ran that game 99 more times, there would be another outcome where he had 0 points. He dropped a wide open touchdown in the game. He played every single snap in a game with over 70 points scored and did not score a single fantasy point or get a single catch. DJ Moore had his best game of the season, on the other hand. But yeah, Wandale, Adunze versus, I'll have DJ Moore here too, Samps. How would you approach this start sit?
I think I would go with Adunze in this spot over Wandale. Another interesting stat about this game is that the Bears are actually among the lowest in the league in pre-snap motion, and the Giants actually struggle with static offensive sets. And so I think it actually benefits the Bears heavily in this game. They're really in a good spot, passing and running. So I do like Adunze. He also dropped the touchdown last week, which it wouldn't have been great, but it would have been like 7 points, which is better than 0.
There's a couple plays like that now this season that like would have been touchdowns in most scenarios if we ran that play. Just phantom flags and drops.
And I do like Wandale in this game too. The thing is, if it is windy, I don't know if Wandale Robinson's the target I would hope to have in a windy game. I just feel like his catch radius is really small. He's been playing really good. I've been a known Wandale, I've been a hater, but he's been playing good. And so I think I would go with Adunze, but I totally get the rationale for not going Adunze because he's hurt us so bad. I think I like DJ Moore more than Adunze. I think steadily DJ Moore has a consistent role. He's also seen carries. I think DJ Moore is in my DFS lineup this week. I sent it in the Discord, so join the WalterPicks Discord if you're not in it. But yeah, that's kind of how I feel about this one.
Yeah, definitely a high ceiling. He had his first game over 20 points last week. He does lead all receivers in the NFL in carries. He's averaging more than 1 carry per game. Not hard to necessarily lead the NFL in this stat. I think there's probably no other receivers at over 1. A few, but these are like low volume guys. Rashee Rice, I guess, is up there with him. Debo. But yeah, he's leading all receivers in carries per game. Some of that was with Swift out too, but yeah, he scored a rushing touchdown last week, 17-yard rushing touchdown. Yeah, I still think I'd probably go Adunze over him. I still think Adunze is in a pretty good, this is week 11, sorry. I still think he's in a pretty good bounce back spot here, but yeah, I agree. Our projections agree. Adunze over Wandale. I think I would go Wandale over DJ Moore still, but it's close. And I think the wind isn't necessarily bad for Wandale. It's just going to push to shorter targets, which is the type of targets he gets. Yeah, I think he's like locked in for a minimum 20-25% target share in this game. Any other takes you want to share here, Samps, before we hop into the start sits?
I do have some. I don't like Breece Hall this week, coming off that huge game before the bye, and he's playing the Browns. It's just not a good look in this game. So I would definitely, if I could, I'd consider benching Breece Hall. And on the other side of this game, I would be very excited to start Quinshon Judkins. Not exactly a hot take, but Quinshon Judkins is going to eat, especially with a Quinnen Williams-less D-line for New York. And I think he's the only target there, but receiver wise, but I kind of think Chris Olave is someone I don't like this week. I like Juwan Johnson in this game. So those are a couple of my takes. I got a few more, but I don't want to put them all at you at one time, but yeah.
Let's talk through this Jets one first. Cause I agree with you on Breece. Definitely shared a similar sentiment earlier in the live. I think this whole Jets offense is set up in a really, really rough spot here in week 10. I don't think there's a worse, I'm still in week 11 here. I don't think there's a worse matchup that I could choose for the Jets, really, than the Browns. Like I'm very nervous for Justin Fields in this game. I'm very nervous for Breece too, but I think there's like a very real chance we see Justin Fields get benched again in this game. I mean, they cannot throw. They have not successfully thrown. Justin Fields is one of the most pressure-sensitive QBs in the league. The Browns generate one of the highest pressure rates in the league. They've been really good against the run. I don't see how the Jets get it done here today against the Browns. I'm honestly surprised the spread is this close. Browns are only 2.5-point favorites in this game. And like, they're basically up against a running back at quarterback, and they're the number 1 or number 2 run defense in the league, maybe only behind the Rams. So yeah, I'm pretty nervous for Breece too. And the other thing too, kind of like sneakily for Breece, is Isaiah Davis has been playing like a lot, like way more than I think most people realize. He actually had a good game there versus the Bengals too. He had 5 catches. Like, if he's going to steal half the receiving work from Breece, man, I think the floor is actually pretty low. He's played over 40% of the snaps in back-to-back games, has Isaiah Davis, and it makes sense to keep him involved. Like, there's no reason to run Breece really into the ground. For the Jets, honestly, really weird situation just in general for Breece, because it seems like he wants out. He is going to be a free agent after this season. So, like, there's not much reason not for the Jets not to run him into the ground if he's going to leave after this season, but there's not much reason for Breece to want this huge workload if he's going to leave after the season too. It's like kind of competing dynamics here. What the player versus team maybe want. And the Jets are obviously, well out of any type of real contention. So yeah, I'm pretty nervous here for the Jets' entire offense as well. And then Olave, we got a lot of Olave questions in the TikTok live and both the YouTube live too. Let me put the wide receiver ranks again because Olave ranks so low, and Olave has been like just a PPR scam this season. Like you're just stealing fantasy points in PPR leagues. Last week was his first game under 10 points all season, and he had his lowest target share of the season, 17%. Now Shaheed is gone, and Shaheed is like legit good wide receiver, and they're not going to replace him with legit good wide receiver. It's going to be Devon Bailey / Brandon Cooks. So more target share is going to get pushed to other receivers than, just the replacements for Shaheed. It's going to be, I think, Juwan Johnson mostly and Chris Olave. We have Olave projected for a 30% target share. He has the 5th most targets in the NFL, and he's still, Samps, for us, ranks as wide receiver 30. Because what is the quality of these targets? With Tyler Shuck is also a tough matchup against the Panthers. They've been top 5 against receivers this season. The odds of a touchdown are just so low for Olave in this offense with his quarterback in this matchup. So yeah, the target share looks great. And maybe he can be a PPR scam again, get to 10 points just because the volume should be good. The pace is generally good for the Saints, but yeah, I'm kind of with you on Olave too. And yeah, Judkins is going to eat, man. Let's set where's the line for Monangai and Henderson for you in terms of the guys you would start them over? Because for me, all these elite guys I think are pretty obvious through Judkins. I have Judkins at the bottom of tier 2, just behind Saquon and Derrick Henry and Jahmyr Gibbs. I'm not starting Henderson or Monangai over Judkins. I think I would start Trevion Henderson over Rashad White and the rest of this tier below him. I would start Henderson over White, Etienne, Jalen Warren, Kyron, and Monangai. I think I would start Monangai kind of right where we have him. I'm not sure I would start him over Kyron, Jalen Warren, Travis Etienne, or Rashad White, though I could see a pretty good argument to do so. But yeah, I'm a little higher on Henderson than where we have him ranked. But is there any of these guys you would start Monangai over?
I would consider ETN. I know that they're without BTJ and Travis Hunter, but I don't like that matchup for ETN at all. I kind of go against the notion that he's in a good spot because of the workload or whatever. That game's interesting. I've had a lot of people question my confidence in Parker Washington this week, but I'm not going to waver. I like Parker Washington this week. He's going to play all the slot snaps. I think he's going to see 8 targets, probably something like that. And I think he can be a PPR scam like we were just talking about with Chris Olave to an extent.
Yeah, I was in on Parker Washington at the beginning of this live for all those same reasons. I like that he's playing in the slot. I think he's kind of insulated in the slot. He had 8 catches for 90 yards last week. I don't think Jacoby Myers has a real role in this game. If he does, it's not going to be a guy you want to start in this matchup. But we did this last week, I think, too, looking at the Broncos receivers against the Texans. When you look at this matchup tab, I don't know how you confidently start anyone against the Texans. There's been 2 good receiver games against the Texans all season. Only 2 guys that have gone over 13 points. And it was JSN and Puka Nacua. That's it. Sutton didn't do it. Franklin didn't do it. Juwan Jennings couldn't do it. JSN did it. Flowers couldn't do it. None of the Titans receivers. That's not surprising. We already saw the Jags play against in this matchup against the Texans. Parker Washington, he had 4 catches for 34 in that game, and Hunter and Thomas both played, but none of them even hit 8 points. None of the Bucs receivers went over 13 points. It's pretty scary going down the list here. Devontae Adams, he didn't do it. Only JSN and Puka have done it against the Texans, which makes me a lot more seeing that. I kind of moved Parker Washington from a start to a bench. So yeah, I think I'm more out on Washington now, but he is a floor. He's a floor play. I agree. I think playing in the slot, the target share should be there with all those injuries, but the matchup is rough. I really wish there was a better matchup for him this week with all those injuries.
Yeah.
I think
if for what you're starting Parker Washington for, you're not really looking for 16 to 22. If he gets you that PPR 10 point, if for this bye week and everything, you're kind of satisfied with that. And I think, I'm not saying he's a smash play, but I think you should definitely, 19 targets over the last 2 games, that's a lot of targets. So
we got someone asking a question here on the TikTok live, why we have Keenan Allen ranked as low as we have Keenan Allen. He's ranked wide receiver 31 for us on the week. He gets the Steelers, who ranked dead last versus receivers this season. And we got Devontae Smith ranked way ahead of him. We got Devontae up, I think, at wide receiver 12 in the top 12 against the Packers. And why is the gap this big? Keenan Allen to me is a borderline bench even in the matchup. And the ceiling is still there for Keenan. The floor is really low, though. He's been losing slot snaps to Gadsden. Gadsden is like their primary slot wide receiver now, even though we get to play him at tight end fancy. Like, he's not playing tight end. He's not blocking. He's playing like slot wide, like a big slot wide receiver role for the Chargers. Trey Harris has been playing more as well. Keenan's coming off his worst game of the season. He had 2 catches. Keenan Allen has had under 11 points in 5 of his last 6 games now. If he doesn't score, he's going under 10 points basically every single week. This is a really good matchup, but yeah, there's just like so many guys involved at this point for the Chargers that I think the floor is pretty low for Keenan. I'd much rather play Gadsden than Keenan, and I'd much rather play Ladd than Keenan too. I think we have Quentin Johnston, I think, just ahead of Keenan Allen. I'm not sure I agree with that. I probably would play Keenan over Quentin Johnston in the matchup, but maybe there's a higher ceiling for Quentin Johnston with the role he plays. He's splitting with Trey Harris now too. But yeah, I mean, that's why Keenan and Devonta Smith are so separated. And Devonta's been balling too. And the Packers do play a decent amount of man coverage. I do feel pretty good about kind of needing to start Devonta Smith this week.
Yeah, I feel like 3 of the 4 primary like Chargers targets are going to have a good game. It's just a matter of which 3. I'm very confident that Gadsden and McConkey are going to get it done. And then from there, it's like, all right, is it QJ or is it Keenan? I think I've been telling people on my live streams that I think I'd go Quentin Johnston over Keenan Allen, but it's like you said, I think he does have a higher ceiling. It's just for the deep plays, just the explosivity. I don't know what the snap numbers are, but based on the eye test, it feels like Quentin Johnston's on the field more than Keenan Allen is at this point.
Yeah, no, that is true. Keenan's snap share has been plummeting. He's played under 37% of the snaps in back-to-back games. 2 weeks ago, he played 25% of the snaps versus the Vikings. I think we mentioned this on the live last week. I think Brian brought it up before you hopped on the live last week, but Keenan's 2 catches away now, I think, from the all-time receptions record for the Chargers. He's almost definitely hitting that here in week 10. And I think this game is at home. I feel like they maybe wanted him to hit it at home, which is why he didn't get to it last week. But yeah, he's going to break Antonio Gates' all-time receptions record for the Chargers tonight. So that'll be a fun moment for him. Super impressive, obviously. But yeah, I'm pretty, and he also, like, that's not even counting the games he played for the Bears last season. He was like top 12 in target share last season too. So yeah, super impressive career from Keenan, but the floor is pretty scary for me.
Yeah, and that might be a home game for the Chargers, but there's going to be more Steelers fans at that game. I can tell you that for a fact.
100% true.
No doubt about it.
Are you as in on Gadsden this week as we are in the ranks? I have him in tier 1, just behind Trey McBride, and he's only like half a point behind McBride's projection, and those are the only 2 guys I have in tier 1. You agree with that sentiment that he's just right up there at the top this week?
I do. I agree. Arondé Gadsden is someone you need to start with immense confidence. One thing that is interesting, I don't know if he did it at all last week, but they did mention it earlier this week, is that Jalen Ramsey is going to be playing some safety, which he has not done in the past that much. That could impact Gadsden. I don't know how good he's going to do. I haven't been impressed with Ramsey, but if he changes up his position, maybe it could help him out. We'll see. It's going to be a very interesting game because the Steelers really need to win with the Ravens like on their tail. And the Chargers really need to win because they can stay ahead of the Chiefs and stay in the playoffs. Right. So very exciting situation here, but you got to start Gadsden.
Yeah, I'm way higher on the Chargers than the Steelers. I feel like the defensive line for the Steelers last week gives me some concern for the Chargers with all their offensive line issues. I know the Chargers were projected to be a top 5 offensive line, in the preseason. I saw some projections this week that had the Chargers as a bottom 3 offensive line in the NFL. Now, I mean, it's hard to really wrap your head around how big of a shift this has been for the Chargers from how good they were supposed to be to how injured they are now and how bad they are now. And 6 turnovers for the Colts last week against this Steelers team. I mean, it was wild how bad the Colts offense played against the Steelers defense. So I get why the spread is close for that reason, but I don't think these offenses are still kind of that comparable. In my opinion, I don't think the Chargers defense is necessarily that much worse than the Steelers defense either, but not a real home field advantage, at least for them. We're getting a lot of Monungai versus Henderson starts it in the TikTok live. I think 3 different people asking this same question. I see some in the YouTube as well. I think I already said I would go Trevion Henderson over Monungai. Would you agree with that?
I would not agree with that. Personally, I've watched every single Giants snap this year, And I do think it's in the realm of possibility that there's 2 running backs that go for 100 yards against them. And it could easily happen in this game. And like just the scheme, like Ben Johnson's the most creative run scheme guy. And the Giants run the most uncreative defense you've ever seen in your life. I don't know. And I still don't really trust Travion. A few more instances I need to get more trust with him. And if he catches passes, he could have a good game. It's kind of why I'm like feeling the same way about Rashad White. I feel like him and Travion are similar level. They need to catch passes. They need to, or else it's going to be like not great. Because who knows? Terrell Jennings comes in, steals the goal line touchdown, which he's done before. It's like, okay.
That's how it went down last week. And we did just see 2 weeks ago, 2 running backs go over 100 yards against the Giants. It was Saquon and Tank Bigsby. Tank Bigsby looked like it's just copy and paste.
He looks like a tank.
Basically, when he that game, and yeah, I mentioned it earlier for those of you just tuning in. Over 400 rushing yards against the Giants over their last 2 games. They did play the Eagles and the 49ers. Not really comparable, I don't think, to the Bears.
The Niners weren't running that well. Yeah. Like CMC was getting all those points through the air, so the Giants really broke through for CMC in that one.
Yeah, so, and Brian Robinson too. He contributed 50 rushing yards there. He was at
which is astonishing. Astonishing. Yeah. And this game's going to be competitive. There's no doubt in my mind. Like at least like high scoring. Like maybe the Bears handle business, but it's going to be high scoring. But both defenses are a mess.
Yeah. So in the WalterPicks app, we do have Monangai over Henderson. Samps is saying Monangai over Henderson. I'm leaning Henderson over Monangai. I like both of them for sure.
Yeah.
But to me,
I don't blame you. It's close.
Yeah, it's close. And Monangai's he's more in a timeshare, right? Than Henderson. There's like just a little uncertainty there. I do think Swift's going to get more of the receiving work and steal at least 30-40% of the carries and potentially 50-60% of the carries like we've seen him take in the past. Henderson, on the other hand, like last week, does give me a lot of confidence about the role we're going to get Henderson in a pretty good matchup here against the Bucs. He had basically the Ramondre role last week with Ramondre at 75% of the snaps. He ran a route, though, on over 60% of the passing plays. He was in a Ramondre plus role. Ramondre has not had a huge receiving role. Henderson, finally, we see him get a legit receiving role. Last week, 21.4% target share. And this is why I was drafting Henderson before the season. I thought he was going to get these James White type target shares that we hadn't seen until last week. And now he gets the Bucs, and the Bucs are allowing the most receiving yards per game to running backs this season. So I think the receiving role is like considerably higher than Monangai's receiving role. And I think he probably gets a higher snap percentage and a higher rush share than Monangai too. Not quite as good of a matchup on the ground as Monangai, but yeah, I would say Monangai has a better chance at a touchdown and more rushing yards, but Henderson's receiving upside gives me the slight edge to him. But yeah, definitely a close call. And I think both are good starts for sure.
I mean, and just as everyone expected, I mean, Monangai looks more explosive than Travion Henderson too, though. That's kind of an interesting portion of it where it's just like, Monangai, like Ben Johnson saying he's riding the hot hand actually told me a lot because I mean, like only one running back played last week. So in my opinion, it's kind of like, how do you bench a guy who just ran for almost 200 yards? And he basically took 30 plus touches. Like that's just insane to me.
Yeah, it was honestly impressive. We talked about it was impressive that Dunze scored 0 points. It was impressive that Monangai didn't score a touchdown.
Yeah.
Over 200 all-purpose yards. Last week, no touchdowns. 176 rushing yards, 3 catches for 22 receiving yards. I mean, yeah, he 26 carries and 3 catches, 29 touches, and he didn't score, but he still was the running back 3 on the week with 23 points. That was against the Bengals. And yeah, similar matchup, honestly, for him. This week's just Swift is playing. That's really the only
couldn't be more similar of a matchup. Really couldn't be more similar.
Yeah, so definitely fair to say Monangai over Henderson for all those reasons.
Bucs coming off the bye too. Another thing that's like he's had 2 weeks to prepare for it. I could just see a world where Travion's a little disappointing.
Yeah, I would play Monangai over David Montgomery. I think you've honestly convinced me to move Monangai up to where I had Henderson at in this list. I'd play Monangai over Rashad White, over ETN, Jalen Warren, and Kyron Williams. I do like
Jalen Warren. I did want to call that out. I like Jalen Warren a lot. I think he's going to catch some passes, which is not exactly a hot take, but he's in a good spot. And they love throwing to the running back. Like, talk about a PPR merchant. Kenneth Gainwell is going to get you 8 points for 5 catches, 23 yards. Like that's the bread and butter for him. Like, yeah, he's catching passes left and right. It's pretty insane. So we'll see. We're getting to the point where boys become men in the fantasy football season. There's these choices you got to make that are tough calls, and that's what we're here to help you with.
100%. Any other takes you have for the week?
I am a little concerned about George Kittle this week. I do think you need to start him, but I don't love the spot. I don't love how well these coaches know each other, and I don't love Mac Jones in the spot necessarily, even though he's been playing like okay. Um, I think also in this game, maybe it's just my bias because I think it's a funny thing. I like the Rams' new kicker. If you need a kicker, pick up Harrison Mevis. Good kicking game script here. I know it's his first game, the thicker kicker, but I get him out there. I literally in the WalterPicks work league with all the coworkers and everything. I have 2 kickers on my roster just because I picked up Harrison Mevis for this week to start him, just to give him a shot because I think it'd be fun for him to be my kicker.
The thicker kicker is that?
Yeah, he's a big boy. He's a big boy. I think he's like 250 pounds. I'm pretty sure.
Absolutely unreal name. We have the weight here, 243 pounds.
Yeah.
That is the thicker kicker.
What a legend.
For sure. Wow. Yeah, the great kicker shout out there.
Of course.
I'm curious
bring a kicker.
What you think of my take here. I pulled up this comment up a little bit. Sam, I need a lock of the week. There's so many tough games. And yeah, there's definitely a lot of tough games across the slate. I think there's 2 games to me that stand out the most. I mean, I'm going to skip over the Bills because I just don't think there's a world where the Bills offense is stopped today. Like I just do not think there's a world where the Bills offense scores less than 30 points, but they're huge favorites. I'm not going to call them a lock. To me, the Ravens and the Patriots stand out as 2 teams that are going to win today. The Ravens are 4.5 point favorites. The Pats are 2.5 point underdogs. They've won 6 or 7 straight now. And I feel like they're getting knocked a bit for their strength of schedule, which hasn't been so strong. But at the same time, they've won all of these games. It's one of these things where I think sometimes we knock teams for their strength of schedule or players for their strength of schedule, but they're beating them and they're playing well against them. Like, what do you want them to do? Not do well against these bad teams? Like I do think the Patriots are a better team than the Bucs. We haven't seen the Patriots offense get pushed in a ton of games this season, but they definitely are capable, I think, offensively performing against the Bucs defense in this spot. I think the Patriots offense continues to be just like a little underrated in terms of being a pretty good run defense. We haven't seen a running back over 50 rushing yards in like 7 straight games against the Pats, 7 or 8 straight games. So yeah, I do think the Pats can win as underdogs. I also think Lamar's just not going to get stopped. Looking at the game logs for Lamar, I don't think there's a quarterback I want on my fantasy teams more than any other quarterback. There's some elite ones for sure. Let me hop over to the QB ranks quick to show you where we have these QBs ranked. Lamar's not at 1 for us this week. But yeah, rest of season, I don't think there's a guy I want more than Lamar. They really need to win every single game. Like every game is kind of a playoff game for them at this point. They have an unreal schedule. We've seen 4 full games from Lamar. He's been over 25 points in all 4 games. He's number 1 in quarterback points per game at 24. That's counting a game. He only played 70% of the snaps against the Chiefs. Last week, he almost had more touchdowns than incompletions against the Dolphins. Didn't even need to run. Like, yeah, to me, Lamar Jackson is going to put up 25 plus again this week. In DFS Samps this week, I'm really not playing many lineups without Drake May or Lamar Jackson. I don't think there's other QBs on the slate with the rushing plus passing potential that these 2 guys have this week in their matchups. I do kind of want to sprinkle in Jackson Dart / Caleb Williams because I think people will probably overreact a little bit to the weather, and so their ownership will be lower than it probably should be. But I think it's going to be really tough for any of these QBs to match the ceiling of Lamar and Drake May. So yeah, I like the Ravens and the Pats to win today, and I like both those QBs a lot as well. You disagree with any of those? You like one of those more than the other?
I don't think saying I disagree is an accurate statement, but if that person's looking for 2 locks, those are not 2 games where I feel confident about. I honestly think the Vikings can keep that game real close at home. It's going to be a very tough setting for the Ravens. I was not super impressed with the Ravens against the Dolphins. I thought they should have won by even more. I think they should have played better in the first half. Not that they're not good. I think Lamar, like the Ravens are probably going to win, but I would not call that a lock. Like the Vikings just beat the Lions, and it was in Detroit. Like that's a big deal. And on the other side, Bucs coming off a bye, that's a concern for me. That's like it's very, very tight. I think a lock is the Browns are going to beat the Jets. Like I even though it's on the road, there's not going to be a lot of Jets fans there. The Jets have literally like nobody on defense, and I mean, is it crazy? Quinshon Judkins like 27 carries, like something like that. Just David Njoku's probably going to get into the end zone. He had that whole thing saying he wants to be a Brown for life. I think they're going to try to get him to the end zone. So my lock would be the Browns to beat the Jets.
Yeah, I like that one a lot too. And I was definitely surprised by the spread being as close as that one was. I
Yeah.
get Dylan Gabriel has not inspired a ton of confidence, but yeah, the matchup defensively for the Browns is just so strong there. All right, let's get to a few more start sits and we get to any more takes you have here in a second, Sam. Waddle, Romeo Dobbs, and DK. I haven't talked a ton about all three of these guys. I don't think I pulled up the free player props yet since you've been on Sam's, but Waddle is one of the free player props for me today, over 64.5 receiving yards. He's hit this in 3 of his last 4 games. He's had a really strong target share in all of the games without Tyreek. He ranks as wide receiver 11 for us. And like I said, there's just no world where the Bills offense is stopped today. Like if we play this game 100 times, I think 100 times the Bills are scoring points. Like there's just not a world where they're stopped. I would be really, really surprised. And that I think bodes really well for Achane and Waddle, where all the volume's funneling for the Dolphins. And the Bills do have some injuries in the secondary as well. This is not a fully healthy Bills defense. So I do like Waddle's chances to go for 100 plus, and I really like his line at 64.5. So to me, he's like an obvious start out of these three, and then it's between Dobbs and DK Metcalf, and our projections do kind of agree with that. Man, Dobbs versus Metcalf is a tough call, I think. Dobbs has had like a really strong role over the last few games. He's had at least 110 air yards in 3 straight games. Yeah, in 3 straight games. He hasn't been under 17% target share over the last month plus. He is coming off a game with 7 catches for 91 yards in a tougher matchup, arguably, than he gets this week against the Eagles. Packers should have to throw as well. Then Metcalf, his volume's just been really low. Like we've seen the ceiling from him. Tough matchup against the Chargers too. Yeah, I think I go Dobbs over Metcalf looking at that just quickly. Would you agree with that? And you in on Waddle this week too?
I think I actually just traded for Jalen Waddle in the 32-person league. I feel pretty good about it after seeing Bo Nix on Thursday. I got Mahomes in that too. I gave up Pickens, but like I think it's okay. I think Waddle and Pickens are somewhat comparable. I think Jalen Waddle has a chance to go off this week. I totally agree with you. Kind of took the words out of my mouth, and I would go Romeo Dobbs over Metcalf. Metcalf, this whole thing where they get him a few looks and then on the goal line they throw him a fade is just really getting old, and I'm not a huge fan of it. They should have a line on the books that's like over 1.5 goal line fades to Darnell Washington and DK Metcalf. That's an over for sure. So Romeo Dobbs got to be one of the most underrated players in the NFL. I feel like, you know what I mean? Like no one talks about him as like a great option, but he is. He really is.
Yeah, he's honestly Alec Pierce-like, I feel like, in that way, where he's playing a pretty big role in a pretty big way for the Packers. I think Christian Watson, too, is a pretty interesting sleeper this week. His role has been expanding, I think, for similar reasons, given that matchup. Like, we could see them kind of push him into a bigger role than we've even seen. Snap share did go up week over week, 56% to 66%. He's looked pretty good in the opportunities. He's got over 50 yards in both games so far. I think there's like an interesting ceiling for him. He feels like one of these fringe guys in fantasy leagues that probably should be rostered in most leagues with these upcoming schedule. Jaden Reed probably going to come back sometime soon, but Matthew Golden has really been kind of nothing burger for fantasy purposes, at least. But yeah, I think he's an interesting sleeper as well. Do you agree that he should probably be rostered in most leagues?
Yeah, I made a video a few weeks ago saying to pick him up, and that was when he was like 90% available. So hopefully people in here or watch us back were watching that video, and I hope it works out for us. So yeah, and I think a sleeper, just in the spirit of sleepers, this is a real sleeper here. This could be complete zero, could be nothing. But I think if the Vikings and Ravens game is competitive, watch out for Jalen Nailor to be involved. I do think there's a world where he's involved because the 2 best corners for the Ravens are likely going to be on Jefferson and Addison. Roquan Smith's probably going to be in the run game and also dealing with Hawkinson a little bit. Jalen Nailor plays a lot of snaps. I can just see a world where he's like, PPR merchant. We bring it up all game long. I could see like maybe if he scores a touchdown, like maybe 10, 12 points. I could see it. I'm not saying anyone should start him. Just calling it out. Just something that's a real sleeper call. Maybe DFS. Jalen Nailor. He's going to be minimum. Yeah,
I do have a decent amount of Lamar DFS lineups riding in tournaments, so I definitely will look at that after the live for sure. I think
I wouldn't say go full on it, but like I just think he's playing like if you look at the matchup tab, you'd be surprised, or the game log tab, you'd be surprised how many snaps he's playing. It's a lot.
Yeah, just to get this start sit out of the way quick, I would go Herbert over Dart. Do you agree with that, Samps, or would you go Dart over Herbert in the matchup?
Oh, I've gotten that question so many times, and I almost don't even know if I've given the same answer every time. It's really a vibes thing, I feel. I do think if the weather isn't a huge concern, Dart is going to, I think they're going to open the playbook up for him a little bit this week against the Bears, but it's really hard to deny the Steelers matchup. It's just the O-line is a concern. The Giants O-line actually ranked second best last week. They're very good. They get a Jermaine Illuminor back this week, make it even better. I think I go Dart, but it's not by a lot.
Yeah, I lean Herbert, but yeah, the defensive line, offensive line matchup is definitely worse for him than it is for Jackson Dart against that scary Steelers defensive line with all the injuries that they have. Yeah, looking at this Jalen Naylor game log, he has been playing over half the snaps. He did have 14%, 17% target share last week. It was only 4 targets. Honestly, like, how did the Vikings win this game last week? Just looking at this,
defense played so good.
Yeah, it had to be the defense, and I don't think any defense is really stopping Lamar right now. I mean, JJ McCarthy, I think he did better fantasy-wise than most people expected. And I talked about this a little bit on the live that I had a little bit more faith in him than it felt like most people had. But statistically, now I feel like he's maybe a little overrated. I mean, he didn't have a good game. 56% completion percentage, 5.7 yards per attempt. That was worse than his other 2 games that we saw him play.
I don't take credit for finding this stat, but look at his stat line from his first game and this game, 143 yards and 2 touchdowns in each and a rushing touchdown in each game. That's really weird, isn't it? Exact same stat line.
It is very weird.
Very strange. What are the odds of that? Like, that doesn't feel possible. But
yeah, they're extremely, extremely low. Definitely very low odds of that happening in 2 for his 2 full games. Did he play this full game?
I don't think so. Wait, no, he did. He did. That game was terrible. That game was awful.
Yeah, that was a bad one. I do.
That game was really bad.
Yeah, so I do like the Ravens in this spot for sure. I don't think
if they can get Derrick Henry going, that would be huge for them. And I will say with the Vikings, I've said it all year on our projections calls. When the Vikings have Andrew Van Ginkel, the defense is entirely different. He was back last week. We saw it impacted the Lions offense big time.
Seeing some comments in the TikTok live, a lot of people still asking about Parker Washington. I think Samps and I disagree on Parker Washington a bit. I think I agree with Samps. There's a floor here. I don't think there's an exciting ceiling, depending on what your other option is here. Keenan Allen versus Parker Washington. I think the floor is better for Parker Washington. I think the ceiling is, I would argue, higher for Keenan Allen. I'd probably go the Parker Washington side here. But yeah, again, just to repeat the reason I'm out mostly on Parker Washington, there's been 2 games over 13 fantasy points against the Texans at wide receiver, and it was Puka and Jason. I do think Parker Washington's in for a pretty good target share today, but yeah, I'm pretty out. I think just in general on Parker Washington. Would you go Parker Washington over Keenan here, Samps?
Be so tough. It'd be really, really tough. It's just the Keenan Allen snap share is such a concern. It's such a concern for me. I think I would go Keenan Allen out of the principle of it, but I don't love it at all. I hate that question so much.
Definitely Garrett Wilson over Parker Washington. Seeing that one in the TikTok live.
Yes.
I'll put the wide receiver ranks here again on both live streams. Sam and Samps, how are we doing? Doing great. Yarshma, great to see you back in the live stream, man. Any word from Weatherman, Sam, also Vidal or Tyrone Tracy? Samps, I'll let you take this Vidal or Tyrone Tracy one as I pull up the Weatherman Sam report for everybody.
Yeah, Vidal over Tyrone Tracy is a very tough one and a very valid question. I think people are concerned Devin Singletary saw more carries than Tyrone Tracy last week. I do think part of that, thinking back on it, is rehabbing from the shoulder injury. They want to give him a full load in his first game back. I will say Tracy's going to have more competition from Singletary than I think Vidal is from whoever. Jarrett Patterson, I don't know. I know we're a little bit in on Jarrett Patterson this week to an extent, not a ton. It's super close, as you can see on the profile here. I think if the game goes the way I'm expecting it to, I think I go Tyrone Tracy over Vidal.
Just an insanely massive play from Jonathan Taylor in this Falcons game, Sam. He's
wow.
Nearing 200 total yards, 2 touchdowns now.
83-yard touchdown. Wow.
Yeah, unreal.
And Tyler Warren is breaking the old mold that the no tight end can do good against the Falcons, by the way. He's not having a crazy game, but, 6 for 66. That's pretty good. You're going to take that all day long.
That is the best tight end game against the Falcons all season, for sure. The last week was also the best tight end game. It was like 4 for 40 from Hunter. So, yeah, definitely interesting and impressive there from Tyler Warren. So, the Weatherman Sam report today. The Giants at Bears game is the worst weather of the day. There's 20-mile-an-hour sustained winds, 30-mile-an-hour wind gusts. The concerning wind range is 25 miles an hour. So we are going to cross that threshold at times in this game, but we don't want to overreact to this either. You will be able to throw in this game. We're projecting a little bit less success on the deep ball, a little bit less pass volume in general, but there will be passing success still in this game. There's going to be rain/snow before the game, but not during the game. So again, I think people will probably overreact to that more than they should. And I'm like slightly concerned about the game, but it's not a game where I need to bench everyone. And to me, honestly, Darius Slayton, I think, takes the biggest hit of anyone given this report. There's some other games that we might see some rain showers in. Pats at Bucks, Bills at Dolphins, Lions at Commanders, possible rain showers at times in all those games. I'm not concerned about that literally at all. I would not overreact to that. It's going to be really hard to project too with all those Florida games. So that's the Weatherman Sam report today. Sam's Colston Loveland popped off last week. I did call that on the live last week. That was one of my biggest hits of the week. Komet's back though this week. It's not quite as good of a matchup for him. He got the Bengals. The Bengals are the stone cold best matchup for tight ends this season. The Giants, we've talked a lot about their defense already on the live today, but they've been horrible against the run. They've been like average against tight ends. Theo Johnson on the other side of this game is being asked about. I think I would go Loveland over Theo, but any concern for you about Colston Loveland, the Komet back? You think he kind of just takes this job at this point?
I'm not worried about Cole Kmet. I think they fill completely different roles on the team right now. Kmet's a better blocker, and I think Colston Loveland is definitely earning his keep here. I mean, he was a top 10 pick. Like they're going to use him, and he's just a lot better than Theo Johnson. He scored a touchdown last week. Theo Johnson did, but don't be fooled. He's not good. As a Giants fan, I can tell you right now, Theo Johnson is not good. Don't be fooled.
Jonathan Taylor, this game, Samps, 26 carries, 210 yards, 2 rushing touchdowns, and 3 catches for 42 yards. So he has 252 yards and 2 TDs in this game. Colts only lead by 5. Still very much a game to be played here as well for JT.
I'm going against JT in a few leagues, so as you just kept saying those things, I felt like you were jabbing me with like a dagger in the side every single time you added another stat there.
Yeah, it is definitely not a good week to be going against Jonathan Taylor. Definitely a very good season to be having Jonathan Taylor.
Do you think he could win MVP? Let me ask you that. Do you think he could?
No, it's just a quarterback award. Unfortunately,
Do you think there's no chance? There's no chance.
I wouldn't say there's no chance. I would put the chance though like under 5%. I think it's like very unlikely.
If he takes a Daniel Jones-led team to a 1 seed, like I don't know. You get my vote, I think, as someone who's seen Daniel Jones play football.
Yeah, I think the problem is, yeah, it's a quarterback award, and Mahomes, Josh Allen, Drake May, all having really good seasons. It's so tough. It also all comes down to the last month. The last month is always so overweighted in the MVP voting that I don't want to say these weeks don't matter. Like you have to do well these weeks to get in the conversation, but you really have to smash in that last month to win the MVP in comparison to all those other QBs that he's going to be competing against. So yeah, like he has one game at the end of the season where he doesn't hit 100 yards or score. Like he's just kind of auto not going to win it against a QB. So I think it's a pretty rough path for him, but we have seen a running back win it before. I think was it LaDainian Tomlinson? I forget. It might have been him when the touchdown season. I think he has to break the touchdown record ultimately to win.
Yeah, I want to say was it Adrian Peterson? Did he win MVP?
Yeah, it might have been Adrian Peterson too. Yeah. So it's possible, but that was like 15, 20 years ago.
Yeah, that was a while back.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. Monangai versus Swift. This starts it. Yeah, LT and AP both won. I'm seeing in the TikTok live comments. Shout out to the comments validating that info.
Ball knowers
for sure. Yeah, we're in the top 99th percentile ball knowers on this live. Swift versus Monangai. I definitely would go Monangai. I like starting both if you can start both for all the reasons we said. But would you agree Monangai over Swift?
I was telling people last night DeAndre Swift, but it's with no level of confidence. It's just a matter of what's going on in Ben Johnson's head. I really do think both are going to have a good game.
Yeah. I mean, I think what you said before too, though, the hot hand comment, like who else would that be about? There was only one guy.
Exactly right. Yeah.
So I do have a little bit more confidence in Monangai than Swift. I think Monangai's touchdown ceiling is just higher too. DJ Moore versus Dunze. I think we maybe disagreed on this one earlier too. I personally prefer Dunze. I think you said you like DJ Moore maybe a tiny bit more. I think they're close.
Very close. Also, that person has an awesome mustache.
Trevion over Wandale. Yeah, so I mean, I'm pretty bullish on Trevion Henderson. I have him just one spot ahead of Monangai in terms of the tiers that we've been talking through. Samps would go Monangai over Henderson. Better matchup for Monangai for sure. I think better role for Trevion Henderson in the receiving game specifically. The Bucs have allowed the most receiving yards per game to running backs this season. Trevion Henderson played 75% of snaps last week. So yeah, I do think I'd take Trevion Henderson over Wandale like pretty pretty easily, honestly. I've seen Jordan Addison Samps in a bunch of questions this week. How are you feeling about him in the spot versus the Ravens? You said Jalen Naylor was a guy you're somewhat interested in, partially because of the matchup for Addison. Is there any of these guys you would start over Jordan Addison, though? Like looking at this list, Keenan, Metcalf, Parker Washington, you got to bench one of these guys, it looks like, in the start sit.
That's always the annoying thing with Jordan Addison questions. It's always this group of guys you're comparing them to in the question. You're like, I really don't know, because all these guys can have similar outcomes. I think I would go Jordan Addison over Keenan Allen, but that's tough. It's very difficult. I think he probably will see more targets than Metcalf, but I don't know for sure. This is a really, really tough one, and I think I sit Keenan out of this group, but I hate it a lot. I really do.
Yeah, I would play Addison and Metcalf here for sure. And then it's between Washington and Keenan. I think we already talked through this one. And yeah, they're both kind of floor plays to me anyway. So I'm okay going Parker Washington over Keenan. It feels a little gross given the matchup. But yeah, I'm okay going with Washington over Keenan. But yeah, I like Addison this week. I don't think the Ravens offense is going to get stopped by the Vikings defense. I think Addison does have a kind of an intriguing ceiling. DraftKings lineup. Yeah, I got you with the DraftKings lineup. Curious what Samps thinks about my DK lineup here too. I sent this one in Discord as well. I know Samps, you said you sent yours in the WalterPicks Discord too. I'm going with the Drake May Buccaneers game stack here, like a pretty heavy stack in this game. I do like stacking either Kyler Williams or Mac Hollins with Drake May this week. They both played more than Demario Douglas last week. Douglas was the one with the big game, but there's no booty in this game. Like one of these guys is the most likely guy to catch that long booty pass, that long booty touchdown that we've had so much this season. The Pats are underdogs in this game. And I'd like the Henderson May stack specifically because I don't think it'll be super common, but I'm in on Henderson mostly because of that receiving role. If he can get that 20+% target share in the matchup, I think there's like a pretty high correlated ceiling there. I really like James Cook against the Dolphins too. He's the second highest priced running back on the slate, but you can get some of these cheap receivers and get him in there. I mean, I have James Cook, Puka, and Jefferson all in this lineup, and I'm still double stacking May with some pretty cheap bring back options with the Bucs. I'm getting kind of gross with the Saints defense, but they're going to be pretty low ownership for sure. Any thoughts on this lineup? You like the Drake May stacks this week?
I think it's just if you get the receiver right, it's probably gonna be a little more expensive. I prefer like DeMario or maybe even like a Hunter Henry or someone like that. I like Stephon Diggs. Yeah, I was gonna say I like Stephon Diggs too. Getting James Cook and Puka, not even including Justin Jefferson, is something that is probably gonna be successful for you. I have Puka Nacua in my lineup. I think Puka Nacua is like a locked-in star. I like Cade Otton too in this lineup. I don't personally. I actually had Tez Johnson as one of my benches I brought to this live stream. I'm not super convinced he's going to be someone you're like confidently starting and happy with, but DFS is an entirely different lens. So I would not blame you.
Yeah, he's had at least 9 points in 4 straight games, had at least 4 catches in 3 of those games. One of those games, he had 1 catch for 45 yards and a touchdown. But yeah, he's playing over 70% of the snaps. There's no Mike Evans, no Chris Godwin. If this game is a shootout like I need it to be, obviously with this lineup, then I feel okay having Tez. But yeah, I mean, Egbuka is certainly going to have a huge role in this game too. It's not a great matchup for number 1 receivers, but man, we just saw Drake London score 3 touchdowns against the Pats. I said it earlier. I think that was maybe the most impressive wide receiver game I've seen all season from Drake London last week. Like over half of his yards and all 3 of his touchdowns came on extremely contested catches that most receivers in the NFL are not making. He was not open on most of those plays. So yeah, super impressive stuff from London. Still like Egbuka this week, still too. But yeah, if I don't go with the Drake May stacks, like I said, I do like the Lamar Jackson stacks, and I think both Lamar and May, like they're easier to stack if you're going to play multiple lineups because it is tough to guess which of these receivers is the one you want, which of these tight ends for the Ravens is the one you want. But if you can get multiple lineups in and build some different stacks around these 2 quarterbacks, I do think it's going to work out pretty well this week. Devontae Smith versus Adunze. Yeah, I feel like we both are on Devontae Smith over Adunze.
Yeah. Out of principle, you got to go Devontae Smith over Adunze, I think.
We got former Browns creator here, Jake, in a pickle, Sam, Monungai, DK, or Washington for flex. Yeah, this is not a pickle. This is you're playing Kyle Monungai And like, I think a lot of these Colin Nungai questions, I'm seeing it's got to be Colin Nungai in almost all of these. Sam shared the stat earlier. Bears are the number one run outside team, so runs outside, and the Giants are the worst defense in outside runs. So this is like a smash spot. The Giants are allowing the most yards per carry to running backs this season as well. So yeah, I do like Colin Nungai in a lot of spots. You can feel pretty good about it. Someone asking why we have Harold Fannin so low. I'm going to pull this one up too because this is an interesting start, Sid. But how do you feel about Fannin this week versus the Jets? He had a hamstring injury late in the week. He's going to play. It seems like he was questionable really until like last night or early this morning. We have Njoku just ahead of him. It's not a bad matchup versus the Jets, but yeah, would you start Fannin in like any spots this week, Samps?
I think it's all circumstantial, but I think you can definitely be fine playing Harold Fannin. I think I'd go Juwan Johnson over both those guys if he was available. I think I do have a little concern with Mark Andrews this week. I would not play him over those guys unless you're really needing a ceiling. I think Harold Fannin's going to – the thing about Harold Fannin that makes him unique, he's kind of like Tyler Warren, where it's like manufactured touches to the tight end, where he's almost not even playing tight end. It's kind of like he's getting the design looks and stuff like that. So I do like that for him. If this game is somehow competitive, like where it's like not just like 6-9 competitive, like actually competitive scoring points, he's going to have a great game.
Yeah, I'm definitely nervous for Fannin with the hamstring and with Njoku back. I agree with you too, what you said earlier. Those comments from Njoku, I feel like they're going to try to get him a touchdown. This week, I do think Njoku is the more likely touchdown scorer of the two. And then I also think, like you said earlier too, Judkins is going to eat in this game. The rushing attack for the Browns is going to do really well. I'm also kind of in on Judy in this game. I actually haven't brought that up since you've been on the live, so I'm curious for you to poke holes in that one, but which is maybe not so hard to do. But yeah, I'm pretty down.
Say that's a difficult thing.
I don't think Fannon's a start if he's ranking his tight end 18. Like, yeah, Juwan Johnson, Zach Ertz, Colson Loveland, Dalton Schultz, Hunter Henry, Kincaid. I'd start all of these guys over Fannin this week. I think that kind of by definition does make him a bench in most leagues. All right. I do want to talk about this start sit I pulled up. Then I'll talk through Judy and get your thoughts on that. Kamani Vidal, Khalil Shakir.
I think I go with Khalil Shakir. He's been cooking, and I'm a little skeptical of Vidal's matchup. I will call out that Tyler Algier just stole another touchdown for Bijan Robinson, and the Colts are going to get the ball back with 1:44 on the clock and try to take the lead and win the game. But I'm really annoyed with Tyler Algier right now. But back to this question. Yeah, Shakir's just been cooking, and I think they're really looking for a consistent, reliable target. And I think Shakir is that guy for Josh Allen right now.
Bless you. Thank you. I'm setting a
Quinn and Williams.
I'm setting a record sneezes on the live on the Sunday morning for sure. I think like doubling the record maybe. But yeah,
Vidal record, sneeze record.
Yeah, 100%. I think we do need to get a few more starts in to really set the record, but we're definitely have a chance here down the stretch. But yeah, Shakir, I would play over Vidal as well. How do you feel about this? The Dolphins ranked number 1 against receivers in terms of fantasy points allowed this season, and I don't think it's because they're so good. It's just their run defense has been so bad, and also they've been really, really bad against tight ends. They're allowing the second fewest points per game, the fewest receiving yards per game. It's like, how much are the Bills really going to have to pass in this one? But yeah, Shakir, I still think I'd play over Vidal. I'm pretty nervous, honestly, for Vidal in the game against the Steelers.
This might be a hot take. I get a feeling that the Dolphins game, like the Bills-Dolphins games, it's not going to be a blowout. The first time they played, everyone thought, this game's going to be terrible, and then it was competitive. And that was in Buffalo. I could see maybe the second half the Bills pulling away, but that's why I think we like Jalen Waddle. I think Shakir can be okay. Like, I think it'll be somewhat tight. I think the Dolphins are going to be going in there with the mindset of we're not going to let James Cook beat us, which is what everyone's trying to do against them. But maybe I'm completely off on that. They could win by 45, and I don't think it'd be that surprising.
Yeah, I think James Cook is going to absolutely smash.
Yeah.
Versus the Dolphins. Tet versus Quentin Johnson. How do you feel about Tet this week? He was dealing with an injury as well. He is going to play in this game against the Saints, but they also have Rico Barry Sanders Dowdle, who we haven't talked about much on the live today. Let me just share the stat with you quick about Rico Dowdle. He's averaging 173 rushing yards per game, 204 total scrimmage yards per game in his 3 starts across NFL history. We've never seen a player average this many yards, rushing or total, in 3 starts in a season since 1970. I mean, like, you just don't see, these averages are crazy. It's also a small sample size with just 3 starts, but it's not like the Saints are a bad matchup here. My fear with Tet is they just aren't going to have to throw much, but I actually think he's getting a little underrated here in week 10. We still haven't really seen like a big Tet game yet. And the Saints do play a lot of man coverage. I think Tet will exploit that. Assuming he's fully healthy, I would go Tet over Johnson. But yeah, curious if you have any Tet thoughts here in week 10.
I would go with McMillan over Johnston. There was some concern with the hamstring thing. I did see a video of him like dancing at some. Like, it was on Twitter. Like, I think he's okay. He was like dancing at some like wedding or something like that. I think he's okay. But I think Ted, that's a reliable target for Bryce, and I think him being out there is important for them to be successful. It's to open up some of that run game and stuff like that. And I trust him more than Quentin Johnston.
Etienne or Monty, Samps?
Oh man, that's really gross. I really like the matchup. So I think I would go with Montgomery, but it's really, really gross.
Yeah, honestly, our rankings have Etienne. Etienne's coming off a season high carries. Matchup is way better for Monty, though. I do, similar to the Bills against the Dolphins. Like, there's no world where the Lions' offense getting stopped. Seahawks offense just ran through the Commanders. The Seahawks had over 50 wide receiver fantasy points against the Commanders last week. I don't know how you don't like the ceiling, at least for JMO this week. I think he's kind of interesting in DFS too. But if they absolutely smash, there could be a pretty run heavy game too, which is part of the tough thing to figure out for DFS. But yeah, Monty, I think, has a better chance at a touchdown than Etienne. Let me talk through these props, Sam. So I already mentioned the Waddle one. That one, I think, has some really strong analysis. Jerry Jeudy, over 34.5 receiving yards. And I know the second I say Jerry Jeudy's name, everyone gets kind of a sick taste in their mouth. But this is, you got to like account for what the line is here. 34.5 yards. He has hit this in 4 of his 7 games this season, or 4 of his 8 games. He had a donut in his last game against the Patriots. My main reason for liking this one is how much man coverage the Jets play, how bad I think the secondary is going to be without Sauce as well. And this to me stands out as a line he can hit, in just a few catches also. Yeah, so I think the line's just like maybe 10 yards too low, given the matchup, given the man coverage game environment here for Jeudy. He has been like horrible against zone, and he has been much better against man in his snaps this season. Cedric Tillman is back this week, which is like the one fear I have with this prop. I think it would be a little stronger without that. I know we talked about liking Judkins in the run game here too, but the spread is only 2.5. So yeah, are you at all with me here on this Jeudy over 34.5 yards?
I think there's a part of me that's with you, but I'm not with you. I think the Jets are coming off a bye too. They've had 2 weeks to game plan for Dylan Gabriel. It's more of a Dylan Gabriel thing than a Jerry Jeudy thing, even though Jerry Jeudy hasn't been very good. I just don't trust Dylan Gabriel at all. He's not going down the field. He's hitting his tight ends. They're going to run the ball a ton. But like you said, Jerry Jeudy could do it on 1 play. He could do it on 2 plays. So like, it's not the worst thing. That's why I'm like saying I'm not like fully against it, but like I would not feel confident putting my money on Jerry Jeudy.
Yeah, totally fair. I think other people will be with you there, but yeah, when I see value, I don't care about how gross the player is.
100%.
I'm going to be riding it. And yeah, I do think I probably prefer this Waddle one, but yeah, I feel good about both. It's why they're 2 of the official plays. We are 61% on the official free player props on the live today. And yeah, if you don't want to ride with the gross Jerry, I do not blame you. All right, let's get to a few more start sits. Weatherman Sam, 2 questions. Start Hurts or Dart, and Gadsden or Trevion? Wow, these are pretty close. Man, I think if I go to the QB ranks here, we do have Dart and Hurts. They're both projected 20 points this week. Sam, so I honestly think I'd go Dart over Hurts. Personally, I like the matchup better for Dart. I'm not super scared about the weather for Dart because I'm playing him for rushing anyways. But yeah, we have him like right next to Jalen Hurts. And then I would probably go Trevion Henderson over Gadsden personally, but that's also a really close call.
I think I go Gadsden over Henderson on that side of the question, but it's just because of the matchup. Now with Hurts or Dart, that one is so tough. I've answered a few times earlier in the week, it was Hurts. As I got more information about the weather, I switched over to Dart, and now here we are today. I really am not sure. I think my gut would tell me ride with the potential of a competitive game with the Bears and the Giants, and then just hope Jackson Dart continues to be the garbage time fantasy merchant that he's been, where he's scoring these rushing touchdowns with a minute left when it doesn't matter. So I think I would go with Dart, but it's really hard to bench Jalen Hurts. It really is.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I mean, Joe Flacco was QB1 last week against the Bears. So yeah, I'm pretty in on Dart in the matchup. I think the matchup versus Packers is certainly scarier for Jalen Hurts. And then, we had a question similar to this last week. Not same exact matchup environments here. So not quite as easy for me as last week. But last week it was Chase Brown or Gadsden. I said Chase Brown. That one ended up working out pretty well, even though Gadsden did okay. I feel kind of similar in this spot with Henderson versus Gadsden. I would go Henderson over Gadsden. I like both of them this week. But yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if Henderson had more catches than Gadsden here in week 10. And obviously he's going to get the carries as well. So yeah, I think I am just kind of high on Henderson in the matchup, but certainly both good options here. And WalterPicks projections do have Gadsden by like a point and a half there. Quentin Johnson or Rachaad White. We haven't talked a ton about Rachaad White, Samps, but it's hard for him not to rank well with Bucky Irving out. Like he's in a pretty big role. He's going to catch the ball a decent amount, even against a pretty good Pats run defense. Like, would you even consider Quentin Johnson here? And I'm curious what you think on the QBs asked about here as well.
Would not consider Quentin Johnson over Rachaad White at all. Not even a thought in my mind. And I honestly think the second question is pretty easy for me too. I'm going with Jacoby Brissett. I am. Look at his game logs and tell me he's not been impressive. There's a reason Kyler Murray's been benched. You can say he's injured all you want, but he's put up big passing numbers, throwing the ball. He's basically had 20 or more points in every game. And those are not easy matchups. It's the Colts, the Packers, and then Dallas is easy. But the other two, that's not – I mean, I'm going with Jacoby Brissett, no doubt about it.
Yeah, I'm definitely lower on Brissett, I feel like, than you are, than most people are. The whole Cardinals offensive situation, I just feel very skeptical about. Those first two games were good. Those matchups were definitely not easy. But it just feels like all of this hope and optimism coming right after that Cowboys game to me, I'm just not fully buying. Like every quarterback has smashed versus the Cowboys. Honestly, this was like kind of not a great even quarterback performance for the Cowboys. This lowered the average points per game against the Cowboys for quarterbacks. This 24.8 game for Jacoby Brissett, similar with Marv. Like I want to be believing that Jacoby Brissett is better for this offense, better for Marv. I do want to see it here this week against the Seahawks, though, and not just against the Cowboys. I do think too, like I'm not fully convinced Brissett's actually better than Kyler Murray still. Maybe just be like, I don't know. I'm not fully in on that narrative yet, but I don't feel good about either of these other quarterbacks either. I'm okay going Jacoby Brissett here if that's if Samps feels strongly about that one. The Seahawks are allowing a ton of pass attempts per game. They do get a lot of pressure, but I think they're still number 1 or number 2 in total pass attempts. Yeah, the third most pass attempts per game allowed to quarterbacks. The run defense is really good, so that we should see a decent pass volume at least from Brissett this week. Pick 2, full PPR, Tez, Metcalf, Garrett Wilson. Are you playing Tez over Metcalf or Garrett Wilson?
No, I'm not. I'm more of a Tez denier than maybe other people are, but I'm going Metcalf and Garrett Wilson. Yeah, I think also back just to circle back a second ago, I like Marvin Harrison Jr. a lot this week because of the pass attempts thing you brought up. Yeah. So I think Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to have a good game. Yeah, definitely reasonable if that pass attempt volume comes true. How about? Yeah, I personally think I'd go Tez over Metcalf, but it's close. I don't feel good about it, but I do think that the matchup for Metcalf is pretty tough. I think Tez gets more targets than Metcalf this week as well. And I'm definitely starting Garrett Wilson over both of them. Bench 1, full PPR, A.J. Brown, Jalen Warren, Diggs, or Flowers. We're not benching A.J. Brown. These other 3 are probably more close. I mean, I think you probably bench Diggs here, even though I do like the game environment for him, but I don't think you can bench Flowers or Warren. I'm with you. I agree. Bench Diggs. One of my starts that I was going to bring up hopefully before the end was I think Zay Flowers have a really good game this week. I think he's going to be very, very good. And that mainly because I think the game will be somewhat competitive. It's going to be throwing a bit. Lamar's like, you can say so many great things about Lamar, but people don't talk about how good of a passer he is as much as they should. It's because he's so good at running. It's like You see some of these touchdowns he had against the Dolphins last week. You're like, oh, that is just insane. His vision, he's just so good. And I think Flowers have a good game.
Yeah, all around, Lamar's one of the best QBs in the NFL, if not the best quarterback in the NFL. Certainly underrated as a passer. I would definitely agree with that. On top of being the greatest rushing quarterback of all time. I mean,
he might be one of the best quarterbacks ever in general, of all time.
He is one of the best quarterbacks ever. He is the greatest rushing quarterback of all time, statistically speaking. Like, that's not even just my take. That's been the case for like 3-4 years now. Statistically, rushing yards per game. Just crazy stuff from Lamar. It's part of the reason I'm definitely riding with him in a bunch of DFS lineups this week. And I'm in on Zay in a lot of those stacks too. I think it's like Zay plus one of the tight ends for me in those DFS stacks. And if either of those tight ends hits with Zay, I think he'll be in a really good spot. I think we both agree you bench Diggs here. I think that's how we have in the WalterPicks app too. Samps, was there any takes you had that you didn't get a chance to get off your chest yet?
Let me take a look at my list here. We touched on him a second ago, but I think Jameson Williams is such a good start this week. I've said it all week. I'm going to keep saying it. Out of the bye, they made a priority to get Jameson Williams the ball. They just extended him. They're paying him a lot of money. They want him to continue producing. And going against the Commanders, who are just so bad, Jameson Williams, maybe that's an argument that he might not get the opportunity in the time allotted, but I don't know. I think Jameson's going to have a great game.
He's going to have at least 3 quarters to have like a legit role in this game. He had his 3rd highest target share of the season, his 3rd highest target total of the season coming out of the bye. We called the boom game for JMO on the live last week. We haven't seen back-to-back boom games for JMO all season. And I'm with you. I think we see this the first time all season, back-to-back boom games from Jameson Williams. Again, over 50 wide receiver fantasy points allowed by the Commanders last week. And we might only need a half of football, competitive football here for Jameson Williams to get 1 40-plus yard touchdown. Torrey Horton smashed and JSN smashed. I think it was Cody White that went over 10 points against the Commanders last week too for the Seahawks. So I'm in on Jameson Williams' ceiling. We don't have him projected very high. These are median projections. The ceiling is why we're starting JMO. The floor is close to 0 points every week. I mean, if it's like very boom bust profile, but if you're in on the boom, you should be starting JMO, especially if you're down. If you went against JT in this game, for example, in Germany time, then Jameson Williams is the perfect profile to try to help you catch back up. Diggs, AJ Brown, Dart or May? It's AJ Brown over Diggs. Dart versus May. Samps, would you make an argument for Dart there, or would you be riding with May?
I'm riding with Drake May. I've said it all week. Our projections don't lie. And when we're talking that high up in the rankings, we're going with Drake May. I think there's no doubt about it. And we're heading overtime in Berlin, by the way.
Oh, wow. We got overtime on Germany time this morning. Hopefully still that Daniel Jones passing attempts under hits for me. Yeah, he's at 25 pass attempts.
Oh, it's going to be real close depending on how this pans out.
The line was at 32.5.
I think you're good. But we'll see.
More fantasy points to come in this one. Drake London's having another great game, 6 for 104 and a touchdown. Bijan has 83 rushing yards and only 4 receiving yards, but no touchdowns. Both go to Algier.
Algier also got the 2-point conversion.
Wow. Penix is having a rough game, too. He's completed only 12 out of 26 pass attempts.
Michael Pittman's disappointing big time right now, too. 2 catches, 19 yards.
Yeah, he's selling, and we have that in the comment here. Pittman is killing me as a bench for those of you that were on Germany time with me early this morning because of the matchup. I had Pierce as a bench too, to be fair. That was an L for the similar reason as Pittman. But yeah, tough matchup against the Falcons secondary for sure. And I did expect it to be a pretty run-heavy game script for the Colts. That has definitely come true. Need a big comeback. I think you go with Jennings and Monangai. Regardless of the comeback, I think both guys have a higher ceiling than Brees, but arguably a better floor than Brees here too. So yeah, I think I'd go Juwan Jennings and Monangai over Brees. Paul, would you go Brees over Jennings?
Yeah, I think if I need a big comeback, I think Brees is capable of it, even like in a tough matchup. I think just got a notification from Jay Glazer saying that Kyle Monangai and DeAndre Swift will split carries early on, and then the hot hand will get more work. If that's true, then I'm even more in on Kyle Monangai because he is better than DeAndre Swift. That's my take. I think that's a take I had before the end of the stream. Monangai is going to solidify himself as like the guy. He's better at seeing the holes. That's always been Swift's knock. That's why the Lions didn't like him. That's why the Eagles didn't like him. He cannot see the holes as well. And Monangai is just he's awesome.
My question is, who's getting the first carry? That's the guy I want to be riding with because they get the Giants like the guy who gets the first couple carries is going to be the guy with the hot hand. I mean, they're both going to have a hot hand, I think, in this game.
It's impossible to not have a at least warm hand against the Giants. Impossible.
Yeah, but I agree with you. I think Monangai is the better bet in this game. I don't think the Giants defense is going to be able to stop him in this one. And I do really like his chances to score here too. Definitely a very interesting report. Any other injury news or reports that have come out? While
AJ Barner is going to play. He was questionable.
AJ Barner is in. I think that was expected.
Yeah. Nothing else new that I think of right now.
Josh Palmer is inactive. Tet, Kamara, Cedric Tillman, Fannin, Garrett Wilson, Aaron Jones, all active. That was all expected. We haven't talked about Alvin Kamara at all, but I want
to throw out a little bonus real quick before I didn't mean to cut you off there, but I just popped in my head. Didn't want to forget it. For anyone in your leagues who have a trade out, like where you're getting rid of J.K. Dobbins, if it's a very niche thing, but like do it. J.K. Dobbins put a very angry tweet out saying ban the hip drop tackle after the game. And he's getting a second opinion on his injury. And newsflash, guys, if you're getting a second opinion, it's not because you want the second person to tell you something also good. You want the second person to tell you something good that is in contrast to the first thing. So I would not be surprised if tomorrow we find out J.K. Dobbins misses some time.
Wow. Yeah, and he's really struggled with injuries his whole career. And I saw that injury happen, during the game. I was really surprised he went back.
I was shocked.
And I was also, on the RJ Harvey props too, total yards prop. I was riding with Harvey on Thursday night. So that was a little frustrating for the Harvey prop people. That's one of the worst games of the season, 100%. But yeah, that's pretty big news. If Dobbins misses time, that'd be huge news for RJ Harvey for sure for fantasy.
Yeah, 100%.
All right, let's get to just a few more start sits here. Tons of Monangai questions. We're definitely in on Monangai, guys. Sam, Jennings or Shakir in half PPR? Would you go Jennings or Shakir, Samps?
Man, that's tough. I think I go Shakir, but I got to be consistent with what I said a few minutes ago. I can't change what I said before.
Yeah, we got Shakir over Jennings in our projections too. I think I agree with that. Thoughts on Tet and start Wandale or Parker Washington? Yeah, so I'm more bullish on Tet, I think, than most people this week. I'm just worried that they might not throw enough for it to matter for Tet McMillan against the Saints. But if they get like any amount of pass volume off, like 25 plus pass attempts, I think Tet has a good game. I think we see Tet's first big game potentially this week against a lot of man coverage. We haven't really seen the big game, the big boom game. I don't think he has a game over 20 points yet. He's had a game with 2 touchdowns, but didn't have many yards that game. He's had a game with a bunch of yards, but didn't score in that game. Yeah, no games over 20 points yet for Tet. If the Panthers throw 25 plus times in this game, I think we see Tet go over 20 points for the first time. I'm actually pretty bullish on him this week. Wandale versus Parker Washington is a tough call. I think with everything we've looked at in the live today, I'd lean Wandale personally over Parker Washington. I don't know if Samps would agree with that, though.
I agree. I do agree. I would go Wandale.
Jalen Warren versus Judkins. Yeah, we're going Judkins over Jalen Warren. Jalen Warren versus.
Gotta play both.
Would you go Jalen Warren over Judkins?
No. But I would play both if I could.
Judkins, Henderson, Monangai. Samps, how would you rank those three? I have it Judkins, Henderson, and then Monangai. It sounds like you have it Judkins, Monangai, then Henderson.
Correct. Yeah, I would say that's fair.
3 rookie running backs. This rookie running back class really has shown to be strong. And I think you mentioned it earlier, but the teams that did draft a running back early, they do look kind of foolish with how well Monangai look.
Yeah.
Like, you got the Raiders spending the 6th overall pick on a running back, and Kyle Monangai is running for more yards than him. Rome or Monangai in PPR. Yeah, I'm going Monangai over Rome. And I'm playing Herbert over Dart as well, though it's close. I have them both in different tiers. Otten projects really well. Seeing someone ask about our Otten projection, because the Pats have not been great for his tight ends. There's no Mike Evans. There's no Chris Godwin. And Otten has actually been really consistent. He hasn't scored a single touchdown yet this season, but he has at least 8 points in 4 straight games, at least 4 catches and 40 yards in 4 straight games. And the game today is projected to be pretty high scoring too versus the Pats. So that's why Otten projects as high as he does. Are you in on Otten too for all those reasons?
Yeah, 100%. 100%. I like Kate Otten this week a ton.
These are the start sits, Samps, that get me out of bed here in the morning. First Malik Washington question I've seen. Glad he clarified which Washington.
People be using one word names. I'm like, give me both, please.
Yeah, Douglas had a huge game last week, so I kind of get where this one's coming from. Malik Washington, he was pretty involved last week. He had multiple carries. They are big underdogs here versus the Bills. But yeah, I'm going Douglas here. Would you go Douglas over Malik?
We are rocking with Pop for sure.
Any other takes, Samps, that you didn't get a chance to get in?
My last take will just be that I'll have two. The Browns defense is going to finish as the defense won in the week, and the Steelers are going to win. Those are my two.
Nice. I like both those. Yeah, I didn't pull this up, but one of my stacks, certainly you're going to like here, of my favorite stacks of the week. I like the Drake May, Van Henderson stack. I talked through that one already. I like the Lamar Zay likely stacks. I kind of talked through that too, but the Judkins Browns defense stack, I think it'll be pretty high ownership. Most likely the Browns will have a higher ownership than I would like in tournaments for defenses, but I think it's justified potentially in this case. The Judkins Browns correlation feels really strong.
That Zach and Rico Panthers defense are two of my favorites.
Yeah, that's an interesting one too versus the Saints. I think that's honestly probably cheaper than this
Probably.
one. I think the Panthers defense is cheaper. I don't know, but Seattle maybe is a little bit more expensive at this point. Samps, really appreciate your time on the live, man. We got to a ton of start sits today, a lot of good takes as well. I'll let you go and enjoy the overtime, the rest of this overtime game between the Falcons and the Colts.
Thank you for having me. Thank you everyone for tuning in.
Have a great Sunday, Samps. And that was Samps once again on the Sunday Morning Live. It's been great to have him on over the last few weeks. Get to a few more start sits before we wrap up here. We are over 4 hours into the live. This entire Germany game started an hour before the Germany game. We're in OT now. Jawan Johnson versus Loveland. I do think we have Jawan, I think, over Loveland. I would argue Loveland's ceiling is like a decent bit higher. No, we got Loveland over Jawan. Yeah, it's Loveland. It's Loveland over Jawan. I don't hate the floor for Jawan with no Rashid Shaheed, but WalterPicks sub. Flipped Dak, Bucky, CD, Tet for Hurts, Chase Brown and Mecca, Ricky and Nico thoughts. Oh man, I don't know. If you're 5-4, I get moving Bucky. I do really still want Bucky on my teams, but feels like sold low on CD. Yeah, I do think you sold. CD Lamb's definitely the best player in this trade. Like Buka's not too far off. Nico's not too far off of him though. And then if you need to win now, getting Chase Brown for Bucky, I'm fine with. I do like Tet. You got Hurts. Yeah, it's a fair trade. I don't hate it, especially for win now. I pick one, full PPR, Wilson, ETN, Flowers. It's oh man, Flowers versus Wilson. I think it's Flowers over Wilson. Should I play Garrett Wilson? I do like Garrett Wilson still in most situations. Yeah, let me go to the wide receiver ranks here again, but not over Flowers. We got Garrett Wilson at wide receiver 17. Pick two for flex: Vidal, Keenan Allen, Woody Marks, Parker Washington. Oh gosh. I think this one's probably Keenan and Parker Washington over Woody Marks, over Kamani Vidal. Start both Monungai and Swift. Yes, the Giants have allowed over 400 rushing yards in their last 2 games. Yeah, I go back to the must starts, must benches. Did take an L with the Pierce must bench, but a W with the Michael Pittman must bench. YouTube Live. Guys, that's my time. Thank you so much for tuning in. Make sure you hit the subscribe button on the YouTube channel so you don't miss all the content we're posting on YouTube, all of these lives. Just to answer this last start sit here, Vidal, Brees, Aaron Jones, Woody, Kenneth Walker. Oh, God, this one's tough. You probably do have to play Brees in this spot. I'm pretty out, honestly, on Kamani Vidal against the Steelers. I think I'd bench him. And I'd probably bench Woody Marks. I'd probably play Brees, Aaron Jones, and Kenneth Walker here. Brees is a similar one. I think it's Brees Hall. Oh, Kenneth Walker and Aaron Jones. Let's do this one quick. I don't think you play Tracy or Vidal here. It's probably Aaron Jones. Yeah, it's Aaron Jones. I'd go Brees and Aaron Jones. Best receiving role is probably of all these guys. Time's the most valuable thing we have. Guys, thanks so much for spending some time with me this Sunday morning. Good luck, everyone, and enjoy your Sunday.